Morning, everybody. Oh gosh, sorry, I haven't even spoken this morning. Okay, today I'm gonna do a bit of a deep dive into Candace Owens. Um, but this is yeah, that's what I wanted to start off with. Um, but the thing is, so here's the deep dive into Candace Owens, the first slide. Now the issue is that from almost from the beginning, there have been people speculating that Charlie Kirk wasn't really killed and that it was all just a stage, like a movie set. And I've never had any issue with that. I'm like, sure, technologically speaking, sure they could do that. You see it done in the movies all the time. They would just have to have practiced and prepared in advance to do that. So, as I keep on saying, I agree with ex CIA Andrew Bustamante pointing out that nobody's ever ex CIA. I mean, they're so indoctrinated. I mean, the American people have been indoctrinated. This gets into the narcissism epidemic. A book by Twang and Campbell, psychologists, and it explains how really the entire country has been, already the Americans have already had this cult uh, personality, if you will, um, in its history, but that since the 1950s, and the CIA and the FBI and all the deep state, it's really been pushed. But one of the reasons that the Americans have this, and you see it with all those cult, drinking the Kool-Aid. Where does that expression come from? Is end of the world people, 60s and 70s. A lot of it was kind of hippie related sometimes, but you did have these churches where they went and they killed themselves because it was the end of the world. But one of the reasons why the Americans have that is most other countries had a unified religious group. So, the Catholics in the European South, uh, the Protestants, okay, you did have different groups that rose up, but pretty much you always had, there was a tie with the church and state. So it was all relatively unified compared to what the Americans, and I mean, that historically, the Protestants came to the United States to seek, you know, liberty to worship as they wanted, and fleeing persecution in Europe. So there is a historical context of that, but Lord, has it just gone exponential, as Twang and Campbell explained, since the 80s, and it's this indoctrination of you're special, you're special. I do have a book review on that I did years and years ago on my video channel that you can check out. So it has been this indoctrination, and we need to, and Cornelia Guest, and all the robber baron heiresses from Foxcroft, my alma mater, Foxcroft School in Virginia, but also just all of the prep schools. I mean, Tucker Carlson, this is one of my problems with him. He's like, oh, well, St. George's can, tell me that I can't come and speak. I'm like, it boggles the mind how these journalists just one right after the other for years. The first time I saw this freedom of speech issue was Juan Williams was fired from NPR in 2010. Oh, like, Well, fast forward later well, I don't know if this would be 2000, was the time, at the time that he came out with his book about the founding fathers. And he comes into Kalari Taverna. This is a restaurant on K Street, right near Farragut North, right near the White House. So, I mean, I've been and gotten jobs in those neighborhoods, um, because the ladies don't want to invite me to their cocktail parties and their homes anymore and want to cancel me and not give me a voice of what's been going on. So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll get a job in the restaurants that you all frequent and I'll give my elevator speeches there. So yeah, nobody can say that they didn't know, because I've been a pain in the ass in Washington for the past 18 years. Um, and the only reason that I'm still alive is because I love it when Elizabeth April, she says, "Oh, I just hope they keep thinking I'm just batshit crazy." And there is a certain security. Yeah, it also gets them that they're not listening to me, but the ones who understand what I'm talking about, and it's in I mean, it's giving me some hope because more and more people are like realizing that I'm not batshit crazy and I know exactly what I'm talking about and that they're in hot water. My favorite. See, I'm a cashier downstairs. I sell from the Fed, where the Fed is, the building. So it's right next to the IMF and the World Bank. We get a lot of um, business from these people. And what's funny is also the IMF and the World Bank get a discount. It's 10%. But then also there's 7 buildings in the neighborhood, and if it's managed by this certain company, they get a discount as well. So I'm constantly asking people like where they work. I mean, it's like, oh, do you work in the area? I mean, of course, many of the all the secretaries at the IMF and World Bank. I worked at the IMF for 7 years with these secretaries. So yeah, they know about that. And they're like, here's my badge. So I got you. I got you. I've got radar now on who's IMF. They'll be like, how did you know? Why did you know it? Why do you want to know where I work? Sometimes they'll get offended. However, this has, as I say, it's been advantageous. Unfortunately, I don't always know the exact name of the person that I'm speaking with. Like in the building, well, they could be IMF, excuse me, they could be Fed, or they could be with the law firm or something. So anyway, they do. As I say, nobody can say they did not know because I have been telling them. And what I'd like everybody to think about in this presentation on Candace and her husband and their backgrounds is they should be understanding all of the financial stuff that I'm challenging, the economic stuff, financial, the financial markets, the economy, that I'm challenging the IMF and the World Bank and American policy, because America first, this is just more of corporate concentration of wealth into the hands of a few and oppress the many. I mean, Trump could not be clearer. I mean, this has been my beef with Trump from the beginning. Going back to 2016, I'm like, this is a bankruptcy building businessman in Manhattan who's from the wrong side of the tracks and wants to. I mean, of course, he's all over the place in the Epstein files. I mean, I loved it. I'll have to play that video one time with its Lady Harvey, and she in the interview with Pierce Morgan, And she's like, Pierce, you're in the Epstein files. And he gets really nervous. Oh, he's sweating. He's nervous. I wonder what there is to say about him. But as Leah Harvey points out, and that's what I've pointed out from the beginning, if you were anybody, you know, amongst the who's who of New York jet set and American upper crust, and even, I mean, this gets into IMF, UN people are in there, the international development community. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was very much, that was all very much part of it. And just kind of controlling West, Western economics. Um, but she said, like, it's almost like an insult if you weren't in the Epstein files, because it means that you were a nobody. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. I mean, I left that entire world. I didn't want to be a part of it. Oh, my mother so wanted me to be a part of it, and I did not want anything to do with it. I mean, I ended up marrying a crash and burn banker who, with his brother, is Jeffrey Epstein of Europe, of Spain and France. So yeah, I like jumped from the fire into the from the fire. What is it? Frying pan into the fire. Um, However, this is the problem. They don't have any dirt on me. I became a trad wife. I became a boring stay-at-home mother who, spent her time with her children, working in her community. It's like, holy shit, like you guys could have sent us, Mother Teresa, and we'd be in the same boat. Shit. Yeah, so nobody's wanted to give me a voice. Oh shit, I spilled some water on my laptop. Nobody's wanted to give me a voice. And that's what we'll see, this whole stuff with the trad wife. If you wanted to put together some publicity campaign um, to promote a conservative movement, and I don't want to say return of women back into the home, because that's not what I'm proposing. And that whole thing of 1950s Valley of the Dolls, Stepford Wives, that was just also a PR bullshit from the government and the powers that be, the deep state, to make women, submissive and not ask questions about what's going on in their country. And to a certain extent, well, to a great extent, it worked. But then that's why you had the midlife crisis, after you had the Madman and the Wolves of Wall Street of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, even because you had that big push after World War II, everybody, the GI Bill, everybody's going to get educated, everybody's going to have a college degree, everybody's going to have a white collar job, and then we're going to give affirmative action and let all of these immigrants come into the country and promise them the same. You built a really, first off, a top-heavy society of managerialism, which James Burnham denounced in 1941, but also this discontent, because it really sitting at a desk pushing papers. I mean, sometimes the content is interesting. Um, I've always been interested in all of the social sciences. So to a certain extent, it's interesting, but I mean, I've been drowning in it because I've just been doing nothing but that for the past 18 years, trying to figure out what the fuck everybody's doing in this city. I mean, I got here, and of course, the first couple of years, I'm just knocking on doors, human rights, women's rights, civil rights, labor rights. Can you help me? Can you? Oh, no, 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 no. We only help this group. We only help this group. We only do this. We only do that. And then, I got to the point where it was, oh, you need to specialize. You're all over the map. I'm like, no, you guys need to start connecting the dots. So anyway, I won't go into all of that. But so here, I'm not going to go into these, but this whole thing of could Charlie Kirk still be alive? Oh, I mentioned Andrew Bustamante earlier, and I went off on a tangent. But if Andrew Bustamante says anything is possible, you just have to figure out what is probable. What's the probability of this being an occurrence, rather than a non-occurrence, because basically that's what you're looking at. You have a hypothesis, either you prove it or you disprove it. Either way, you've accomplished your goal, because now you've discounted that hypothesis. So the issue here is, if Charlie Kirk is alive, one, or if it was a staged event, because this comes to the crux. Candace Owens says, yeah, she saw videos. I haven't seen any videos. I haven't seen anything personally where I could say, oh, that person definitely was dead, or that person looks alive. From the eyes, you can see it in the eyes. I've never seen somebody dead in the eyes, but I'm pretty sure you would notice. So for that, so Candace Owens is saying that she's spoken to people and that she's seen footage that, yeah, he was killed. Baron Coleman has also said he's seen footage that, and there are other people out there who said, yeah, they've seen footage, or they saw him there personally, and that this person was dead. So, I woke up the other morning, just a couple mornings ago, and I was like, well, if it was a clone, and then actually I met my neighbors downstairs, and they said, well, what, it was a body double. I'm like, well, wait a second, body double, that's still a person. Because let's say he's actually killed. He knows he's going to be killed. The body double, that's still a person who's like, well, no, I'm not going to get myself killed for him. Either way, a real person. But then, so I was like, well, could it be a clone? Because is a clone a robot? See, this is another thing that I'm asking, because somebody was talking about clones the other day. And if you had a clone, it it grows up from a baby, and it has a time life of a normal person. So like if you wanted to, your spouse dies, you clone your spouse, well, it would be a baby, and by the time it could be, 20 years before you would be able to be married to her. So, or him. So but then you're getting older. So I was like, well, wait a second. I was like, that's not how I understand cloning is working. Like, if they're building these clone people, the idea is to have an adult double. And is this a robot? And then what did they do with the body of the other person? Is there a transference of soul? I mean, the list of questions that I have of how this thing is supposed to work. Again, I'm not saying that they haven't been developing this technology and haven't told us about it. We do know that cloning's possible. I'm sure they're much more advanced than they're actually telling everybody. So again, it's a possibility, but how is it all supposed to work? You got to explain it to me before I'm gonna totally buy it. So anyway, let's just say, well, he could be a clone. Okay, so that would kind of explain it. It's a clone, he's a robot, and he gets shot and killed, and nobody's the wiser, and Charlie Kirk's alive, and that would substantiate that theory. But again, somebody's got to explain to me how the whole clone thing works for me to be able to buy, to really buy that and say, okay, that is a clone of a person. As I say, okay, in theory, I'm going to believe it, but in reality, you're going to have to give me concrete proof. But now, what Jesse Merle is proposing, and I have to tell you, he does a really good job, really good job. I mean, I've never doubted what Jesse is proposing is, I'm not going to play the whole thing. You can look at them. It's very good. I'm not, saying that this is not possible. I'm just saying, if this is the case, a lot of people have to be involved. Now, TPUSA people, as Jesse on Fire explains, that is pretty, yeah, you could get those people. That's plausible. That's plausible. He proposes that Brian Harple was pretty much an idiot in the mix, and that kind of explains some of the stuff with him. So that's plausible. Having that many people, I mean, that many people had to have been involved, many more than that, in JFK and all of these, all of these other false flag events, I guess they're calling them. I'm calling them treason. I mean, what is this? Preparing, having agents of your own government colluding in shooting at your own people and killing your own people. I mean, it's become so common that nobody even is thinking of the gravity of the implications of the people in the CIA, the FBI, the American government who have been involved in this. And I mean, I love watching Valhalla, going with the redacted Epstein files. Thank you, Nate. I'm still pissed off with you about Mitch Snow, but I mean, oh, he does give me a laugh. I mean, these civil servants are tomando el pelo, like pulling everybody's leg in front of the whole world. They are laughing at the taxpayers who pay their wages. This is out of control. These people have to be have to be held to account, and civil servants have to be made to understand that they work for the people. They do not work for the donor money that buys the politicians that are voted into power. So anyway, let's get into that. I mean, as I say, I just thank you, Nate, for that one. I crack up when he goes off on those redacted. Okay, so let's look at Candace Owens. So she, oh, well, this was, did I switch this around? I don't have her where she was born and stuff like that here. But I think I've gone over that. I mean, her parents divorced when she was, I know I have it in here. Did I screw this thing up? Anyway. No, okay. Maybe I deleted it. So yeah, she was born in, was it Connecticut? Sorry about that. No, it was White Plains, New York. Then her parents, she has three siblings. Her parents divorced when she's 11, 12 years old. And then afterwards, apparently, I guess she was living, then she goes and lives, maybe with her, maybe her mom moved in with her grandparents, but that doesn't make any sense. But anyway, this is because the grandfather that was very influential is we'll see that later on, the the paternal grandfather. So the Owens grandfather. So anyway, she goes to New York from 2012 to 2018 after leaving the University of Rhode Island. She studied journalism, but she left because of some student loan thing. Now, my thing, everybody who is, oh God, I left because I couldn't get a student loan or whatever. I'm like, I paid. I didn't have any student loans. I was always late in paying tuition because my mom disowned me because I went to work for a Democrat. She was Arizona Republican. This is when we'll get into Arizona. Arizona, up shit's creek without a paddle, and everybody there I know has to explain themselves. So then she went to work in Manhattan at a private equity firm, and she was like only there for a couple of years, but she started as administrative assistant and ended up as like vice VP administrative assistant or something like head. So, that is, excuse me, let's put it out there. She's either sleeping with the boss or it's because she's black. And affirmative action, and oh, we've got the black girl, we're going to fill the quota here. This is the diversity, equity, inclusion. She's favored. I mean, this gets into my big beef with the IMF and the administrative function, and everybody stopped. Too many chefs spoiled the soup. James Burnham managerialism. I mean, for Candace and for most of these young people, she studied journalism. What does she know about being an administrative assistant? So, I mean, the only person I ever respected in Washington was the administrative or the executive assistant to the Senator Bennett Johnston, for whom I worked during college. And she taught me how to run a ship-shape organizational system. And I keep on going back. This is what we need. Less, we'll see with Candace and her husband, managerialism. Everybody wants to be an intellect, and we're going to get AI to do all of the administrative work so everybody can be a manager. Oh, what could possibly go wrong? No, this is like Orwellian future that we're looking at, and that's got to stop. So, this gets into what Charlie Kirk said with this affirmative action. People are not being hired according to merit. They're being hired according to quotas. And this opened, I mean, at the IMF, and this is my entire case against Sharmini Curry and Adrian Thapa, and even with the IMF Family Association, is on this administrative point. That's why they wanted to get rid of me. I made them look bad there. And they didn't even understand the economics that I was going to bring them down on. Whoa, those people are going to be like, because this is also why they have so many stupid people in the administrative levels. This gets into various professions, if you will. And also HR. They want, this is precisely the type of person we're going to see. We're seeing Candace Owens is really not that much different from Erica Kirk, and in this indoctrination of our youth that you're going to do great things in this in your life, particularly with ones who are above average intelligence. And they're filling their heads. I mean, this is what the narcissism Twang and Campbell explain. They're just filling their heads with all sorts of nonsense. And you just read from a book. It doesn't matter if you understand anything, and this is what our educational systems, you just have to know how to answer the questions correctly. I mean, I remember with my older sister, she was the straight A student. She was like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you understand anything. You just have to know what they want you to answer and give them their answers. And that's really, I mean, that is so much gets into my education reform. It's not even funny. So, so then she launches a marketing agency. I mean, she's this young kid right out of college and she's starting a marketing company. I mean, this cracks me up with my whole global expats things from the beginning. All of these marketing gurus. I was like, you guys, you're the marketing function, and basically that's what I've done. Because and even Jeffrey Hilton, he contacted me years ago about investing. He's the only one who's ever contacted me about real investment in the company. And he said, well, what is it that you need? Because I showed him the business plan and explained to him, you'll see it's very similar to kind of what George Farmer is proposing. So, oh gosh, I'm running out of water. So he contacted me and he was like, well, he was like, well, what do you need? A CEO or a techie guru? And I said, either or both. Then with that, I should be able to find the capital venture that I need. And he was like, well, what are you there for then? Like, well, the marketing, the meat and potatoes, like what it is actually that we're selling. Like, I mean, all of you guys, for example, with your cars. Oh my Lord, how much did the car industry, and this really, oh, Tim Mellon, he was the airplanes, but it was still, how much money did Ford and the other, what is it, I forget the other, Chrysler and everything spend on designs of cars. A car is something that you get in and it transports you from one place to another, but a car is a car is a car. I mean, I was just like, my Lord, don't tell me you went to business school and you don't understand what a marketing, function does. However, if you are going to start a marketing firm, you should know something and have a little bit of experience in it before you launch a company. I mean, I could say, yeah, I'm a marketing firm. That's what I do. I put together marketing. I mean, that's what socialites did. That's what queens did. So anyway, then she's with Turning Point USA from 2017 to 2019, communication director for student advocacy group. So yeah, when she talks about what happened at UVU and planning and stuff like that, she obviously would know. She's much more of an expert than in that domain than anybody else out there, because it's particularly TP USA, not just a communication and student advocacy group for any company or organization, because this is not a company. That's also one of the things that is strange in their dialogue. They are approaching this as a corporate business entity, which everybody is, so that's par for the course, but this is supposed to be a religious group, and that's precisely one of the problems with these religious groups that have, you know, the bakers, all of these different tele-evangelist groups. And I mean, I think all liberals kind of, that's the reason, one of the reasons why we're liberals is we don't have anything to do. It's just this cult type of um, organization and group of people that really we don't want to have anything to do with. It turns us off. Uh, so, you know, I always try and keep an open mind with people, and everybody has the right to worship their religion as they see fit. I just, you know, when speaking with people from these different groups, they don't have too much independent thought, let's just say. So she frequently, let's see. Okay, she was LA based by 2018. So she moved from New York to LA. This is, you know, this is again like Erica Kirk, but this is like all of these young girls who are in the social media influencer environment. Um, this is what you put on your resume. This is what you got to, you know, you went to New York, you were in LA for a while, you worked communications. Here she has some experience, private equity firm. I mean, I don't know how much she learned about the financial markets when she was there. I learned a lot because the guy who, well, the first EDF Hutton, the guy I worked for, he was never in the office. So I had to investigate and research all of the different products, and I learned real quick. And then I was there I worked for a guy, it was a trading program for the 87 collapse. So yeah, I've learned a lot. And then I was married to a banker for, well, we were together for like 15 years. So yeah, I understand. And then of course the IMF, I was there for 7 years. So anyway, I don't know if she learned enough to be able to understand what her husband definitely should be able to understand, but we'll see that later. Then from 2019 to 2020, she was at PragerU. So she does, you know, I mean, if she's smart and learning something quickly, well, maybe I can understand she's, you know, moving on. But we'll see also the letter for when she leaves PragerU, which is concerning more PragerU than about her, but is kind of a look into that whole world. Okay, so most people have heard about in 2007, while she was 17 years old, senior in high school, she received racist death threats. She's talked about this, and it was by these, it included the son of then mayor and future Democrat governor Daniel Malloy. Let's see. So, you know, I mean, this tells you what kind of people we have going into politics. I mean, unfortunately, this type of stuff, and this is why I wish Candace would be more on top of getting rid of the bullying. I mean, this whole racial stuff. She even said that if I remember correctly, the story that she had been friends or dating, or, you know, kind of liked one of the guys, and it didn't go well, and this was his revenge, and it was, you know, put into a racial context, um, because she's black and they were white. I mean, a real racist would say, well, if she was staying with the black people, then that wouldn't have happened. Um, you know, and that's really kind of also where segregation probably got its support. And I'm not proposing segregation or anything. I'm just saying that the deeper problem here, I mean, I keep on explaining Nancy, this is the historian Nancy Eisenberg of white trash. Um, the problem in the United States is not a racial problem, it's a class problem. And Americans have come to interpret class to mean the accumulation of wealth and privilege. And that's not what it is. And it's all, you know, everybody's just backstabbing everybody and trying to grab more than their piece of the pie. And it's getting vicious. And we just have a real problem in this country. And it is related to the narcissism epidemic and everybody, you know, too many chefs spoiling the soup. So you have to oppress the few workers that you have to make sure they're very, very oppressed. In the meantime, you try and get them replaced by as many machines as you can. And what happens to the fallout? Well, they become homeless. And that's why we get this bigger and bigger problem. So, you know, that's really where we need to go if we want to address that problem. So, and people have criticized her for this $37,000 settlement. She said that kind of like went to compensate the cost of what it had cost her to be homeschooled, which, I mean, I think is a very reason. I don't think that's an unreasonable. It's not like billions of dollars, like Melania Trump, $1 billion, something that I think is true about her. I was like, my God, lady, who do you think you are? $1 billion defamation suit? Who? Now I can prove $1 billion, much more than $1 billion loss on my global expats project. But, and it does get into the defamation that happened. But, you know, it's not just like nobody who have said anything about me. Believe me, there's been all sorts of stuff. Would I ever in my life think that my feelings being hurt is worth $1 billion? I mean, that is arrogance gone wacko. Okay, so I'm gonna have to get some more water. Um, so oh, here it was. She went did her journalism degree. Then afterwards she worked as an intern for Vogue magazine. Oh, but here there's a conflict there. Sorry, this is AI stuff. So we're saying that she's working in a private equity firm, but then here in Vogue magazine as an intern. Oh, that was before the private equity firm. Yeah, she is bouncing around a lot. Um, Although, I mean, I did too when I was that age, so I can't say much about that. Um, and I mean, she has 4 kids. I would be, I mean, I would understand. She does what, 4 hours of podcast a week, and if that's paying for her, you know, to have her family. I mean, I'm not sure what her husband's really doing. We'll get in a little bit to that. Um, and have 4 kids. I mean, I would have loved to have had 4 children. Um, but it is a lot of work. I'm sure she has help. And then her husband, I mean, they both work at home, so it is a bit different. And I mean, this is the type of situation that I'm all for. Um, you know, this whole thing of nannies and oh God, when I got back to the States and all of the women at the IMF, oh, I want a nanny, I want a nanny. I'm like, I was like, you people, you're coming to the United States. We don't have nannies here. And lo and behold, I found that they did. I was like, what's going on? And the thing is that they've just changed the name. This is to say, this was a maid before. They called them maids, and now, oh no, 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 it's much more, elitist to say that you have a nanny. There's still minimum wage immigrants. This is the joke. I mean, so anyway, then, and I think she actually did like become an au pair or babysitter or something like that. I did too. I left the financial markets, and that's when I became an au pair in France to learn French. That's where I met my ex. Okay, so then in 2018, she co-founded Blexit along with former Tucson police officer Brandon Tatum. Now, Brandon Tatum, he's really promoting the Fed slop. So yeah, it's kind of like, okay, what's going on there? In 2021, she joined the Daily Wire. Uh, then she was dismissed in 2024 following a series of comments perceived. This isn't a very important word that they stick in there all of the time. In fact, in the domestic violence extremist report of Biden 2021, that word perceived is all over the place. If you ever see anything with this word in there all over the place, you're dealing with a gaslight operation. Okay. So perceived is anti-Semitic, and months of tension with co-host Ben Shapiro. Okay, so this gets into the rise of Ben Shapiro and yeah, him on his little midget horse. I do love that one. Okay, so politically, Owens has expressed. Oh, I did even delete something in here because I was like, no, I'm sorry, AI. You're really like promoting the politically correct bullshit. Now, the thing is AI is like Wikipedia. It's really good. Google and it can give you some basic good information, but take everything with a grain of salt and also, verify some of the stuff that it's telling you. But it is a good place to start off of what can you tell me about this? What can you tell me about that? But, as I say, verify it and take stuff with a grain of salt. Oh, it also it started giving me bullshit. If you start asking questions of something it doesn't like, it'll start coming out with bullshit answers. Another thing. So, but as I say, it still is a useful tool. So by late 2017, she had started producing pro-Trump commentary. Um, and criticizing notions of structural racism, systemic inequality, and identity politics. Now, I very much applaud Candace on this because this really is, and this is coming from the feminist and the HR people um, that are just out of control. I want to see this is also, my God, if somebody could help me, a lawyer, take the IMF HR department. Well, this gets into Gina Paoni, Kalpana Kochar, but all of these people who were involved. My case, I mean, the clock's ticking and everybody, statute of limitations. I'm like, take your statute of limitations, shove it up your ass, and I'll explain to you how you're going to argue this and present this in the courts. Because RICO, we got no statute of limitations things. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking, but as long as the clock is ticking, statute of limitations do not kick in. I don't know how many times I have to explain that to these people. So then August 2017, she began posting politically themed videos on YouTube. Yeah, okay, like many people. So she launched the Red Pill Black, a website that YouTube channels that promotes Black conservatism in the US. Um, Now this is pretty much, we'll see, yeah, in the next one, this TPUSA has kind of taken this all on. And I mean, Black conservatism in the USA, I think that there is a need for that market. And most of her messaging, I don't disagree with. Although, however, she is married to a white man and she does kind of hang out in the white world. Um, so, that's also kind of been one of the problems with Black conservatives is like, yeah, but you know, you seem to be going into this white, suburban white bread world and you're promoting a Black conservatism because so I'm like confused there. Um, and really the the Black liberals and Democrats, they are very much the motor behind socialism and a perpetuation. I mean, the Black women are worse. Well, see, I keep on saying this. Okay, it's not that it's worse or better, or it's just different flavors. The Black women, the Hindu women, the white women. Um, and even with the white women, we got the dumb bimbo blondes like Erica Kirk, or Megan Kelly, or Maureen Callahan. Which I mean, Maureen, please, you look so bad with that white, that fake blonde that you got going on there. I mean, all of these girls, Anna Kasparian, although Anna, your blonde does look this platinum blonde on Maureen Callahan just looks really bad because she also has the dark eyebrows. That look I think is it's like so um kind of like retro punk rock or something. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that reminds me of like the punk rock era, Madonna or something. But yeah, it's not working. But Anna Kasparian, I like your hair, but that's about it. Yeah, she's the typical, New York young yuppie, what we called in the day yuppie, Sex in the City success story. Or one of my favorite movies, How to Lose a Man in 10 Days. Oh no, that's precious. That's precious. But that is the success story that everybody is has been selling. You go and work for Anna Wintour in New York. I mean, or you go and work amongst the wolves of Wall Street in New York City. I mean, this is what both the right and the left have been pushing as success stories. And that's why we got Melania Trump, who, excuse me, a sugar baby honeypot brought in by Epstein. I mean, that's what everybody's afraid of, and that's why she was all afraid, and why the the movie came out, their feeble attempt to sell another version of Melania Trump than what it really is. It's all a facade. It's all a Truman Show. See, this is also when Candace Owens, after Charlie Kirk has died, she's like, it's all a Truman Show. So the thing is Candace, does Candace really think that Charlie Kirk is dead? Or is Candace part of the Psyop? And Candace, because like Baron Coleman says, there's somebody on trial for Charlie Kirk's murder. And for Charlie Kirk to allow that to happen, he would have to be a monster. However, if Charlie Kirk knows that this is all just a Truman Show, and this guy's going to get off at the end, because there were doubts about the lawyer's defense at the beginning, but then Baron Coleman said, no, the lawyer did ask the prosecution if they had been looking at any of the different podcasters and the different possibilities, other possibilities than Tyler Robinson. So is Candace put into the game to, I think she knows that Charlie Kirk is alive. And she put in there to make sure that there would be all of these different podcasters saying, wait a second, it's not Tyler Robinson, it's not Tyler Robinson. And she's part of it. Or is she what she appears to be? And somebody who wants to find out, who doesn't know, who hasn't been part of this. But then then I'm like, my God, Charlie, you would do that to somebody who is like one of your best friends? I mean, really the only person around you who, let's start with your wife, who has any kind of sense of integrity and loyalty to you, and you would do that to Candace. So the whole thing about the Tyler Robinson, as I explained, because that also is, I mean, and oh my God, in all of these, the other speculation by a podcaster was, and you're letting us spend all of this time investigating your murder? Ah, you guys are just there for entertainment anyway. It doesn't matter what the subject line is. You're out there to entertain the public. So, and this whole thing, this, reminds me, I keep on saying, my God, this is better than Dynasty and Dallas put together of who killed Charlie Kirk, who killed Charlie Kirk. So yeah, this would be a great PR. I mean, that's kind of what Jesse on Fire gets into. This would be a great PR stunt, the way it's set up. So let's see, in 2019, Candace departs TPUSA and received the support of prominent figures in the Republican Party. President Trump called her a very smart thinker, while Republican National Committee Chair Ronna Romney, oh gosh, these women in the Republican women's clubs. Okay, Ronna Romney McDaniel said at CPAC, people like Candace Owens, like Charlie Kirk, we need more leaders like that. These are not leaders. These are propagandists. They're social media influencers. I mean, this is what I'm going to show. What is Candace or her husband leading? They're not leading anything. They're just parrots and puppets. So Ted Cruz expressed his admiration for Owens by jokingly suggesting in 2022 that she be appointed to the Supreme Court of the United States. See how these old fogies just fill their heads with all sorts of stuff of these young kids? Okay, in April 2018, I mean, Washington's filled with these snot-nosed brats. Some of them are palatable and some are not. Candace is a palatable one. Erica Kirk is a non-palatable one. But see, you got these running around, these little girls, a dime a dozen. So in April 2018, Kanye West tweeted, "I love the way Candace Owens thinks." The tweet was met with derision on the part of many of West fans. Yeah, Kanye West is, this is also, it's like, wait a second, they're all over the map, they're all in bed together. Kanye West is definitely, left black Democrat. Um, and I mean, if I'm not mistaken, and I did Kanye West before, but I concentrated, it was more the concern about his father. But isn't that Kim Kardashian? Wasn't he married with Kim Kardashian? I didn't even go into his wives. But, like, and then isn't that the one that like went nude? Yeah, so these are our leaders and our role models. Come on, you guys, Uh, in May 2019, Candace Owens hosted the Candace Owens Show on PragerU. Um, she left PragerU at 2020 and then to the Daily Wire. Uh, the show premiered the platform on March 19th, 2021. So it was a live audience. The guest included Donald Trump, Dana White, UFC president Dana White. Oh gosh. Um, Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan is Donald Trump and Jim Jordan. That's with the Sasha Riley stuff. So Jeremy Boring announced Owens would be leaving the Daily Wire in March 2024. A move he believed to be related to a string of comments considered to be anti-Semitic. So again, anti-Semitic. But this is coming out, with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and even Megyn Kelly saying, uh, you know, stop saying that I'm anti-Semitic anytime I criticize anybody. Anytime I criticize Israel or anybody I criticize who happens to be Jewish. Just because you criticize a person who's Jewish doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic. And just because you criticize Israel doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic. So obviously, again, Candace was a victim of all of this, freedom of speech, but none of the journalists have been, standing up against this. As I said at the beginning, Juan Williams, 2010, was the first time I saw it. And that was just because I had just gotten back to the United States and gotten back into the game. Because it is a game. It is a show. And anybody who doesn't realize that, my advice to you is to head off stage real quick because you're going to get it burned. Let's see. Oh, and then, okay, in 2020, Owens announced her intention to either run for office in the U.S. Senate or to be a governor, and that she would only run against an incumbent Democrat, not a Republican. Let's see. In 2021, she tweeted that she was considering running for president in 2024. I'm like, my God. Stop. Everybody wants to be president. Everybody wants to run in a political campaign. It's a popularity contest. is money that's being wasted um, by filling candidates' heads filled with delusions of grandeur, giving them opportunity to sleep with the young jailbait interns that they keep on bringing in, and for the jailbait interns to get their foot into politics in Washington. Okay, so Blexit, I didn't even know what that was, but it was black and exit that mimics Brexit, of course. Um, and which is the UK's withdrawal from the European Union. This will get into George Farmer. Um, the original Blexit movement was started in 2016 by Conley. I'm not sure who this Conley is, with the goal of achieving Black economic independence by encouraging Black Americans to leave the traditional financial systems that have historically disadvantaged the Black community. Well, that's silly, because the traditional financial systems um, are what need to be completely overhauled, and we'll know under affirmative action, actually, the Black community has been favored because these financial systems are predatory and exploitative, and they've just found it another way to oppress the Blacks, just like the Jim Crow, the war on drugs, um, and the importation of drugs into urban areas, and the CIA selling crack cocaine to the Black community was in order to incarcerate 90% of Black men in urban areas, and that's what we have today. 90% of urban Black men either have a criminal record or are in jail, in prison. Um, so, I'm not against this, but this stuff that they need to leave the financial systems which have been historically disadvantaged to this community is false. This sentence is bullshit. This is AI Fed slop. Let's put that in there. So, and this, I hope that George Farmer will start listening to me, because we'll get into him later soon. Okay, so then in 2018, Owens and Brandon Tatum launched the Blexit Foundation. Okay, so you have the Blexit movement, but then you have the foundation, which, let's just take a quick look at the financials there. So, okay, now let's see. This is for the end year 2023. So I guess they closed up at 2023, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because it merged. Then it merged with TPUSA. Their expenses were $1 million, well, over $1 million, but their revenue, so I get to not even 300,000. So probably they had, some assets. Yeah, they had net assets, and they just spent down everything pretty much. To bring that down. Yeah, so that's how they did it. So, before that, so their revenue in 2021 was over 2 million, expenses over 3 million, compensation, Candace was earning over 250,000. See, this is also almost $300,000. I can barely get a job, at minimum wage because I won't drink and pass out Kool-Aid. Um, and then the CEO is just under 200,000. You've got the development director at 140,000. Okay, Brandon Tatum, he got 36,000. VP and director. I mean, for that, I assume he was part-time. But anyway, yeah, we again get into, look at this, 2020 revenues of almost at 7.5 million, expenses of 5 million. And I mean, all they do is produce propaganda. That's the only thing that these organizations produce. Okay, so sure, 230,000 still. Okay, so she, but they're still, and George Farmer was in there, but he didn't get anything. This Alice Hanley, I'm like, who was this? See, this is another thing. The people that they have working in here, live events director. Okay, 2019, it wasn't yet a million. Okay, so yeah, I mean, she got some real good money real quick. Let's go back. Because that would have, yeah, after she's, let's see here. Yeah, PragerU, she leaves there 2020. And then, I mean, I'm sure she wasn't making that kind of money at PragerU. And so this closes up. As I say, 20, oh, making some good money. And that, of course, had to do with getting Trump elected. So, and as I say, then it winds down in 2023, and she's starting her podcast, and I guess her company is moving forward, so she doesn't really need that income. And and I guess, yeah, Trump gets into office, so her job is done, if you will, and it goes back into, so they roll it over to TPUSA. And I think here it is, TP Rise. Yeah, I did put in the, so yeah, we Rise. Let's see about TPUS. Rise is the largest minority conservative grassroots movement in the nation. Rise exists to strengthen families and reclaim cultural. Oh, this is freezing up. Within, let's see if I go back here. Let's see if I move it over there. Okay, there it stopped. Okay, so grassroots movement in the nation Rise exists to strengthen families and reclaim culture within minority America through high energy events, authentic community outreach, and inspiring educational initiatives. We empower Black, Hispanic, Asian, and all minority communities to rise above division and embrace faith, family, and freedom. But the thing is, so, you know, TPUSA, they're going after the minorities, but Trump administration, they are white supremacists. And the, as I've been covering this for years and years and years and years and exposing the the left, because my concentration has been on the feminist movement and the Democrats, because the feminists have taken over the the Democratic Party along with the minoritist. And so this is just about moving minority votes over to the Republicans. This is not about an ideological shift. This is not about promoting any kind of ideology. Because if you'll see, in fact, last night, apparently there was some TPUSA event, and Riley Gaines was there. Isabel Brown is another one over at TPUSA that we point to of these are social media influencers promoting the trad wife um stuff. But these are they're not trad wives, not Erica Kirk. These are, are career feminists. Even Candace Owens, look at, she goes to New York, she goes to LA. um the yuppie career woman, the it girl. This was Marlo Thomas and uh, oh, what was her name? Mary Tyler Moore, who sold this to the American youth back in the 60s and 70s. Um, and you can make it, go to the big city and you can make it. And then we get Sex in the City as the finale. Um, so these are not, it's just packaging. It's all packaging. There's no substance, there's no meat and potatoes, there's no real, as I say, there's no substance to any of these people. And it's been in their upbringings from their homes as well as the schools. The schools are not doing, I mean, this is where I want education reform. And I mean, part of it gets into when I was the project that I was involved with the street kids of Bogota through Padre Nicolo, and how that the situation is being handled there. And I found it, look at outcome. Stop giving me your freaking talking points. I want to know what the outcome is. That's all I care about. And I don't want any excuses. Well, we're trying. Oh, I love that. From one of the economists, I was like, you guys didn't fix what happened, with the 2008 collapse, but we tried. Yeah, you don't get any points for trying. No, this is no longer kindergarten. This is not even high school. Sorry, this is real world. Okay, so yeah, see how many they have chapters all over the place. And we all know that TPUSA is also focusing, they're getting some of the backlash from the universities that are not accepting them after Charlie Kirk's assassination and being taken over by the she-devil, Erica Kirk. Um, so they are, their strategy has been the high schools, and they're really focusing on that. And there's got to be a pushback, and this has to be a unified pushback from liberals, real liberals. I'm talking about, you know, liberals who have not drunk Kool-Aid and who adhere to the values and principles of JFK, Bobby Kennedy. You know, they were an anomaly in their family. I mean, Joseph Sr. He was accused of being an anti-Semitic because he was concerned about the Jewish question, as were many back in the 20s and 30s. And we all just, oh, they were just racist, they were just racist, they were just anti Semitic. But now we're seeing that wasn't the case. And there were issues that were not dealt with back then and come back to roost. Uh, Problems don't just conveniently go away like these people want to pretend. So let's move on to God, I really need some water. Let's move on to George Farmer, her husband. So he was born 1990 in London. I mean, these kids are the age of my children. Yeah. So I mean, when I see the photo of them with their four children, and I think they are a happy couple. Um, I don't know. There was speculation that this was an arranged marriage, and I don't know. It was one of those coup de feu. In my opinion, don't go so fast, you kids. I mean, Candace and George were sitting there. Yeah, all these people who date for years and years and years. Yeah, that's not a good thing either, but oh, within a couple weeks, no, we're going to get married. I mean, my ex did that, and I was like, well, let's live together for a year and see things, at the end of the year, then we'll decide. Well, then he was like, oh, okay, I'm on probation for a year. Yeah, okay, so anyway, I mean, this whole thing of once you got the ring, once you got the marriage certificate, I snagged him. Oh, and then once I'm pregnant, once I got the babies, then, he's really snagged in there. Women have got to stop doing that. And it is prevalent. I mean, this is the thing with tripping the prom queen. She points that out. I mean, all of the women who've written about aggression and the viciousness between women have said nobody wants us talking about this, and that's why I can't get my book published. But Susan Shapiro Barash, she does point out in her book that the whole feminist movement hasn't liberated women, and they're just as vicious as they were for husbands over successful children. Who has the biggest mansion? They're all just as vicious and competitive over those things as they used to be, and now they've just thrown jobs in there, and they have not made a positive contribution. They've taken over the HR department, and these people couldn't give a shit. They all just, it's all corporate, corporate, corporate. These ladies are selling you the Kool-Aid of corporate tomorrow like there's no tomorrow. Um, so yeah, that's not been positive. Um, so more on him. Let's see. His father became a life peer, so yeah, that's into his father. His father, um, so his father grew up kind of like in poverty, but that was because his father, so George's grandfather was a metal trader, you know, like trading in metals instead of currencies or things like that. So, yeah, I can tell you, trading, it doesn't matter what you're trading in. Uh, Stocks, bonds, metals, commodities, whatever. It's exciting. It's just like going to the casino and gambling with people's money. It's exciting, and you but you often get burned. and you can make money, you can make fortunes as fast as you're going to lose fortunes. So these are not stable people. And so my point being, his family has been part of the burn and bust economies for a long time. Just like we'll see her later. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to play something because I need to go and get some water. So we'll see her later on. In fact, as I say, I really need to go and get, my throat is getting so dry. So we'll get back to George here. I'm going to jump here. And let's empowering the next generation of leaders. See these guys, they're just passing out Kool-Aid.
But let's bring out our great panel and give them a huge steamboat welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Here comes our moderator.
At Foxcroft, the girls, it was particularly at Reynolds, they would blast that song out of the windows at the school. The funny thing is the ones who would do that are the ones who have become some of the most conformist and part of the problem. But I used to laugh at that one. I was like, you girls here in your country club and you're bitching about how it's mind control. I was like, take advantage of, I mean, Biff Smith, I loved his English classes and literature classes and stuff. There was some really good, I was like, stop complaining about everything. Take advantage of it. No.
You can hear me? Nice job on the Pink Floyd selection. I don't know who that was. That was the song. It was refreshing in the last panel to hear people talking about how to keep students safe from actual violence, not safe from mainstream conservative ideas. What I thought we'd do, we have about 45 minutes, I thought we would begin by just having Charlie and Candace talk to everyone about what TPUSA is and how your personal lives led into TPUSA. I know that Charlie spoke here roughly half a decade ago, and a lot of people here, I think, are here for the first time, so that might be really useful. So why don't we just start there?
Sure. First of all, I just want to say thank you all for having me here again. I did not bring any Antifa protesters with us today. It's been a long month this week, I'll have to say that much. You can't eat breakfast in Philadelphia anymore without drawing a small crowd. I just first want to say thank you to the Steamboat Institute and the amazing people in this room that have played such a critical role to Turning Point USA's growth throughout the years. I sat on this stage, I think 4 years ago, and Turning Point was a lot smaller than it is today. We were on a couple hundred campuses. It was an idea that was still in formation, and here we are 4 years later and 6 years in. We're a presence on 1,300 college and high school campuses, have thousands of activists passing through our training programs. It's a really amazing American success story. Jennifer, thank you for all the generosity and the platform you have given myself, Candace, and our organization throughout the years. And thank you to Tom and Donna and David, Ellen, and the Lazovs. I could name everyone in this room because it's just been amazing, the blessing that has poured out from this conference and this gathering of amazing patriots here in Steamboat. So for those of you that don't know, I started this organization, Turning Point USA, 6 years ago in June of 2012. Turning Point is now the nation's largest and strongest, and I would say most innovative youth organization. As I mentioned, now present on 1,300 college and high school campuses. We stand for free markets, limited government, and American exceptionalism. We, just this last summer, have accomplished a lot. We had the nation's largest Young Women's Leadership Summit, High School Leadership Summit, Young Latino Leadership Summit. We had a Chapter Leadership Summit, brought our top 120 leaders to the White House to meet with the President, and had time to make fools of Antifa. So we've had a very, I'd say, interesting summer, but we are involved in the culture war in a very important and pertinent way. And as Candace always says, politics flows downstream from culture. Met Candace back in November, hired her 5 minutes after I met her, and as they say, the rest is the future, as you say. So go get it.
So most of you guys, I don't know if all of you know this, but I started my journey on YouTube, actually. For me, I was never really politically inclined. I was working in a private equity firm in Manhattan, and when Donald Trump announced his bid for the presidency, I remember thinking that I did not want him to be the president of the United States for a ton of reasons. I think he made a lot of people uncomfortable. He definitely was not and still is not your typical politician. But I was impressed by the rhetoric that was coming out of the media. If they said that they felt that he was ill-prepared or they didn't have the experience, that would have made sense. But instead, they were saying that he was a sexist and that he was a racist and that he was transphobic. And at one point, they said that he was incestuous. He had feelings for Ivanka. And I thought that that was really extreme rhetoric, especially because I grew up in a household where I listened to a ton of hip-hop music. And particularly in the black community, Trump was glorified. There were in Jay-Z songs and Beyonce songs, everybody was sipping poolside at Mar-a-Lago. Everybody wanted to be like Trump. He was a symbol of status. And then the second he decided to become the president of the United States, they all changed their mind, decided that he was racist. And that didn't seem very practical or true to me. So I had started wondering then, is it possible that racism is now being used as a theme to turn black people into single issue voters? And of course the answer is yes. I had this brilliant idea that I could be the person that could shake everything up. I was going to quit my job and everything I knew and start making YouTube videos, and I was going to have tremendous success. Really could have been a delusion, but I suppose I got lucky, and I worked really hard, and I saw such a clear path in my head because I understood how it was possible that I thought I had to be a Democrat up until that point, that I thought that I had to be a liberal. I understood what was going on, and by my third video, I woke up in the morning and I had 29 million views worldwide. Thank you, yeah, pretty big. The video was dubbed in Portuguese, it was dubbed in Spanish, it was dubbed in French, and that was really surprising to me because I thought that I was hitting at an American sentiment, that the media was duping us, they were being dishonest, that they were trying to wrap us into our emotions. But that particular video and the way that it took off let me know that I was hitting at a worldwide sentiment, that something wasn't adding up. And it really inspired me to keep going. It led me to Charlie, and the reason why everyone says, why don't you have your own show, why don't you do this? If I was serious about reversing the effects of what I refer to as a mass brainwashing that the left has been able to implement on the black community, I had to understand how I was brainwashed, and there were three main verticals that I understood we had to attack. The first one is family. So the breakdown of the black family, which started in the 1960s with LBJ and the Great Society Act. That's the first thing they did. Anybody that asks me the question, what is the number one issue facing the black community, I tell them it's father absence, because it is. Thank you. The second vertical, culture and media. Where do we get our information from? Most of the people that found me say that they found me through Kanye West. Despite the fact that I've been on Fox News millions of times before that, that culture and that media vertical was super important that we attacked. And the third vertical, of course, is the education system, which has been turned into liberal indoctrination camps. And Charlie was already fighting that vertical, so he and I linked up, and he's not being funny when he says he hired me in 5 minutes. I spoke on a panel just like this, got off stage, and Charlie said, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to lead the black revolution against the Democrat Party. And he said, you're hired. You're hired. Sit down.
You should do your Trump impression.
It's really good.
I actually do a pretty good Donald, I have to say. It's not bad. The best, actually.
It was interesting to hear you say that your video went viral in other countries, because one thing that I've noticed in the last few weeks, actually, is the extent to which the ideology of social justice and identity politics really has a kind of international reach. And it's strange when I watch Brazilian news to hear people speaking in kind of the same terms that a lot of humanities professors in American colleges speak. And so it's really just an observation more than anything. It's not clear to me how that particular way of thinking has sort of spread to the degree that it has.
Well, it's not organic. It's quite strategic by George Soros and the Open Society Foundation. There's an ideology that everyone should familiarize yourself with. It's called postmodernism, but it's really cultural Marxism. And postmodernism started in the 1970s by a philosopher in France, Jacques Derrida. All bad ideas start in France, so we might as well continue that trend. And then it got introduced to the Yale Humanities Department, and almost every horrific idea in America starts in Yale. And so that's 2 for 2. And essentially it comes from this idea that there's no such thing as absolute truth, that you are what you say you are. This is where the whole idea of transgenderism comes from, and the challenging of is there such thing as absolute truth, so on and so forth. The postmodernists say no, and in essence they kind of blew up the paradigm of the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat, and they reconfigured it to oppressor versus oppressed, more specifically based on racial identity politics. So you're looking at what the left would look at Candace and I, and they'd say Charlie Kirk's a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, I am the oppressor. Candace Owens is a black female, she's oppressed. There's nothing she can possibly do to break out of that mold unless she sells her soul out to the oppressor, which they accuse her of. And the only thing I could possibly do is to apologize and to pay tribute to society so that I could possibly reconcile the sins of the past of white males against black women. So Candace is in direct defiance of this oppressor versus oppressed paradigm. Cultural Marxism, postmodernism, is being taught in every major university across the world because George Soros is spending over $30 billion to make sure that happens. And you have to understand, it almost gives a badge of righteousness and a badge of honor to victimhood. And this is where Candace comes in so brilliantly, where there's nothing honorable about being a victim. College campuses, what do you call it, Candace? The Oppression Olympics?
Yeah, they're literally playing the Oppression Olympics. It's like, can I be...
Yeah, I just want to say here, this is, they're doing the same thing like with the domestic violence arena and the Me Too movement, this whole victimhood. If you want to stand up to the system, I mean, my whole thing with the domestic violence people. Take your frickin' shoulder that you want me to give, what you want to give me to cry on, and stick it up your ass. Because I don't want any of your sympathy. I don't want any of your bullshit. Clean up your courts. Oh, all I want. Let me go home to my children.
Be more oppressed than the person next to me. It's, well, I'm black. Oh, but I'm black and I'm a woman. Oh, but I'm black and a woman and I'm gay. So I'm super duper duper oppressed. And it's crazy. These kids get up, and for those of you that don't know what we do on college campuses, Charlie and I sit in 2 chairs, very simple, there's a sign behind us that says, we believe in free markets and capitalism. And then
Rough stuff.
Yeah, rough stuff, and crazy ensues. People are shouting and screaming and protesting.
But see, they believe in free market and capitalism, but this is going to get into, with George Farmer and his family and Trump, and they're not promoting that. They're promoting a oppressive paradigm, free capitalism. And free trade means everybody's going to have a fair shake. It doesn't mean a free-for-all and anarchy. It means courts that are above reproach, and that anybody who has a good idea for a company can go and get the funding that they need, the personnel that they need, and not have people trying to sabotage their company, like my ex-husband hacking into my computer and contacting my web designers to crash my website when Microsoft is becoming interested in. That's not free trade. Or trying to shut me up because I want to denounce all of you pedophiles and witches. That's not free trade.
And playing Beyonce music and loudly so they can drown out the sound of our voices. And they're angry and they're bitter because I'm sitting up there and I'm saying that I believe in you. You don't need government handouts. You don't need welfare. You can do it. That has become a point of contention because they've been led to believe and brainwashed that there's some value in being a victim. And the idea that there is value in being a victim is what has led the black community to essentially disintegrate over the last 60 years.
And so let me tell you a fun story. First, here's a factoid. Candace and I are the only conservative duo to speak at UC Berkeley, UCLA, and Stanford in a span of 6 weeks and live to tell about it.
I'm alive.
So we were at UCLA, and this was one of the moments where Candace confronted the Black Lives Matter protest. Actually, they confronted you, and you handled it rather well. Went totally viral, and that's I think what helped trigger Kanye West to send the tweet out, I love the way Candace Owens thinks. My favorite encounter is when a young black woman who goes to UCLA was trying to convince us that she was oppressed. Well, she goes to UCLA, so give me a break. I mean, you can do whatever you want with your life once let's just put that aside for a second. So Candace had this wonderful speech about self-empowerment, believing in the individual, and saying, I believe you can do anything you say you can do. Now, this young black woman was programmed to oppose everything Candace Owens says, no matter what she says. And she said, that's a horrible thing to say. That's racist, that's this, that's that. And Candace said, no, I believe in you. Stop saying that. And then Candace was like, all right, I don't believe in you. Thank you.
They're
You're welcome.
insane.
Like, yeah, I hope you fail. Like, thank you.
They really are that insane.
Victim?
And you can't make it up. So we go around and we tell people just how insane it's gotten on college campuses. But until you're there and you understand what we're talking about, that sitting in a chair can trigger people, that you can get a crowd of people protesting you. Always these people have blue and pink hair. We tell our students, if you see somebody with pink hair, run the other way. So, and it's remarkable because I'll sit in a chair alone and Charlie won't be with me and I'll be on campus and you will have a white girl shouting in my face telling me that I'm perpetuating white supremacy, that I am a white supremacist. They're that delusional. They have no idea. They'll say the same thing over and over again. Candace, how could you let down your sisters? What about your sister Angela Davis? So I said, I don't have a sister named Angela Davis. And then I realized, of course, she's talking about Angela Davis and black feminism and the idea that I can't think differently than any other black person is a fundamentally racist concept that I have to, because, is it not?
I actually had a student who said that the notion of objectivity itself was white supremacist.
Well, and they think science and math are all constructs created by white men to help white men continue their power struggle.
Have you heard of feminist glaciology? It's like
That's
a
new.
feminist spin on a scientific discipline. Well, there were 2 directions I wanted to go in. I wanted to ask first if there are any elements of your personal story that you haven't shared that might be of interest to the audience and getting us to understand even better how you came to do this. Like what motivated you and not a million other people?
Well, I think, for how many of you guys have seen my PragerU video? Okay, so I did a PragerU video on my biggest motivation in life has always been my grandfather. He started his life on a sharecropping farm in North Carolina and worked his entire life to give us a better opportunity. Growing up in his household for the formative years of my life, and he put God first, his wife second or first, you could say that they were tied. And truly, although he probably would tell you he was a Democrat, he's a conservative. Those are conservative values. If you believe in God, if you believe in honoring your wife, if you believe in structure, those are conservative principles today. So it made sense having been raised in his household that I would come out the way that I did. He ended his life, when him and my grandmother retired back down south, he actually purchased the sharecropping farm that he started his life on and now owns it. And that really is the American dream, the idea that you can start anywhere in your life and end up somewhere else as long as you're willing to work hard and not play the victim. So my grandfather is the ultimate non-victim. He's stubborn to a fault in believing that he can do everything, despite the fact that he's getting older and he can't. He still believes that he can. So my mentality is very much like his, and I credit him with everything that I am today.
And see, that's what made America great. That attitude, and doesn't matter if it's white, black, whatever. That's what I admired in my father. I know that's what he admired in his father. That's the backbone of this country. Now, her grandfather was a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not sure if I think he was maybe abusive. Now, I also heard there was something about maybe him having a mistress or something. I don't know about that.
For those of you that have kind of been following the journey of Turning Point, one of the most kind of interesting developments has been how some people, this has happened under the kind of the evolution of Donald Trump. If you look at how Turning Point has defied political gravity, it's quite remarkable. And what troubles Candace and I, and this is a good lesson for everyone in this room, is we have some wonderful allies on the conservative side. First and foremost, the First Family and the President. And they're unbelievably loyal people. They understand the value of the culture war. And we have, we've done our part to defend the greatest president of the modern era, if not one of the greatest presidents in American history, Donald Trump. And, but
this is where I'm like, like Candace said, the black people, all these black people who are like, oh, I love how Trump, his ivory towers, his mansions and his jet setting, and this is the American way, and we love Donald Trump until he gets into office. And Charlie Kirk, this is the greatest president we've ever seen. Yet Charlie Kirk, TP USA, did not start as a Christian group, but rather a free market group. And really, Charlie Kirk unfortunately drank some Kool-Aid here.
It's what gets us.
I think Charlie Kirk and Candace, I think they're fundamentally good people. I just think that they have been brainwashed.
So frustrated, and this might come as a surprise to some of you. The most vicious, the most hostile attacks come from fellow conservatives, by far. Some have passed through the ranks of this conference, but I won't say any names. But they I don't know. It's really troubling because we never do friendly fire, Candace and I. But it seems as if we're fighting too much R on R, conservative on conservative fire at times. And look, the enemy is the left, folks. And we don't have time to get involved in crossfire or to get involved in friendly fire because we abide by Reagan's 11th commandment, thou shalt not speak ill of a fellow Republican or conservative. I'd rather have an 80% ally than a 20% enemy. And this is something...
Yeah, see, this is where Charlie made his fatal mistake. If he's dead. See, this is another thing. Why did he, was this all part of the Psyop? He's going to denounce Israel so then he becomes a sacrificial lamb, because they did say that they needed some sort of sacrificial lamb. This gets into the ritual stuff of sacrifices. But is somebody going to actually sit there and let them shoot you and kill you? But then, this is where I get into, I agree with Jesse on fire, and he does make a good point. He does show concrete evidence much better than Jordan Henshaw. That boy, unless you know somebody who's faked their own death, you can't opine about this shit. God, please. Jesse on Fire does really show, and he doesn't do it by shocking himself or something. He shows how Hollywood does stuff. But yeah, that maybe Charlie Kirk was involved, and okay, we're going to fake my death, and it's going to send, TPUSA, get lots of money for them, and send it in this different direction that it's taken under Erica Kirk. See, all of that, Charlie Kirk would have to be involved, and that doesn't make sense. See, this is where these things you got to analyze. Does this make sense? Does it make sense? Stop with at some point, because evidence can be deceiving as well. Physical evidence can be deceiving.
I think we need to get better at as a movement.
Correct.
And not be driven by whatever motivations puts you forth with that.
Correct. And I talk about that a lot. Obviously, we could talk all day about what the left does wrong, but I think it's more important and it's more critical to assess what we do wrong, because it might feel like we're winning, it might feel like we're on top, but if we're not able to have open dialogue about the things that we can change, we can lose that in a moment. Particularly, we saw this a lot during what we now call Kanye Week, the notorious week that Kanye West tweeted out, "I love the way Candace Owens thinks." And it was a huge moment, and I don't know if this might be Kanye's crowd, if you guys go home and listen to Kanye West, but he's single-handedly the most influential hip-hop artist. Beyond that, designer, one of the most influential people in the entire world is Kanye West. He tweets one thing, and within 1 week, black support for Donald Trump doubled. That's how impactful him putting on the MAGA hat and saying, "I like Donald Trump, he's my brother," was to our community. And what he did was he gave black people the permission to pursue different ideas. So everyone that follows Kanye West and wanted to know who is Candace Owens, they found my videos, and there were a ton of debates, obviously. Some people hated me, some people loved me, some were screaming boycott Kanye. It didn't work out. He had the #1 album in 83 countries. But the point is that he did something for the conservative movement that
#1 album in 83 countries. This reminds me of Julio Iglesias. Here we go. Now we understand where Kanye West came from.
Will be spoken about years from now. A tweet, 7 words. He ripped open a hole in reality that allowed people who had been so caught in a bubble, within this monolith, that they were suddenly willing to pursue different ideas and listen to different people. And the following that I gained after that Kanye West tweet, it was more significant than the Donald Trump tweet about me that came a week later. And what we saw in the conservative movement, though, were people that said, ignore Kanye. Culture is bad. Like you just want to stay within the box of politics because, I don't know, I guess there's an idea that you should stick your nose up to culture and say, that's not the way that we go, that's the way that the left goes. Well, this is why the left has been winning. They've had a stranglehold on culture. They have a stranglehold on Hollywood and hip hop and music and all of the idols. It's why Don Lemon pretends to care about LeBron James opening up a school, because all he cares about is that 5-second soundbite when LeBron James says something against the president. The CNN, the left, they understand this. That's how much it matters, because those kids, when they're growing up in the projects and they're growing up in the hood and they don't have a father that's at home, they look up to these idols. They put on a Jay-Z track. They wonder if they can be like LeBron James. Culture is an incredibly important aspect, and it's something that Andrew Breitbart understood. It's why he was the person that said the quote that politics is downstream from culture, and it's incredibly important that we as conservatives embrace that.
Yeah. See, these kids are understanding the theory. They're on the mark.
It's interesting to hear you two talk about how the right, in your opinion, right now is cannibalizing itself. And that's something the left often says about itself, too. And they often say that the right is so good at being cohesive. If the left is cannibalizing itself, or at least if they're attacking
Both
Turning Point
sides
USA,
are
if segments of the right are attacking Turning Point USA, it would seem to me it could either be just for petty envy reasons, it could be because they agree with your views but disagree with some of your tactics, or it could be because they actually honestly disagree with some of your views. So how do you, without getting into names, obviously, what is your analysis of where this disagreement is coming from?
I'm not going to attribute any motives to it. I'm just only going to say that it doesn't help. That's energy where we could be going after liberals and leftists, so on and so forth. But there is still a segment of the Republican Party, and many in House leadership and many in the Senate leadership, that hate this president. I mean, look, I said this yesterday, and on Judge Janine's show. She was dealing with Hannity. Everyone's complaining about Bob Mueller, right? No one likes Bob Mueller here. It's House Republicans that authorize the special prosecutor, folks. They're funding they keep reauthorizing his funding. They're supposed to exercise oversight of the special prosecutor. They're doing nothing. So I'm sick and tired of hearing about Democrats this, Democrats that. It's the Republicans that are giving Mueller the sword to kill President Trump. And we just are supposed to do nothing about that? I mean, it's the Republicans that refuse to declassify these memos. Thank God for Devin Nunes. If it wasn't for Devin Nunes and Mark Meadows, I don't know where we would be. But that's in defiance of House leadership. And so I believe that, and I know this to be true because we spend time outside of America in Washington, D.C. every so often, that there's a bipartisan cartel to destroy this president. And the lines are very clear. Either you are part of the establishment in both parties that would love to see this president fail, Democrat and Republican Party elites together because they want to get back to their swampish jacuzzi where they could just do whatever they wanted and no one would call them out for their deep state tactics. Or you're going to support this president to actually recalibrate and realign the country back to, servant government and first principles. And we see it firsthand. I've never seen a group of people hate another group of people as much as they hate President Trump and their allies. And we're not going to back down away from our support of President Trump just because thugs want us to stop talking.
Okay, I'm going to leave it for there. And we'll go back to something to drink, actually something to eat because my blood pressure has been going down. Which always, problem is you don't get the blood flowing to the brain, and it affects your short-term thinking. Doesn't have anything to do with my long term, but it definitely, my short term, it does. The very, very short term, just because of a bit of blood not getting up there. Anyway, so George Farmer, he was brought up, so his father was brought up in hardship. His father, George's grandfather was an alcoholic, and crash and burn metals trader, left the family destitute, which is what my ex-husband would have done, was on the road to doing. And I stepped up. I didn't become this alcoholic and, forget about my kids like Michael Farmer's mother and father. And that's kind of really what I'm not forgiven for. I didn't fall apart. I keep on saying this. I didn't fall apart. When my husband destroyed his career, I didn't fall apart. I mean, he couldn't forgive me for it. Nobody can forgive me for it. I was supposed to fall apart and be the trad wife, like Erica Kirk. I mean, Erica Kirk, she's given this company and she's running it to the ground within 6 months. And it's not even a company, it's a nonprofit. So yeah, anyway, as you see, if you are the puppet and you disperse the propaganda that the Republicans or the Democrats want, the liberals or the conservatives, I mean, this is not just in the United States, but it's all the status quo. The white replacement is the minorities. We've let the minorities in these different, Anglican countries, and they are bringing their third world morals and scruples along with it. And I'm sorry, the whole hypocrisy is exposed, because I'm like, wait a second, you guys, I'll go to any country in the world to start my global expats project, have it headquartered there, and you get the tax advantages, and you get the investment advantages and all that comes with it. I'm willing to go anywhere. I just want courts that are above board. And also, none of these other countries, I speak perfect Spanish. I could go to any of the Latin American countries. Oh, no, I'm a gringa, so I'll be discriminated against. Now, if I go to an African country, they don't have any affirmative action programs. Oh, we got to get as many whites and Asians and Middle Easterns into Africa and get equity and inclusion for all of these different minorities into our region of the world. Well, that's not happening. In fact, in South Africa, we do have, a genocide against white farmers. So, this whole thing of we've got defined in white countries and Anglican countries, we've got to get equity for all of the different minorities with the white people, but we're not going to promote the same thing in our regions of the world. Yeah, that is gonna create some animosity. I mean, just you don't have to be an Einstein to understand that. You're gonna piss people off and create a lot of social problems and a lot of economic problems and political problems in your country. Um, so that's, George grew up with a father who had grown up in a dysfunctional family, whose father and mother had grown up in dysfunctional families. So this is, generational. And the thing is, I had as many problems. I still do not know what George's siblings' names are. And I don't know Candace's siblings' names either. I'm like, what are you people hiding? And this is particularly, I mean, in you see it in the obituaries and the memorial for people. I mean, that's one place where you always, I mean, this is just etiquette. And this gets into um our history, what our history really is about. And this with the videos that are coming out about the Tartarian Empire, um that's AI, and so there's a lot of stuff you got to take it with a grain of salt, but there's a lot of stuff that's really, really interesting. But see, that totally rewrote the map of Central Europe and all of these different principalities and kingdoms, and you had the kings and queens, and that structure was, and you had whole populations that their country no longer existed and were stateless, rightless people. Um, and that created a huge problem. And one of the ways for politically to move on is to get rid of the records of families and historical events and all sorts of stuff. In fact, I was looking, Candace Owens is in North Carolina. Her family, that's Fayetteville, and there's another county. There's two areas. Uh, One of the records, courthouse or whatever, caught fire, so all the records were destroyed. So anything, you're going to have to go with people who had stuff within their own records. But you see this a lot, a lot. Uh, a lot of times these fires and destruction of these records and destructions of monuments and properties and stuff is not haphazard. And it is, whitewashing, cleansing, getting rid of the old and bringing in the new, um, and whitewashing history so that people aren't thinking of any kind of reference. Like, oh, we've already seen this, the rise to power of Trump. Uh, where have we seen this before? Hmm. Look at the rise of the Fourth Reich by Jim Mars. Okay, so Farmer George, he took over. So let's see. Let's see. In 2019, he took over. When did they get married? This is about the time they get. This is about the time they get married and they meet. So he becomes chairman of Turning Point UK. His then fiancee and now wife Candace Owens was the communication director. He continued to be chairman until April. That's another thing. Why did he leave? What happened? Why did he leave that position? And so that's April of, that was real quick. February to April. Let's see. Then he took over as CEO of Parler, an American social networking service, and its parent company, Parliament Technologies, which would have done the technologies. See, this is the type of platform I've been looking, which I want to, build, And I'm like, I don't care. I mean, I've already got the meat and potatoes, the content of what the platform needs and what it needs to promote in order to challenge both the oppressive conservatives as well as the liberals. But Microsoft became interested in it back in 2007, and that's when my ex-husband flipped out and tried to kill me because I disobeyed. See, this is the whole thing. Candace with her "What is a woman?" and this whole stuff about the obedience. We got to teach obedience. I'm like, no, yeah, there you lose me there, girl. And this is definitely not what this is just some theory stuff, bullshit that you're promoting because it's politically correct. And it gets you lots of likes and lots of money for any of your ideas, but it's hypocritical and it's counterproductive and it is self-destructive. It will be your demise. So prior to his tenure as CEO, Parler was allegedly used as a means for organizing the January 6th Capitol attack. So maybe they brought him in, he's a Brit, they can't go after him on that. A perception that it lacked moderation. I don't think Parler, this thing, even exists anymore. I think, Trump has got his Truth Social. Let's see. Let's see. Founded. No, it's still in existence. I don't know. New Parley join waitlist. Oh, I guess they're revamping it. Let's see if you try and. Okay, so I don't know. Let's see if I can get in here. Okay, yeah, apparently it does exist. It looks kind of, I don't know, like Twitter, I guess, and cross between Twitter, Instagram. Wow. I'll have to check that out and start posting stuff on there and do my profile and stuff. But I mean, all of these build another platform for what? I mean, this has been my thing from the beginning. I'm like, yeah, you got these platforms, but what are you doing with them? It's just propaganda, 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 and algorithms to promote propaganda. Sorry, I got my water and now I don't know where to put it. So it bottle. Oh, here it over. So it's like, what, you're gonna do another one, another one, another one. You're just inundating the internet with yet another platform and producing a bunch of jobs that are not for parasites on society. They're not being productive. They're not contributing to any kind of, how should I say, positive economy. In fact, they're being very counterproductive, and they with the jurisprudences against Lord Haha and what was it, Access Sally, Tokyo Rose. I mean, and those were death penalties, and people are calling for death penalties for all of these kids who are maintaining all the corruption and making a fortune along the way. I mean, $250,000 for the head of a nonprofit, a little nonprofit. That's some pretty money. Um, I don't know. And this is another thing she, with this whole Charlie Kirk stuff, she became the top podcaster. Um, so I don't know how much she's making. Everybody's criticizing everybody else for making money. Well, they need to start looking in the mirror. Um, then during Farmer's tenure, Kanye West tried to take over the company. I mean, with friends like this, who needs enemies? This is where the problem is. Okay, Farmer said of the proposed acquisition, ease acquiring of Parler will strengthen our ability to create an uncancelable ecosystem. Parler will remain a place where everyone can think, listen, and speak freely. I mean, all of this on paper sounds always so great. We will continue to fight against censorship, cancel culture, and authoritarianism. That's exactly what they're promoting. I mean, the deal fell apart. In April 2023, it was announced that Farmer would step down from his role as CEO. See, I mean, no wonder all these companies go bust all the time. You have, let's see, news starts, you have a failure rate of 70 to 90%. And that's amongst serial entrepreneurs. They just, oh, you're in the game. Here, we'll give you more money. We'll give you more money. You're in this little club. You become a member of this little club. Other work at the 2019 European Parliament election, he stood for the Brexit party. Yeah, well, I've been against Brexit, and because I'm very, very, I want the EU to succeed as much as I want the United States to succeed. And the EU made the same goddamn errors and stupidity as the Americans. And of course, the North, all of this money was injected into the South of Europe, and it was done a la McDonald's, highways, shopping malls, Trump towers, and not addressing the problems of rampant corruption and black market economies and different factions not getting along. I mean, my ex-husband, both of his grandfathers were on the losing side of the Spanish Civil War. I mean, one of the things that I'm just furious with him about more than anything else is, for me, democracy and the principles of democracy were always so important. And I was the white privilege, trophy that he married. Um, and he and his family are just showing that's all bullshit. Once again, this is just about, you know, getting into positions of power, accumulation of wealth and privilege, and the world be damned. That's how Marie Antoinette got her head chopped off, along with Louis XVI and the Tsar and Tsarina Nicholas, and all of their family were killed. I mean, history is repeating itself again and again and again because nobody is learning any lessons. Okay, so he was not elected, and I mean, he's a kid. All of this, oh, then we got, I'm just thinking at Cobham Hall. This was part of the Nottingham crowd. One of the girls who went to to Cobham Hall. Sorry, I'm drinking something. And I can't for the life of me right now think of her name, but she was the it girl of the government. I think it was Cameron, during the Cameron It's in there. It's about Cobham Hall. I forget off the top of my head. Is again, all the blood's not going to my head right now. So anyway, you know, this is just repeat and re-repeat and re-repeat of the same bullshit everybody's been pulling for generation after generation after generation. I mean, as I said, I don't think Candace or George are bad people. But he is one frat boy. I mean, he went to this, what was this, Bullingdon Club. Yeah, they all go out, just like all the frat houses, tear up everything, you know, we're above the law, um, teach these kids to be entitled and arrogant and elitist. I mean, my favorite was always with the Kennedys. There hasn't been a Kennedy who wasn't arrested who said, "You can't arrest me, I'm a Kennedy." So he also founded the companies Redfield and Wilton Strategies and Red Kite Group, research firm, jigsaw research firm, marketing firm. I mean, what are these snot-nosed brats? They're all over the place starting these companies. What did these companies ever produce? Nothing but bullshit. He is a board member. As of 2023, he is a board member of GB News. Okay, see, also, in 2024, he attempted to buy Catholic Herald. He attempted to buy it with what money? His own pocket or Capital Ventures? I've been looking for money, for Capital Venture money, for almost 20 years. And since I'm an old lady who's not going to take shit from anybody, nobody will give me money, and nobody wants to be involved in any of the unpleasantness. I've gotten that from everybody. Okay, yeah, it's going to be unpleasant. It's going to be unpleasant for a lot of people, but it'll be a lot less unpleasant the way I want to handle this than the way the Republicans or the Democrats want to handle this. They just want power, glory for them, and the world be damned. So this gets into, I did go into this before in the previous videos about George's father, Michael Farmer, and then George's aunt, Susan Farmer. She was an actress. She was a horror film, a swashbuckler and horror film actress. And she, an alcoholic, had a short marriage to another actor, but very sad. I mean, you know, died of cancer in 2017. No children, no, I don't know. I think pretty much just isolated in a womb. So, you know, obviously estranged from her brother and the family, and so, you know, just a very dysfunctional family that repeats itself. It said their childhood was violent and chaotic. So Michael Farmer, Jenny Potts. Now, Jennifer Potts, this is where I, you know, have spent a lot of time, and I can't for the life of me. Who is Jennifer Potts? No idea. So apparently, see, they have this nonprofit, the Cross Trust. So the trustees on this trust are Michael Farmer, Douglas James Olson, I don't know who that is, but Jenny Dorothy Rochefort. Actually, that's with the E. Okay, so the this Jenny Dorothy Rochefort is apparently the same person as Jenny Potts or Jennifer Potts. Now, why she calls herself, why her last name there is Potts, I haven't been able to find. Let's go to, here we'll go to the, to their family tree. Yeah, so you can look what I found. Make sure that I'm there. Yeah. Oh, I did here with Candace. You'll find all of the different, because I'm doing something. It's with the podcasters. All of these different podcasters that are either, well, Megyn Kelly is not following the Charlie Kirk assassination, but this gets into the Macron stuff. So, okay, where are you? Here you are, George Farmer. Okay, so see, George Farmer. So Jennifer Potts, I found something on a Potts father and a Worley mother. Okay, and this is very, very strange. This is, I mean, this is England. This is extremely strange. We don't have wedding announcements. You don't have, anything, obituaries or, death announcements, birth announcements. This is all very important in Anglican communities. And as I say, in maintaining the history. Who is this woman? Who are her parents? It's just all a strange, strange mystery. And Susan Farmer was involved in these horror films and somewhat the occult. Uh, so that raises at least some eyebrows about that family. About Michael and then George. I mean, he's not responsible for what his aunt does, but still, it's kind of like, okay, what's going on with this family? So Michael Farmer, his farmer, this is the one who died, the alcoholic, and after World War II. Now, his father was Henry Theodore Farmer. So, yeah, there's not much about them. But these were metal traders. I know I did find some things here. As I say, you can go in, anybody's welcome to go in and look at, I went back on that side of the family. As I say, I couldn't find anything on her side of the family. So that does go back quite far. Here, we had them in Australia. Yeah, now I remember his family. It's an interesting family history. They were in Australia. Here you had some, so these were, colonial, part of the colonist families, and not part of, the old guard. They made their fortunes in the colonies and not the old guard aristocracy. However, he does not come from, a poor coal mining family in England by any means. So let's go back to the slides. Yeah, I mean, there's some very, very interesting, like Mel Gibson. They vindicated you. They vindicated you. He was right. They're sacrificing and they're eating children. He's a great movie maker. Like, let's go. There's lots of interesting things to write movies about here. So who is, again, there is this, and then I tried to find Antonia Rose Rochefort Richards. So that, because that would be of the, maybe a sister, Jenny Dorothy Rocheford farmer, or Potts farmer. But why, you see what I'm saying? This then would be a sister, because who was married to a Richards, but who's the Richards? So that there's, and then there's this, oh, this Dr. Samantha Callahan. This gets into my concerns about what Michael Farmer, basically what Michael Farmer is doing in England. This is the typical. Now he's a baron. He's the first baron. So he was, I don't know if it's knighted, but this was Queen Elizabeth who where did I have that? I'm sure I had that later on with him. Maybe that's later on. No, that was okay. Yeah, this was the one that I wanted. Sorry, I don't have this in the right place. So yeah, he was educated. Mother died. London Stock Exchange. This All Saints Academy. That academy, just like all of these schools, have had problems of sexual molestation. It was created with the goal of improving education for disadvantaged children. Yeah, the problem is a lot of these schools, it's just like the adoption and foster care. They're not properly overseen, and we have a lot of trafficking of children that are going on, and molestation of children. And it's just because all of, just like in this family. So Michael Farmer, he's this metal trader. Okay, we're not going to get into, you can look at my work on economics, the IMF, and the financial systems, but this is, he's just part of the bubble and bust economies, of which Trump is part of. And it's all going to fall apart and crash and burn, just like with his father. So he was created Baron Farmer, a life peer, due reasons for his elevation. See his elevation in society. He's elevated from a commoner to an aristocrat. In the United States, we don't have titles, so that happens when you get a PhD or an MBA. You bought your title. He was introduced to the House of Lords on October 15th, 2014, and sits on the conservative benches. The elevation of Michael Farmer to the peerage was based on several key factors. And this is, being part of the House of Lords shouldn't be taken lightly. Reasons for his elevation: business expertise, known as Mr. Copper. Michael Farmer spent 50 years in the city of London and was a highly influential figure in the global metals market. Yeah, well, that's been a shit show. And part of the reason why we're in such a mess. He co-founded the Red Kite Group, a multi-billion-dollar metal trading and investment firm. This is his son George worked with him in this. He stated that his deep knowledge of global trading could be valuable as new financial market regulations were formulated. Now, his deep knowledge of global trading, I totally agree with these guys. It can be valuable as new financial regulations were formulated. Now, he can help with the cover-up, or he can help build a system that's going to be transparent. Unfortunately, he's been involved in all of the cover-up systems, so highly unlikely that he's going to get this epiphany, or that his son George is going to get an epiphany and go, oh my Lord, we need a complete turnaround. And we've got to stop this concentration of wealth into urban centers as well as a few oligarchs. So political contributions, he was a prominent figure within the Conservative Party, serving as its co-treasurer from 2011 to 2015. Yeah, buddy up, get in bed with them, and make nice, and you'll be welcome with open arms. However, in the meantime, the UK is self-destructing, just like the United States. This is just as much treason over there as it is over here. Was also a significant financial supporter, donating millions of pounds to the party over several years. See, he buys his way in. He was one of the 22 individuals bestowed with working peerage by the government under the David Cameron administration. I mentioned it was David Cameron, I knew. And it's driving me crazy. What's her name? Okay, let's go to Cobham Hall. Oh, this is not what I want. Yay. Okay, let me close some of these because I don't have much memory on my computer. Come on. Yeah. So, what was her name? Notable alumni. Yeah, Catherine Fall, Baroness Fall, is a British peer and political advisor. So I think she was also, I think her father was like a baron. Worked with George. Is the daughter of Sir Brian Fall. But see, again, I think he was a former British ambassador to the Soviet Union. But she's again one of these, having it all feminists who are going to have to prove. I mean, it destroyed her marriage, and not great on the kids. Love to see how her kids came out. So that's, everybody, all of these feminists having it all, they're going to have to prove they want to destroy me and my children. Because, see, okay, let's pull this up right now. I was thinking I should have put the link. I'll have to put the link in here. They want to destroy me and my children. Where is the story? I think it's in here. Okay, I'll translate this. This was sent to me from Bogota from this friend of mine, Piedad Rojas Gil. She's a psychiatrist. The 23rd of April, 2008. My computer was being destroyed by my ex-husband and his brother and their hacker. So she wrote to me because she was like, I can't send emails or anything like that. They were also messing up the phone. So since yesterday, I'm very worried about your situation, having in, considering that you've had so many problems with the internet. I decided to send you this by mail. I also know that you changed the telephone number. Of course, you didn't have money to pay for the old number. He cut off the telephone and, just everything and anything during the divorce to try and make life difficult. And I mean, I'm afraid he's going to come in and kill me. The cops are going to cover it up. My family's going to cover it up. so these two, like, cutting off the telephone and stuff, that's the least of my worries, but it still is very stressful to constantly, I'm having to lock up all of the money, everything, every valuables. My kids are thinking I'm crazy. I've got everything locked up in, I even take the knives and have them locked up from the kitchen because I'm afraid. They go, well, does he have a gun? I'm like, no, but we have knives in there and he can kill me with that. My poor kids. I mean, and nobody, we don't want to get involved in an unpleasantness. Too bad, too bad. This lasted a year. So anyway, yesterday, very early at 6 in the morning, Javier, my ex-husband, called me, uh, and he had called, I knew that he had called my sister, and that he had spoken for 30 minutes with her. He spoke 45 minutes with me, and he was, all the time, he was saying, he was trying to give me this discurso, you know, memorized dialogue. It seemed to me that he was reading from a script. See, they all read from these scripts. And if I asked him something, he would go back and fall back on the same, dialogue that he had had. Horrible. I found him ofuscaba, like not, not transparent, repetitivo, repeating, insisting, entrando de conversarme, insisting that he was trying to convince me that you were an alcoholic and drug addict, since the age of 12 years old. See, it started from 14, and that's because I told him that somebody had offered me a joint. They were smoking a joint, and they said, "Do you want to smoke it?" I was 14 years old, and I was like, "No." That's the drug addict at 14, but now it's come down to 12 years old. And then I went to a boarding school in England. I mean, we were the big thing there. The no was to go off and we'd smoke a cigarette, five of us, a cigarette between us. Of course, later on with Foxtrot, of course I smoked pot, but that's 16, 17, and everybody else is smoking pot and doing and snorting cocaine all the time. I mean, when he pulled this shit out, I was like, come on, Xavier, come on. Like, don't pull this bullshit. But see, of course, since the lawyers wanted to bury me and I was an American, say, oh, yeah, I know what discrimination is about. They were going to destroy me. Oh, he's the wealthy banker and she's the gold digging whore who married a rich meal ticket. We're going to destroy her. That was the attitude. See, this whole thing about all of these women gold digging whores like Erica Kirk who want to have it all and then marry and then pow pow get involved in pow pow of their husband. I'm sorry, we're seeing it all the time. I don't see how we're getting as many women killing their husbands as husbands killing their wives. Progress. Sorry, I don't see it. Como si yo no te... Oh, like if I hadn't known you all of this time when we were in Bogota, like all day long with the kids at the club in El Parque Centro Chia. That's like a park where you go with, they have all of these kids to, they can go and, jungle gyms and stuff like that. Because everybody lives in these conjuntos and for security reasons. And at Parque de Lima, they have the same thing. They have, all of these things for the kids to jump in. And you go and you hang out and all the kids play. And todas las actividades. I mean, and I was the one who organized. I mean, I was going from 6 o'clock in the morning sometimes to 2 o'clock in the morning. I was always worried more about my bodyguard because then he had to get home and then across town and then come back. For a while, he was taking our car. And then they found out and they said they couldn't do it. I was like, holy shit, he's got to go to the bank. Then he has to Well, then he didn't even get his car, and then he'd have to take the bus. I mean, like you get home and you shower and you come back. I mean, poor guy. He was making a fortune with all of us going out, but it's like, no, 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 I'm making great money. It's like, yeah, but you gotta sleep sometime. It's always like, come on, come to, come in and A and B just, no, 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 we're good. And look at you sleep in the car. I mean, when we were in the conjunto. But anyway, I was just like, God. So anyway, yeah. Te conocí bien. I know you very well. We were together lots of time together. And I know very well that in none of these activities were you drunk or, on drugs or anything like that. Pero, ¿por qué Javier? What, but why was he trying to convince me of something so absurd? Well, of course, it was because that was his dialogue for the divorce, and that's what the court documents say. And I'll be damned. No, this. Of course, I'm not going to ask for $1 billion from Móstoles courts of defamation. I mean, I don't think that my good name has a value. Well, I mean, it doesn't have a value, but yeah, that I would put a monetary value of it. No, of course I wouldn't. They wouldn't have $1 billion. But so yeah, damn, Domino. I mean, I was the most exemplary wife, and to be treated like this, and for his family to allow him to treat me like this, and for everybody that we know, and for the people, the women in my neighborhood, nobody wanted to get involved. Nobody wanted to get involved. I got all of this trash in there, but nobody wants to come in and act as a witness for me because they don't want to get involved in any unpleasantness. Even the neighbor and her husband who signed, I mean, I'm going to have their house on the defamation lawsuit I've got against them. $1 billion house, but it's $1 million house. And I went and I said, how dare you? How dare you sign this letter about me? Now you're going to sign a letter for me saying that that's bullshit. Oh, no, I don't want to get involved. I couldn't believe my ears. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You're already involved. You've committed perjury. You have signed a document that has been introduced into the courts that is perjury and defamation. I'm going to sue your freaking ass off. I couldn't believe her. I couldn't believe her. I'll tell you. Took the control. This is out in the street in front of our houses. She lives a couple houses down. I mean, I'll tell you, in my life, just hold up and slap that bitch as hard as I freaking could. I'll tell you, that took really, 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 really much self-control just to turn around and walk away. Because of course, then I'm guilty of assault. I'm the one who's committed a crime when this woman, oh Lord. I mean, and then El Colmo was the ladies in the neighborhood. How many times do we see her passed out drunk in front of the kids? It's some party with the kids, and she's there as a chaperone, and she's there passed out drunk. Oh, see, the backstabbing witchery. Ooh, see, Candace Owens, she doesn't know what she's into, and even Erica Kirk. These little ladies have no idea the vicious game that they are involved in. See, this is one of the problems of letting young snot-nosed brats into this game. I admit when I was 20 years old, I wouldn't have understood all of this. But believe me, if I had a 60-year-old woman like me coming to me, I'd be like, okay, tell me what I got to do. A tus órdenes. Okay. he wants to hurt you, um, convince everybody that you are an alcoholic and drug addict, but I know you well and know perfectly and have admired you as an excellent mother, dedicated to your children, also a enthusiastic woman, active, full of ideas that that transmits so much happiness for the life. You are the motor for many mamas. Well, not in Washington. And an example of someone who that I alguien que quiere aprender mucho y admiro, that want to learn from and admire a lot. This was really, I mean, I'll tell you, I cried when I got this letter. And I got so many people stabbing me in the back, and somebody, oh, this was, introduced into the court documents. It's there. I mean, I got a copy. Oh, the embassy was the State Department, the American Embassy, were so condescending when I was insisting. I was like, oh, I want a copy of those goddamn court records, because there's stuff in there that I want, and I'm sure they are going to disappear. All of these records in Mosteles, I'll put money down that we lost them. I'm sure. That you are organized, and the Halloween parties. I always did the Halloween parties because I was the only American, and we made oh gosh, we had so much fun making the haunted house. And I mean, oh, I miss my son so much. I mean, okay, I don't want to do haunted houses with them anymore and manual arts, but they both have engineering degrees, so I have lots and lots of ideas of, oh, I saw some quarries, the empty quarries, do some stuff down there, lots of construction ideas. So I just want to get back home to my sons. Galetoa, always pendiente of those niños, of the kids, that I would go to the school to read stories to them. Always, I mean, I was always volunteering for the field trips. I mean, they sometimes, well, that happened in Paris, not in Bogota. She was like, oh, I forgot to tell you I have a field trip today. Can you send? And sure, I'm dressed to go to the gym, but if you don't mind me in my sweatpants here, yeah, no problem. So yeah, of course. So anyway, I admire you so much, and the forma that how patient you were, and supported Xavier when he had so many problems. 8 months it took for BBVA headquarters to figure out the house of cards that he had built in Bogota in the Banco Ganadero. It was in the house. He was locked up in the house, and I was like going to everything, pretending everything was fine. Everything was fine. I just know we had to move forward, move my family forward, but he didn't want to move forward. He just wanted to destroy us all. Yeah, so much time not going to the office, closed in the apartment, and you took care of the situation. I mean, see, that's another thing. Nobody can believe me, forgive me, that yeah, instead of falling apart and at letting my family fall apart, I just moved us forward. Always looking for positive solutions. But for this, it seems so unjust now that that you're going through such a difficult situation, and that he's saying that you're an alcoholic. Never in my life have I known you or seen you, drunk or doped up. Not in the days that we lived in Madrid. She and her mother and sister came. How many? I forget. They were there for several weeks at least, and they stayed in our the guest house. But she, her mother, and her sister came, and they had this, trip, and they had planned, and they went and visited all sorts and stuff. But yeah, I mean, they were there for like at least 2 weeks, I think. And she was like, yeah, like, this is crazy. You're running around, you're trying to get this company started. He's destroying his career, and you're trying to move your family forward. Donde estaba ocupado, taking your kids to school, to football, doing your uh, website, and that she saw, and it was that was the prototype that I was working on. That's where it was for Microsoft. In el gimnasio, going to the gym, always. I mean, for me, cooking is just is my way of is a relaxation. I mean, like, I like to cook more than I like to eat. I'm always like, people please come over and eat, because by the time I'm finished cooking, I'm not hungry because I've tasted everything. But I am a very, very good cook, and I always say, yeah, it's because I do it with heart. Um, Heart and garlic and onions. Can't cook without them. Um, so anyway, it goes on and on and on and on. About the how what a wonderful mom I was, and how I had, supported my husband. Um, yeah, yeah, and how he was just, this whole she was like, it was crazy. He's just like obsessed. Oh gosh, did I not show that? Did I not show when I was reading that? Anyway, I'll have to let me get put it in the slides. I thought I'd gone back. So anyway, here's the slides. I'll just stick it on there. And I'll move it afterwards. Otherwise, I'll forget that I said I was going to do it. Okay, yeah, so, as I said, okay, we were at David Cameron administration. I mean, this whole thing about Elizabeth II's reign being this great thing because it was the law, how long it was or whatever. No, I mean, she left the UK in a mess. And it was the same thing. Let me ease my conscience of the oppression and all the problems of the British Empire and British history, going back to the Norman invasion and the Viking invasion. And, we can go back and back and back in history to where it started, and it never ends. But ease our conscience by charity work. The development community has found that has been counterproductive for a very long time. So I'm going to wrap this up. Gosh, it's almost 3 hours now. So this is where we get into the welfare state, how the welfare state is built, and this is so dysfunctional. So social and family policy advocacy. Well, excuse me, the Farmer family seems as dysfunctional and broken up as the Owens family, as the Wilcox family, as the person. So, I'm not saying that, they're any worse than anybody else, because they're just as bad as everybody else. It's just history. It's repeating itself. And in a very dysfunctional way. So, and I'd love to find out what Michael Farmer and his wife's reaction was to their son marrying a black woman. Um, Everybody's, goes on and on about Meghan Markle being the victim of racism. I don't think that was the case whatsoever. The the British royal family, no, I don't. I really don't see it. They're too much trying to be atone for their sins. I could just say that they're closet racist. I don't know. I think most everybody I know is a closet racist, and that goes for the blacks, the browns, the yellows, all of them. They're just as rare, and I would say even more so, because at least within the white communities, we've confronted this issue, whereas everybody else has swept it under the carpet. Okay, so he wants an active supporter of strengthening family ties and public policy. Well, charity begins at the home. Let's strengthen family ties in our homes and communities before we do it in public policy. A passion rooted in his own difficult childhood characterized by poverty, neglect, and shame. Okay, well, I think with his kids, you probably X'd out the poverty part. You think that, that's all, we're good, didn't grow. But the neglect and shame stuff, still there. So, just history is repeating itself. Since joining the Lords, he has chaired review for the Ministry of Justice on reforming the criminal justice system to family ties in a rehabilitation, as a rehabilitation asset. Oh, this is so politically correct. It's not even funny, but it so exposes, let me appear to be doing good, while at the same time, I'm not going to assure due process in the criminal justice system or the civil justice system. I'm not going to assure due process in the justice system. So then when we have all of these people in our prisons, we're going to appear to be caring because we're going to try and make sure that their family comes and visits them. Like, let's just clean up the justice system and let's stop promoting societies that produces burglars and criminals, and because really the most of them who are in there are street criminals, and that's not who steals the most of the money. I've gone on this one before. It's the white collar criminals. That was in my report. I think it was either to Ed Martin or Janine Pirro in soliciting an investigation into the IMF and World Bank. But let's start with HR. HR, Kalpana Kochar, Mark Plant was there. We've got then Sharmini Curry, the head of ICD, and all that. She's part of the Larry Summers stuff. See, it's all connected. It's all connected. She's part of the little harem of Larry Summers. And Larry Summers, nobody is paying enough attention to him. So social mobility. As a former member of Select Committee on Social Mobility, yeah, that's why they're trying to take out Prince Andrew. And see, the problem is, I don't have a problem with social mobility for people who work hard, but in trying to build systems where you're just changing the names of the people who are given favor in this favoritism, oppressive, unjust system that just creates more and more criminals and more drug addicts and more dysfunctional societies. Social mobility is detrimental to the society because it just gets into backstabbing, witchery, and people killing each other and poisoning each other and trying to destroy each other. I mean, In my case, it's, oh, let's just hope that she commits suicide because we don't want to have to kill her. Um, they everybody was so sure that by now I would have committed suicide, but I'm not doing that. Let's see, advocates for policy that improve life chances for disadvantaged children. Anybody who grows up in an abusive home, and that can be the wealth. Oh Lord, I was just watching about Tori Spelling. Look at the story of Tori Spelling and her parents. Voila, I rest my case. And believe me, I should just be starting my case there. We could go down that. But I think that's enough, as I say, you just have to look at that. Oh, and then Rob Reiner, his son that just killed him. I mean, when are you people with Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson? I mean, when are you people going to wake up and smell the coffee? Particularly through early intervention and strengthening stable family units. Yeah, well, let's attack Hollywood to start with. Oh, I've got a great name for you. Amal Clooney. She was part of the same, and I think she's still with them, the barrister firm that Keir Starmer was with. Now this was like they left, it's called the Temple or something. Temple, I think it is, called in England. I mean, I'm not as familiar with the English. I'm challenging them, but I'm not as expert in all of their system as I am with the American system. But so anyway, those were some wacky barrister firms. And look, Keir Starmer and Amal Clooney are just the tip of the iceberg on what these people have done in England and to the English judicial system. Everybody has to be held to account. We need a huge Nuremberg trial too. I don't see any other. This can't be drips and drabs and everybody going after, because it's just like a feeding frenzy that's going on out there, and it's got to stop. And all of the sharks need to be herded into their different cages and find somebody who still has some integrity and knows something about the law, and have a Nuremberg trial too before World War III instead of after it. I don't see any other solution. I rack my brain on it all the time, but I don't see any other. Okay, so then interfaith relations. He serves as the Christian deputy chair of the Council of Christians and Jews. Now, it said, not a falling out, but a difference of opinion with Candace over the Jews in Israel. But see, this also, where he focuses on combating anti-Semitism and fostering interfaith dialogue. Yes, well, okay. What about the Pakistani rapists in England? How does he, you see the hypocrisy there? And how this upper crust, by trying to ease their conscience of the boom and bust economies that they keep on producing, they've sold out the entire country, and it's being taken over by interfaith dialogue. I mean, My God. Didn't England learn anything from the Protestant versus the Catholics under the Tudors? This problem goes back a long way. A long way. Just you getting the picture here of the hypocrisy. I mean, you can, there's many things that you can look at, I'm sure, to expand on all this, because there are many rabbit holes. Okay, so here, that's, this is kind of, let's play this one where, yeah. Okay, yeah. Go to Candace's husband now.
That'll be fine. We've got the sturdy wall to protect us.
Well, we're good whenever you guys are ready. Yeah, we're shooting. Okay. Okay, guys, we are rolling into another episode of the Candace Owens Show, and this one is a wedding special. No, I'm not talking about William and Kate or Harry and Meghan. I'm talking about me. I am getting married this weekend, so we decided that we were going to make this a wedding special. And
okay, William and Kate, Harry and Meghan. See Candace, how she's like, I'm sorry, she's, playing the Meghan Markle here.
Introduce you guys to my fiance, future husband, George Farmer. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
Hi, babe.
Can we talk about how nervous I was to do this episode? It's so weird.
You were pretty nervous. Yeah.
I freaked out for about 2 months saying we couldn't do the episode because I just didn't know what to talk to you about.
You were going to freeze every time we spoke.
Yeah, I know.
believe this was...
I know.
That was the face.
I know. I was freaking out about it, but then I figured it would be easy because I could just post something on Instagram and ask for what they wanted to ask us, and we would just go through it. Yeah. So we'll start with the number one question that we were asked about our relationship, which was, how did you guys meet? And it is a very, very interesting story.
Well, so, you know the story.
Yeah,
so I'll tell it from my side.
Okay.
So you came to do an event in London in December, and that was to launch Turning Point UK with Charlie. And the first time we actually met was at the RAC Club, Royal Automobile Club in London on Pall Mall. And you were giving a speech, and I think from that moment onwards, the connection was made. And then the next night we had this highly convoluted dinner, which we talked about before, where basically you thought somebody else was hosting it and I thought I was hosting it. And then eventually you turned up 3 hours late. I would like to make that point now.
I showed up 3 hours late to a dinner where I was supposed to be seated next to him because I had no idea the dinner was going on until about 2 hours into the dinner.
Correct. Yeah.
And
it wasn't just...
what does this tell you? Again, going into the administrative function. What? There's this dinner. She didn't even know about it. I would have right away. I would have walked into that. Okay, all you secretaries are fired. Office manager first off.
Just me there. So for reference, it was like a whole host of people who were all waiting to have dinner with you.
Right.
And then after that, we went back and forth to America. Well, I came to America to come to Student Action Summit at the end of last year, and then came back to the UK, and then by mid-January, we were engaged.
Right. So just to give everybody context, we got engaged after 2.5 weeks, maybe?
I think it was about that time, yeah.
Right,
that's right, yeah.
Right, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, whirlwind romance, I believe.
I know, and it was really strange because it was so not my character for me to ever think that I would be a person that said I got engaged after 2.5 weeks. And it sort of begs the question, and something that Ali Stuckey and I talk about, because, she's now pregnant, about to give birth, or probably already has given birth by the time this episode airs.
Yeah, probably.
And she actually met her fiance really quickly, and they got married. And one of the things that we always talk about is we kind of live in this culture now where people think that there's this system, right? You need to meet somebody, you date that person for a length of time, 3 years, 5 years, then you need to get engaged, and so it goes. And yet the people that I know in my life where the relationships have lasted the longest, always a very quick engagement. My grandparents were a very, very fast engagement. I know another couple that's 25 years. They dated and were married within 6 months. I think your parents are within...
Then my parents were within 14 months. Yeah, and you're completely right. The people, there was a person I sat down with, telling the story to everyone is always quite interesting because you get a whole range of reactions. And we both know that there was quite entertaining reactions at the beginning. People being like, this is ridiculous and you're never going to work and all this kind of stuff. And then there was also the reaction where I sat down with a friend of a friend, and I told him the story. And by the end of the story, he burst into tears because he said, I've never heard something like that before, apart from my grandparents who were married 58 years. And only, separate. Well, they didn't separate. His grandfather died. And so it's one of those things where I think our culture today encourages these kind of long romances, which don't necessarily lead anywhere. Let's put it like that. Right. And actually, sometimes, when you know, is that everyone said, when you know. And so as a result, it was kind of, when I met you, I knew. And that was it. And so it was just the...
Let me just say, I kind of agree. there is some chemical thing going on there that just is not, it's not rationally explainable. However, anybody, one of the first signs of an abusive relationship is this, falling madly in love and these quick marriages, because it does give, the abusive person can hide their game. They don't have to hide it for a long time. If it's a long time, then first off, they have to keep it up for a long time, but then also the chances of them being discovered as an abusive person are much more likely. So this whole thing about, falling in love and getting immediately, like we're going to get married. Yeah, this is another extremist. And also, Candace, she didn't want to do this thing. She was like so nervous. She says that a lot. I think it's getting better. I mean, I have to say, you'll get in, when I did the speech at the Battered Mothers Custody Conference, I hate crowds, and to get up on a podium and give a speech wants make me vomit. And that, yeah, I can understand. I get the nervousness and all of that stuff. That's why I prefer these videos. That's, not in front of anybody. But that's why I'm nervous. Not about the content. Never about the content. Just it's just, I don't like crowds. I don't like lots and lots of people. And I think that also comes from living in a family that was so chaotic from my mother's side and so conflictual. You don't want to call attention to yourself. And anybody who grew up in family like that will confirm that. There's this reaction of, look, let me just stay in the background, that I stay out of the line of fire. Oh, you always wanted to stay out of mom's line of fire. And I always felt bad for my older sister because she was always the first one to get it. Oh, my son. These self-destructive families, everybody wants to see everybody else dead or in pain and suffering, and they get their kicks out of it. Really, it's what's destroying our country. That's really what's destroying our country.
Case, and I love our story. I think it's an incredible story. I mean, like, how many people can say that?
I know, not many people.
Can say that.
And most people are overthinking it. I know girls that are in these sort of tragedy of relationships, 10 years, 10 plus years, break up galore 17,000 times, and they finally, get the ring, and that's supposed to be a celebration. Great, if it's what you want. Mine just happened in a different way, and I never thought it would happen to me to say, when you know, but I definitely knew. And so
they finally get the ring. I mean, it's still, how have women become liberated? That this was supposed to, getting them into the labor force, 6-figure salaries, important positions. This was supposed to stop them only being concerned about getting the ring on the finger and having children and being taken care of. That's what this was supposed to solve. But see, it didn't.
Other question, obviously, that people are asking is, how did he propose? Which is kind of the crazier story.
So yeah, there's actually two proposal stories.
Right.
I think that's fair to say.
Right. I guess so the one without the ring.
The one without the ring and the one with the ring.
Right.
So the one without the ring was when I was on a plane, and I FaceTimed you, and I said, "Hey, I've got this." After how many weeks it was, like 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah. And I said, "Hey, I've got this crazy question for you. How do you feel
I'm
about
going to move past this because I think a lot of people know this story, but this wasn't so much, as I say. Wasn't so much.
And at which point you froze, and then the ripple effect. University. I went to University of Oxford, and I graduated Oxford.
Yeah. Okay. So this gets into his background.
Well, I was born in London. I'm 28 years old, and I grew up here. I grew up in London, and I went to school in. I basically spent up until I was 18. I spent my entire life in London, and then I went to university. I went to University of Oxford, and I graduated Oxford in 2011.
What did you major in? We say major. You guys just say, what did you study?
What did you study? I studied theology. Religious studies, basically.
So, Oxford is like Harvard, Yale. This is an elite club.
And I specialized in the ancient church and did classical Hebrew and studied a variety of different things. I mean, in the UK, the university system, just as a side point, is quite different to the US. You guys, I believe, spend 2 years sort of doing lots of different things, and then you major for the last 2 years. I think
Right,
that's
it's kind of how it is, yeah.
broadly how you work, right? And so in the UK, it's from age 15, you spend the next 4 years at school, next 3 years at school, deciding what you're going to study at university, in essence, and you narrow down the subjects until you eventually pick one, and then you go to university, you study that for the next 3 years, or in the case of medicine, 7 years, in the case of law and other degrees, sometimes longer, sometimes, well, never shorter than 3 years. And so I studied theology, and then I graduated from Oxford in 2011, and I went into banking. I worked at an investment bank in London for about a year and a half. And then I left that, and I have done for the last 7 years work with my father, and he and I have run a hedge fund. Although it's quite an unusual fund in as much as it trades base metals, and it trades, which is in the commodity sector. And it's unusual because most hedge funds are involved with kind of macro long short strategies. I won't bore everyone with technical finance terms, but basically lots of kind of different portfolios, bonds, equities, everything. We were a very specialist fund. We just dealt in metals. We just deal in base metals, and we've always kind of specialized in that. That's what we've done. That's what I've done for the last 7 years. And then the politics side of things. So the politics has always kind of been a very big part of my family life, I guess, in some ways. I mean, my family, as you know, are quite a political family in some ways. We all have very different opinions. We're all a broad range of opinions within the family. And so from a very young age, we were all exposed to a fair amount of argument, if for want of a better term. So you know, from age 8, we were talking about kind of who the next prime minister would be and how that affect the country. And so from a young age, I was kind of immersed in this political culture, and that got me very interested. And then as a result,
see, this you'll find in the Kennedy family, his family, so many of these families, you know, we were immersed in political culture in my family, and everyone was very opinionated and, you know, very, how shall I say it, dedicated to a certain ideology or another ideology. He's saying they're very diverse. We're going to get into that. See, they're a political family, but I can't find any information about any of them, even like what their names are. So what's this political family? Subversive politics? We'll get into this. Here. Go and get some more water. Y'all listen to this.
I sort of joined various politics societies when I was at school and got involved with politics at Oxford. And then my father, he sits in the House of Lords. He is a conservative. He holds a conservative whip, which in the UK means that he is answerable to some extent to the Conservative Party, right? And so he was treasurer of the Conservative Party as well, and that involvement with politics over here got me more exposed, and it's always been something I've been very interested in anyway, so I didn't need encouragement. So I kind of went in with an open mind to sort of see a lot of different Conservative politicians, which side of the party I would fall on, develop my political philosophy. And sort of in the last few years, certainly since Brexit, and before the Brexit referendum, but really the Brexit referendum in the UK kind of clarified a lot of where they fell on the spectrum, a lot of people's political thoughts. So after that, I kind of ramped up my political involvement, I would say. So I've been kind of more exposed to politics since 2016. Obviously, the election of the president, Donald Trump, that has a ripple effect around the world. I mean,
it does, yeah. You guys, I mean, like just sort of like the broader UK community seem really interested in what's going on in America. And I would say that's true of all of Europe. People seem to be very fascinated, or all of the world, fascinated with what's going on with Donald Trump. So I guess as somebody that grew up here in London, what is the interest? What is the draw? What is it about Donald Trump that is sort of stirring up all of these conversations?
Well, what happens in America has direct impact around the rest of the world. I mean, it's the leader of the free world. It's the most powerful country on earth. It's got the largest economy, the largest military. I mean, by many objective measures, America is the greatest country in the world, on many times over.
So are you using me for American citizenship?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
I just wanted to get that out of the way.
Now, just to be clear, no. But what happens in America has a direct ripple effect. I mean, there's an expression, well, it's more a political mantra that what happens on university campuses in America will 5 years later happen on university campuses in Britain.
Okay.
And that's just a broader term, really, to encapsulate the fact that what goes on in America will eventually end up in Europe, will eventually end up influencing the world, will eventually end up being a political argument in both Britain, in France, in Germany, in Southern Europe, etc. So the world has to be conscious of what's going on in America. You cannot divorce geopolitics from America. It's crucial. And so therefore the presidency of America has huge impacts on what goes on in Britain.
Now, do you think that is just because of the size of America?
I think it's
or just it's a combination of the economic factor, the size of America, the influence. I guess we're kind of very culturally.
There's a huge number of factors which play into that. I mean, it's both the history of the countries. I mean, Britain and America have a very special relationship anyway. I mean, the Anglo-American bond is very close. We speak the same language. We fought beside each other in the same wars. We share a common philosophy on life. We share a common outlook on capitalism. I mean, Anglo-American capitalism is very different to Franco-German statism, right? It's just the mentality. In many ways, it's to do with language. It's also to do with the fact that, of course, America was born out of Britain in many ways. You know, the War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, as you call it, you know, was a war against Britain, and that's part of our history as well. And then you're tied into a bigger English-speaking world. So you've got England, you've got Britain, you've got South Africa, you've got Australia, you've got New Zealand, you've got America. These countries are united by a common language. And when we talk about the West, we're not just talking about the West countries literally in the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about a political philosophy which unites Australia as well, you know, which is not in the West, or arguably, it depends, of course, where you drop the pin in the globe, but let's just call it not the West. It's normally considered part of the East, right? So it's the political philosophy of the West is very much centered around the Anglosphere. It's centered around what Britain and America and the Western nations are doing. And America, as the most powerful nation out of all of them, sets the tone for a lot of what will follow in Western Europe and the kind of broader sphere of the West. So what goes on with the American presidency always has an impact in Britain. We're just as interested, well, we're not just as interested in it as our politics, but it certainly is a key part of our sort of political worldview. What the presidency is doing in America and how America is reacting to certain trends and developments will always be a crucial part. I mean, take an example, like, for example, the Iraq War, right? I mean, that's a key one because, you know, it was under President George Bush that America went into Iraq, and America summoned its closest allies to follow them into the coalition, right? So therefore Britain was drawn into that conflict as well. So it's kind of like what you do is not symbiotic, but we have a relationship which is very close. So therefore we have to know how America is thinking because it affects us directly. I mean, there was somebody who quite entertainingly wrote an article after the Britain's just ordered some new aircraft carriers, right? And America, I believe, has 10 aircraft carriers and the UK has 2 aircraft carriers, right? And somebody wrote an article basically saying it's completely irrelevant. You might as well just say we both have 12, right? Because that's how they think of it. The military development, the military cooperation is so close, right? The security cooperation is so close, etc., etc. So I mean, that's why I guess the election of Trump kind of then further polarized an already polarized society. I mean, we've spoken many times about Brexit and Trump. I think the debates are very similar on both sides of the Atlantic. You know, you can draw direct parallels.
Right, and I think that's why Nigel, in many ways, has gone so far here with Brexit. And it's the one thing that I will say that I really noticed differently about our two cultures, which is actually one of the questions that someone asked, but is just you guys don't say what you mean here. Like, if there's this British way of talking around everything and not really saying what you mean, and sort of being American can be very offensive when you just come out and we just sort of say it. And that's not, I mean, on one level it's
nice.
Can you
just clarify that?
Right, exactly. On one level it's nice, and I think that you guys are trying to be polite. But when me and Charlie were speaking at the universities, I actually saw a lot of danger in terms of the way that you guys don't have free speech here. Or maybe you guys are just not even willing to have free speech here, and certain things are considered sort of improper to talk about, right? And you're kind of considered inflammatory if you talk about things that are actually happening here, right? And so talking to a lot of the journalists, there's this really weird culture of not saying what you mean or pretending that you don't see what's going on.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there was an article there was an interview I did with publication in London, I think earlier on this year, and they described my Twitter feed as inflammatory. And really, I don't really think of it as inflammatory. I just think of it as stating the obvious.
The truth.
Exactly. And I think you're probably talking to the wrong Brit about this, because I tend to be quite blunt about things and I tend to be pretty straightforward. But yeah, there is a culture of politeness over here where it's just not British to say certain things, or at least look, the avoidance of conflict is a key part of the British psyche.
Here's the thing. I think you have to differentiate the difference between being polite and being politically correct. So you can be polite, right? If you walk in and you see somebody that's really obese, it's not necessarily be like, hey, you're fat, right? That's just like, that's just impolite, right?
Yeah,
but the difference is political correctness is almost ignoring the truth, right? So politically correct, which is like when we did that interview with the London Times, and I was sort of talking about the things that really matter, that you should be talking about, at least here in Europe, which is the migrant crisis, which we're seeing what Germany's going through, we're seeing what Sweden is going through, and the journalist looked at me like I had 10 heads, and it was just sort of like, we don't talk about the migrant crisis here. That's political correctness, right? Where that's actually, you're treading a different territory and something that could ultimately be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, you're completely right. But at the end, the truth will out is an old adage, which I think is relevant. I mean, you've got, in the same way that I think America probably suffers from a similar, there is a similar disease in America.
Certainly on the university level.
But there's also an inability to, I mean, for example, like, look at your politics, right? It got to a stage where the Republicans were fielding these really nice guys, right? I mean, Mitt Romney was a really nice guy. Like most people, I don't know him personally, but I'm told, and certainly by the way he interviews, he was a very nice guy, right? And he got crushed. Right, you know, and it took somebody with the bravado and the sort of bombacity of Donald Trump to come in and shake up the political system and say, "Hey guys, stop being so nice about this. We've got to fight back." And I think in the same way, the UK, we're reaching that point where we're fielding very nice people. You know, it's like, oh, everyone's terribly nice, right? Now, Nigel Farage comes in and says, "Wake up, right? We've got to start being nice about the European Union. It's crushing our nation, right?" And he comes in and he shakes up the entire political system. Right. There is a point at which, look, the ultimate weapon that every
See, Yeah, the European Union is crushing the UK because, for example, London, all 90%, this used to be true before the European euro, but before that, 90% of all of the global transactions and trades would eventually go through, because of course you're dealing with currency trading as well, because if you're global trading, well, then people are going to be exchanging currencies to pay these things. And of course, this is not, you get off the boat and you hand them the money anymore. This is going all through financial institutions. So it would all eventually be pegged to the dollar or the pound, and it would go through London, and it was a monopoly. And for example, my ex, he was Spanish French, so it was sometimes the French franc or the Spanish peseta. But they were working. They're such small fish in a big pond. They couldn't remain competitive. So the London and New York had a monopoly. I mean, people cannot grasp the extent of that monopoly. So, the European Union, the southern states, they mismanaged that money. They wasted that money so much and all sorts of stuff. But see, again, this kid, oh, well, it's not working, so let's just pull out.
Everybody in a democratic nation has is the ballot box, right? In the UK, we don't have the same gun laws.
Instead of fixing the fundamental problems, I don't want to be involved in any unpleasantness. I don't want to be involved in any unpleasantness. I'm just going to close myself to the England and close myself off from the Europe. In the meantime, England's self-destructing.
We're not going to, we cannot resist government control, but we can fight it through the ballot box, right? And that eventually, at the end of the day, the one X in the voting ballot slip is what we have as a weapon.
Right. I think
that's what all democratic people have, and therefore, as a result, you have to fight back with democracy.
Right. I think.
See, through the ballot box, have you kids learned nothing from the Trump 2024 elections? I mean, when are you kids going to wake up and understand that the ballot box, that's all controlled by the huge donors? You really want democracy to work, where you show it's not at the ballot box, it's your consumer spending. That's where you buck it to.
I think sometimes people can be surprised by what they deem to be these ideological revolutions taking place. Here it's Brexit. In America, it's Donald Trump. In Brazil, it's Bolsonaro. In Italy, it's Salvini. But I think when you start to breed a culture of political correctness, there's always going to be something that bubbles beneath the surface. Because like you said, you cannot talk about the truth. You can go around the truth, but at the end of the day, there it is. And it starts to sort of swirl, like a hurricane on the map that's just waiting to hit. And then people go, well, where did this come from? Where did this come from? Things were going well. Well, they weren't going well. You were pretending things were going well. You were pretending that the world was getting better. And you were too afraid to discuss the truth. And that's how you get these people that are completely like dazed and confused when Trump wins. And you and I watch clips the whole time of the night Trump won, because if you're ever in a bad mood, you really should pull up the clips of CNN.
You will never be president of the United States of America. CNN. It's the best video ever.
It's such a good video. I love that he even tweets it because it's so good that there's no way he doesn't put him in a
good
mood.
He tweeted the other day when he was just like the clip of The Simpsons where he's president, and then and then it clips to somebody being like, he's never going to be president.
Right. I mean, and it was exceptional, and it just shows you that people become so deluded by political correctness that they become completely out of touch with what's happening in their own nation, how the people are feeling, and that's sort of how you arrive where we are. All right, I'm going to get to some of these questions that were sent to us through Instagram that people wanted to know about our relationship. Okay, number one, what is your biggest cultural difference?
Tomato, I don't know.
No, there's a lot of them.
There are
okay, you guys have listen, you guys have different names for vegetables.
Why don't you guys drink any tea? I don't get this.
I think it's because you taxed it.
What's
so we ended
tea?
up throwing it. Yeah, we're okay with coffee now. After you taxed it, we wanted nothing to do with it.
I love coffee. I'm drinking it.
Yeah. I don't know. The biggest cultural difference between us and people. I mean, people tend to think that there's this ditch between our cultures, but there's not that many.
I wouldn't say there's like,
I mean, I think actually it would be, and I wouldn't put you in this realm, but what I just talked about, which is the political correctness.
I was actually going to almost say exactly.
Yeah,
I think
people are so polite here.
There is a difference. Yeah, I mean, I think that probably is it. I mean, just the way the British psyche works. Like I noticed in America,
you're a bit like that. You do have your moments.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I was brought up.
Yeah. Now, the British politeness. See, also What Americans don't understand about the British is that it is divided more by class. The United States has always been kind of more divided by its regions, north, south, west, midwest, than it has by its class. And that's kind of by our history. We were a new country. We were the English bastards coming to make our fortune in the United States. And of course, we were the rough, Yes, the ladies who came with their cups of tea and their tea services did not survive very well on the frontiers. Like Lady Colin Campbell, yeah, those didn't survive very well. So, yeah, we have a very, just from our history, it makes us more, and that's the British find us crass and we lack manners and I mean, to a certain extent, it's true. But on the other hand, on the flip side, with the British, I was always like, yeah, but you guys, it's a little bit too much all about tradition and nothing about substance. Now, having said that, one of my big pushes in the social media campaigns, whatever you want to call them, in what we need to do in changing the culture of or changing our culture back to the morals that it was founded upon by the founding fathers and the early colonists who did come here to have religious freedom, freedom of thought, freedom of speech, even if it was a limited ideas of freedom of speech, but still freedom of speech, freedom of worship, all of these ideals. Even if the American Revolution was fought more by a bunch of founding fathers who wanted to expand into the West, and it wasn't as noble cause as everybody paints it out to be. It never is. It's not black and white like that. But these were traditions and values that were passed from generation to generation and which propelled a group of English people. The Wilcoxes were very, very prominent amongst them, Puritan Wilcoxes, to leave England and at great risk, to cross the Atlantic. Oh, Lord, you show me one of those boats, and tell me it's a ship that I'm going to cross the Atlantic on? Like, where's Heathrow? I'll go coach. No problem. Yes. So anyway, great danger to cross and come to this new world where nobody was waiting with 5-star hotels or anything like that. No. You arrive and it's like, hope y'all survive. It was more like the survival films. Yeah. So anyway, he's getting a little PC correct here. I want to
up here, and right. It's imparted onto you. You reserve judgment. You kind of hold yourself back. I mean, I would say I'm in a kind of hybrid grey zone between America and Britain in many ways, because I do speak my mind quite openly, and I will tell somebody if I think they're just talking rubbish. But still, I sort of have that like.
Yeah, you do, and I'm just the exact opposite.
Yeah, you can.
Where I'm like, let's just say everything.
You couldn't care less. I mean, it's hilarious sometimes. I mean, the poor airline stewards who sometimes have to put up with,
I know. I kind of go right into it. Okay, what is your favorite thing about each other?
Oh,
okay, a comment like that, the poor airline stewardesses, they have to put up with you. I'm like, oh no, a prima donna. I mean, I've had some occasions with run-ins with airline stewardesses. I've been on airplanes since the 70s, back and forth, sometimes, too much. Okay, since I've been back to DC, almost nothing. But really, I don't miss it. Going to the airport, even without the whole taking off your shoes shit that they got going on these days, even that, I'm like, no. had my vaccine against airports and flying and all of that for many, many, many years. It's more out of necessity. And, these days I'm like, you know what? Oh gosh, the train. You're going to stay on the East Coast, take the train rather than than an airplane. Really, much better bet. I mean, oh. And one of the things that I want to invest in this country, and job for my sons, hopefully, will be, rapid train systems and this whole flying stuff. That a lot of that has to Tim Mellon and the Pan Am captain. When I saw all of that, I was like, oh, God, no wonder our airplane system, it is what it is. And we've got to stop flying all over the world just because we can and do it, as I say, like I'm not taking a boat across the Atlantic. I'll go and jump in an airplane. So, definitely airplanes, they have their place in this world. But again, too much is too much.
A difficult question.
So there's a lot of things. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't say it's my favorite. There's a lot of things I like about you, but I'm really into, I would say, the hunting stuff. I was very into this. So when I first met you, I didn't know. I was super ignorant about hunters and hunting in Africa and shooting birds and stuff. And I come from really kind of a very ignorant climate. I mean, I'm from the coast. I grew up in Connecticut. There's not exactly people that go out hunting too much in this great state of Connecticut. But I knew there was an argument to be made for hunters. I still cringe, I have to be honest, a little bit when I see someone like the trophy pictures of like a lion. But then when you start discussing, because you spend a lot of time in Africa, which is an interesting tidbit about you. You grew up kind of.
Yeah, going back and forth from Africa, yes. It's been part of my life since I was 6 years old.
Right. And now I'm totally fascinated about hunting. We could do an entire separate episode.
Yeah, so this, his father's a big game hunter, that means. And this I wanted to play, this whole ecosystem stuff of the big game hunters. Yeah, no, this is elitism 101. See,
could do.
On hunting, and you telling me the stories about hunting and almost dying and all of these things makes me realize how Americans are just completely so out of touch with nature and out of touch with the environment that we then create these social causes that nobody understands, which is the truth being that if you want to conserve, if you're interested in conservation, then you would be the people that conserve the most are the people.
Yeah, I'm all on board with Candace. So why doesn't she respond to any of my emails? And, how shall I say it? I'm not trying to steal limelight from Candace. I'm not trying to become Candace's boss. But, if she's really serious about combating the feminists and the problems that they have created and revival of Christian values, which there I'm on board with that. I don't agree with the TPUSA. That's just like Tammy Lee Baker and all of those, and Jerry Falwell. In fact, that we saw that earlier in previous videos, how that's kind of, he was going to become the Jerry Falwell and the Moonies, all of these Christian cults. Of course not, because they're just, the guy who was living next to me, he was the head of HR of Washington Times and of the Moonies, was flashing me all the time. He had been arrested in 2006 for child, it was one of these FBI stings, online porn, child porn, and when he shows up, it's an FBI agent instead of some young girl. And he spent, I don't know how long in prison, but then again, I saw he went back to prison because I guess he wasn't doing his rehabilitation stuff or whatever they call it. Yeah, and he's flashing me here. I got the photos of him. He'd always leave a little crack in his door and he'd spread eagle naked on his bed. Now, I'm an old lady, so, I'm like, whatever. But I know what, this means this is still going on with the kids. And that's precisely why you have to enable the old ladies in the neighborhood and in the community who are watching out. Who's doing what? Who's where? And telling authorities, eh. And don't call him stupid, conspiracy theorist. An hysterical old lady.
People that go over to Africa and hunt, and they are also saving human lives because there are these animals that are marked because they've just tore apart an entire village. I mean, correct me.
Now, I am all for hunting. Should I say, not all for hunting. Hunters, more power to you. You're part of the ecosystem. I'm definitely not this vegan. Let's run the vegans out of town. The only thing is you shoot it and clean it, and I'll cook it. But don't put me in that position. I don't want to do that. My father has a shotgun. I want to learn how to shoot it just because it was his. But yeah. So this whole thing, and people who, yeah, big game.
Me if I'm wrong, and
I
then
don't
they're
agree
kind of
with
marked
this
to go hunt, and we
stuff.
kind of had this whole Cecil the lion fever here.
Yeah, I mean, the number of look, I mean, okay, there's several things you said about hunting. I mean, as you rightly say, you could do an entire episode on this, but briefly, what the nations where you hunt, right, in Africa.
Oh,
Going across the world, it's not just Africa, by the way. I mean, I've been hunting in Eastern Europe and further afield as well. There is the sustainability of the livelihoods of those who are involved in hunting is dependent upon the hunted animal, right? So if you're going to hunt wolves in Eastern Europe, or you're going to go and hunt kudu or whatever, antelope or big game in Southern Africa, there's a direct vested economic interest in that nation, right, to keep the livestock alive, right? Because they suddenly go, well, hang on a sec, we can charge people a fortune to come in and hunt these animals, so therefore we need to make sure we have these animals, right? It's a very basic economic equation. So the countries where you go and hunt in Southern Africa.
See, this is such Mandevillian economics. The incentive that the country has to keep their big game is so that the hunters from England can come and hunt them. Yeah.
Let's just take Zambia, for example, because I've been hunting a fair bit in Zambia. The Zambian government divvies up a quota for every single animal that they have in Zambia, and they assign quotas to each different hunting lodge. Now, what that means is that each hunting park and hunting lodge has a direct interest in keeping those animals alive and breeding them for the next generation, right? So therefore, you can go off to Zambia and you can hunt whatever you want to hunt, right? And the game park will have anti-poaching squads. It will have villagers which are employed on the hunting lodges. It will have chefs. It will have drivers. It will have people who work at the airport nearby, etc., etc. So the whole sustainability of the local community is actually based on a hunting park, right? So therefore, the country has a direct interest in conservation.
See, he is talking about sustainability. See, this is where George he's still of the mindset and indoctrinated. Because this whole MK Ultra and stuff, I'm like, excuse me, you guys, the MK Ultra, the CIA and stuff, women have been doing that to their children and their communities, and the gaslighting. These are the tactics that women have been using for thousands of years. And the upper crust particularly, read Machiavelli. Like, guys, this is not something new. It's just one of the things that traditionally women have done in society, and you guys have turned it around and made a business out of it. And a very, very self-destructive, very dangerous business indeed. Oh, Lord, this is worse than Alexander the Great's mother. Huh? She was child's play compared to you guys. So, anyway. Yeah, so this is sustainable. No, in fact, it's great if you go in. There's a whole bunch of videos I've seen. There's this Yes group or something. There's Spanion's another guy I really like. He doesn't do he hasn't really understood how the tourism industry that everybody has been World Bank on down in the development community have been promoting as positive development and growth. It's not been, and it's created so many problems. in housing prices, just across the board. Portugal, there's some really good videos on that. Spain, but then you can also, third world countries. So what he's promoting there is this very tourism based development. And I, as I say, these are young kids that, maybe just need an epiphany.
Often in countries where they ban hunting, or in areas where they ban hunting, the livestock populations take a dramatic decline, because either the locals will go and kill them because they're a pain, right? So like you've got loads of lions around you, well, they're a pain, so let's go and kill them. Or B, the poachers will come and hunt them.
And that's where it gets bad. And I think in America particularly, they conflate the idea of a poacher with the idea of a hunter.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally different. I mean, like hunting, I mean, it's an expensive sport. You're often paying quite a lot of money to go into a country. I mean, first of all, you've got to get there. That's expensive. You've got to then go and buy a hunting license. That's expensive. You've got to go and pay for your quota. That's expensive. So
the thing is you can hunt in England. I remember the family that I was an au pair for in Paris. Her family, they were farmer. He had a huge farm. It was like the largest farm in France, or at least in that area of France or something. It was huge. But he was an illegitimate son of the person, the owner of the farm before him in the family. But it was very strange, the whole story. He was illegitimate, even though his parents later married, but he was born before they got married. So he worked the farm, but he couldn't inherit it, and it was his sisters who were born after his parents were married who were going to inherit it. So anyway, that was her father. And they had, they had a certain number of deer that he had to kill every year. And during the hunting season, of course, it's the hunting season, you do it with, not when the Bambis are out there. But and it is to control the population. Otherwise, it's England. The same thing has happened in Africa. Before, you had these tribes, nomadic tribes. Well, you didn't. It wasn't, well, we're going to go and kill all the lions because they're on our territory, because it wasn't your territory. So anyway, it's the same thing with England. Well, you got all of this land. In fact, people started leaving in 1600s because it was no longer, the Vikings had come because it was this virgin land. Oh, all of these resources, all of this, food. It's warmer climate than we have. I mean, okay, it was cold as shit compared to the Mediterranean, and you can't grow as much as you can farther down you get into Europe. But still, everything is relative. Well, they came in, they invaded, and then it started to populate England. Well, then in fact, the first colony was Ireland. And even kind of, it's a kind of iffy discussion there whether they colonized Scotland or not. I think that's kind of like champagne and cava between the French and the Spanish. Let's not go there. But anyway, but yeah, definitely Ireland was the colony before the Americas. And this is, this is where I even went into understanding American history, was starting with British history, because that's where our roots are. Even the African American, y'all are a minority, a small minority. And that doesn't mean, and even the African American culture, it has its roots in Africa, and just like white Americans need to look at our roots in England, y'all need to look at your roots in Africa. However, the African American, I would say you all are just as different, maybe even more, than the African, because also Africa or Europe, like, you see where I'm going? I mean, even with the Americans, this is mainly England. So I don't know, you want to take, like, say African Americans, we're going to compare them to Kenyans. Well, wait a second. You know, I would even have to go back into the history of exactly where the different areas of Africa that the African American slaves came from. Because I think they came from, I mean, they came from conflict, definitely. This is another thing. Excuse me, who was warring and bringing the slaves to the Portuguese slave traders? It was the Africans themselves, you know. So it's like, let's stop drinking and passing out cool.
And all that money is going to the country, right? So you're not paying it to some person back home. You're paying it to the Zambian government. You're paying it to the local safari park, right? So that's all part of the economic equation, right? The poachers come in. They're normally employed by crime syndicates run out of the Far East, particularly in Southeast Asia, where things like elephant tusks and rhino horns are considered to have aphrodisiac qualities. So they'll be run out of crime syndicates. There's no money coming into the country. They'll employ a local. They'll give them the equivalent of a year's wages, which in that part of the world is often peanuts, right? And then they'll go out, they'll take extreme risk, 2 or 3 of them. They'll kill anybody who gets in their way to get to the animal, and then they'll shoot the animal. They'll shoot the animal, chop off a part of its body, and then just leave the carcass, right? That's poaching. Poaching is extremely evil. And there's, I mean, that's why the governments of Southern Africa take huge anti-poaching measures, because it devastates local populations. And it's hugely damaging for the local.
The poaching exists because there's a market for these products. And he said the Asians, and that gets into the nouveau riche. All of the nouveau riche, because this is not just the Asians, you know, the old guard. I mean, I knew growing up, oh my Lord, no, ivory, you know, those are coming from the ivory tusk, were aware of these problems. But, you know, the nouveau riche, and I sound like my mom saying this, you know, but the nouveau riche, that they just are not brought up with this awareness. What they're being taught in the poorer families is get to the top, you know, grapple up the ladder of success, and the world be damned.
Communities. So there's no way. I mean, I completely agree with you. It's often conflated that basically going off and hunting big game is like equivalent to poaching, which is just not. And there's no comparison between the two. Now, of course, the whole point is sustainability. So that's why you have a quota system where like you can't go off and just you can't just like machine gun down a whole load of animals because you feel like it. You go off and hunt one animal for a week.
Quota systems and sustainability. Yeah, well, diversity, equity, inclusion. I call it discrimination, extermination, and intimidation. That's what the HR people have been using it for. I mean, it just, we can hire whoever we want, we can exclude anybody we want, and we just put, on any name we want, we this whole at will hire. I mean, again, I'm trying to fight that, saying, no, excuse me, at will hire, or at will firing, excuse me. I guess they do call it at will employment, whatever they call it. It's illegal under several labor law. So, it's like we don't need new laws. We just need this application in the courts. And we need lawyers who have some idea of human rights conventions, constitutions. This gets into, see, this is where I put tripping the prom queen, but the lawful rights of mankind. This was written by Paul Seigart, who is the father of Mary Ann Seigart. And where is she? I thought I put her in here. That's not in this one. Mary Ann Seigart, who is a celebrity journalist in the UK. She's also an alumni of Cobham Hall. And she wrote the authority gap, why women are not taken seriously and what women can do about it. I mean, go and look either at her profile or I've got a link in here to the Cobham Hall and her stuff. I mean, your typical feminist who, I've been on the board of this. I mean, the managerialist. She thinks, white collar madman becomes white collar madwoman. And this is progress. No. And then condescending, she even blocked me. I mean, this is what I couldn't believe. When I contact her, I'm like, wait a second, would somebody look into and start asking what the frick happened with the elections with Bobby Kennedy's campaign? And Tim Mellon. Why did Tim Mellon ignore me? I think it's just because he's a jackass rather than anyway, I think that's it. But I don't care. Outcome again. Outcome. That's all I care about. So, and he loves Rico. Well, let's go for it. One on one, you and me, Tim Mellon. Your entire Mellon fortune's on the line, buddy. Let's go for it. I'll tell you, I'll chew him up and spit him out. Okay, so Tim Mellon, why did you ignore me? Amaryllis Fox. Don't tell me that I applied for jobs. I wrote blogs for that through Randy Hines of Las Vegas and the Kennedy Coalition. You didn't even hear about me in that whole thing. Now, Amaryllis Fox, she's another Erica Kirk. Honeypot, married to Bobby Kennedy's eldest son. And she was the campaign manager. Then that goddamn Nicole Shanahan. I mean, you guys, come on, there, honeypots all over the place. She was married to Sarah J. Brin. Oh, and then she sleeps with Elon Musk and walks away with $1 billion for having one child. I mean, come on, you people. Nicole Shanahan as his VP pick. I mean, and then Del Big. So yeah, okay, I'm getting off on, and now I lost my train of thought. Yeah. Oh, this was about the honeypots and stuff, and the bimbos. I'm just tired of it. I am tired of it. They're all over the frickin' place. Okay, so Candace Owens' family tree actually is quite interesting. And if everybody in the family would stop trying to just cash in and grapple up the ladder of success, and they could really do some interesting things. And there are some, I haven't quite finished my investigation, and I don't want to tip my hand too much, because then I might lose some information. Anyway, so yeah, so you have through Candace's, so her father, this is Robert Owens Jr. He's, what did this move? He's in Phoenix, Arizona. Then she has an uncle. It's not much. He's divorced. He was married, divorced. As well, Robert Owen Jr. See, this is, I'm not really sure what he does. Is he somehow military or law enforcement, or I think possibly. I'm not positive. So then she has an aunt, Veronica. She's again, Phoenix, Arizona. This is where TPUSA is, and this is where we've got Congressman Andy Biggs. We'll go over there for a second in a minute. So here she works for real estate, Berkshire Hathaway. This is Warren Buffett. Okay, so this is your typical. This is why the left is where it is. The Democrats are where it is. They just want to, become the yuppies and live the good life in $1 million homes while the country goes to shit, and profit from the injection in 2008. They didn't fix anything, and we are up to I think we're probably up to $39 trillion in public debt right now. That has to be paid off. So, her liberal Democratic family, this is why they're just drinking and passing out the Kool-Aid of the Obamas. I mean, I remember when my Catholic mother said, "Oh, I just think it's so wonderful a black man has gotten into the White House." Like, you probably said that when the Catholics got in. Um, and it's just been downhill ever since. And all you go care about minorities. We're going to get the minorities into positions of power and control this country. Well, you're pissing off the majority whites and the majority middle class and poor. You know, Veronica, I'm sure she lives in $1 million home. I think Candace's uncle as well. I don't think this uncle, Ronald, in Greenwich is doing quite so well, but I think the one in Phoenix is doing quite well. That's why I'm kind of like, what's he involved with? Um, and who's his wife and what's she doing? It looks like, I don't know if this Randall Spears, so she would have been married, but then it appears she's now, I mean, I don't think they're married, but she's now with a white man. Then in Phoenix. So that's also what has he done and what's he involved in. So let's see here. This takes us back. So this is Candace Owens' grandfather that she always talks about, Robert Lee Owens Sr. So if you go back his side of the family, this is of course from the North Carolina. Excuse me. This is the North Carolina, which is, of course, the southern plantations. But this gets into her family would have been part of, looks like the second migration, because you had the first migration was 1910 to 19, I forget. I know it started in 1910 and then went, because you had the first and second migration from 1910 to 1970, when you had all of these black people, black families that left the South, and most of them had been, from, I mean, there were some freed blacks in the South, but I think anybody who got their freedom probably moved up to the North. I mean, I'd have to look at more about the history about exactly how that happened. Because I know there were, slaves in the South who did buy their freedom. It wasn't, okay, it wasn't common, but it wasn't unheard of. So they, moved up to the North. That's why Candace Owens was born in New York and grew up, and you have them in Connecticut. And a lot of them are still you have parts of the family at Stamford, Connecticut, or most of them are in Fayette, North Carolina. There are some in South Carolina. But again, it's like, well, and what contribution have you made to your communities? Excuse me, because the poor urban blacks in the northern, I mainly looked at Chicago and Washington, because the problem with New York is you did have a lot of different immigrants also coming in, so it's not, your data, if you will, gets a little bit more complicated to look at, because you are looking at different minority groups coming into this one area, where the data on Washington and Chicago is a little bit more kosher, if you will. This is not racism or anything. This is just looking at data and statistics and trying to figure out what's happening within these different trajectories. It's not racism. It is just understanding. I mean, my God, I remember when we used to go on vacation. A friend of ours, their kids were in school with my sons, and her husband worked at the at the French embassy. She was, her father was Somalian, her mother was Eastern European, communist, and so she's Mulala, and we would go to the vacation together, And she was like, "My God, you're blacker than I am." I mean, she put her armor up against mine, and I mean, I have a more yellow tinge. I mean, now I don't. I get splotches when I get too much sun, so now I don't bake out in the sun like I used to. But I used to get really black, and particularly, I mean, my older sister, I mean, white. I really felt sorry for her because constantly, like my father, she would have to be sunscreen and, just she had freckles and, just had to stay away from the sun like you wouldn't believe. And we're the same father and mother. And I just get black, black, black. But as I say, it was a more of a um or yellowish tone, if you will, which would be indicate more of American Indian. And we do have American Indian in the Wilcox family, I know. I don't know from my mother's side. But yeah, definitely that is not English English blood that's making me so brown. Um, so, anybody who gets on that train, I'm just like, you know what? Jump off. Screw you. I, I married a Spaniard whose name was Alcala. Oh, Lord. I loved it in Bogota. We were at the visiting, it was the library of the first university in South America. And it was started by the Jesuits, and this is Bogota. And fascinating. I mean, the library, all of these old documents, but the university, to get in, you had to prove that you were pure blood. Now, this was not just pure blood, no mixed with American Indian. This meant pure blood, no mixture with the Arab blood from Spain. And I just laughed during the presentation. I mean, this is all with the French people. And the ladies are like, yeah. They always got pissed off when I'd come up with these remarks. And I would say, "Oh my goodness, my children wouldn't be allowed in here because their father, Alcala." I mean, come on. My youngest son, he was born with like something that's like a mark of Arab descent. And this was at a clinic. This is in Brussels. And just this is where the doctor was. It was all these Turkish women. They had a big Turkish population in Brussels. And it was a private clinic. I mean, this was where the doctor, and I was like the only like European, but I'm not even European in there. So anyway, I asked the nurses, I said, "How do you communicate with these women? Because none of them speak French or anything. It's only Arab." And they said, just, through the hand signs. But the one of the nurses looked at me and she's like, because I'm like European, she's like, who's your husband? Because she's like, well, maybe her husband is Turk. I said, "Oh, he's Spanish." And then, "Oh, okay, yeah." Oh, my husband's family, that didn't go over well with my husband's family whatsoever. And I was like, come on, you people. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, so anybody wants to jump on the racism train and call me a racist, go ahead and put me on a podium with me. I'll chew you up, spit you out. This is not about racism. This is about, culture and a mixing of culture and melting pot and how not to get the melting pot to kill itself. Uh, so yeah, here's more about the Candace's early life. So yeah, so in the South here, I looked at where they were from. I thought I had put it in there. I forget, it was, maybe I put it within the ancestry.com. Oh, here it is over here. Now that's the, okay. So anyway, it was Fayette and Stanford or something like that, North Carolina. So in that area, there was enslaved individuals who were documented on the plantation of Owen Holmes, which makes sense because I Googled, okay, that area, what were the plantations that had slaves? Um, Owen Holmes and his father, Gabriel Holmes, which also makes sense because my understanding, a lot of the slaves, I mean, they had African names. So when they came, they often took on the last name of their slave owners. Um, so Owenville, see, this is without an S. You do see that a lot. Maybe that's the explanation. Also, this gets into, um, without proper records. I went back this far, but going back farther, without actual birth certificates, there, if the family were interested, um, in this is, going in to birth certificates and all of that, because with ancestry.com, it's really difficult because it really doesn't go into race. It's hard if you Google, I'm looking for African American, I'm not looking for white. Well, they don't specify. Again, this is, I'm not being racist. I'm being like, wait a second, a white couple doesn't produce a black baby. This is the whole thing about, questions about the coloring of Meghan Markle and Harry's children. Well, I'm sorry, these are questions that women have been asking about their future grandchildren. Well, do you think it's going to have red hair or brown hair? Or, everybody wants to just turn everything into a race. Like, how shall I say, like this devil, horrible intent. Oh, it's a fact of life. Just like girls, boys. This one has red hair. That one. I mean, that's another. Which everybody was, oh, it comes on. You got like, okay, wait a second. Both of you have blonde hair, or both of you have red hair or something, and this baby's coming out with black hair. Little girl, have you been doing something behind your husband's back? No, stop it. Yeah, so anything. Okay, so you got the Owens family, Owenville, James Owen. So there this is what I was able to find with, this family and South Carolina, North Carolina, excuse me, this is North Carolina, but some of them are in South Carolina. Then, so that's from the Owens side. Then it was very interesting. Oh, and what was really interesting there, but this is, again, it was a problem of whether ancestry.com, if this is verifiable, because what was super interesting with her family there was that it went back into, you can go into the ancestry here, because as I say, I'm not sure if this is the same line, but that it was an Indian, American Indian, who were the owner of these plantations and how they got shafted. That was a fascinating story. As I said, again, I'm not positive whether it's the same name, whether it's really within her tree, but if the family is interested, that's a fascinating story, and fascinating history of what happened there and with the American Indians, in the region. So then this goes with Nola Owens. So this is her grandmother. And that was there from St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgin Islands. You have within her family tree, you've seen some Henley, Van Holten, and Blyden families from St. Thomas. Now, these are quite prominent families. So again, you're going to find some blacks and some whites within that. But, it's like, okay, so what are you guys doing? Because what's going on over at St. Thomas? Epstein Island. That's under your jurisdiction. Over here, you're up in New York. Things aren't going so well there. And it's connected to the Epstein Island. See how, Candace's husband, George, was talking about the global economies and how they work and the exploitation and all of that. Yeah, George, this has been going on for a long time. Sometimes it's human trafficking. Sometimes it's animal trafficking or exploitation. Story stays the same. Just the names of the actors change. It's all the Truman Show. Oh, here, yeah, I put it over here. Sorry, I moved my little person around and sometimes. So it was Fayette, North Carolina, and Stamford, Connecticut. That's where my brain was not. Oh, no. Stamford, Connecticut. And then Phoenix, Arizona is where you'll find her people in her family tree. And it's like, okay, because they keep on, everybody keeps on saying the ruling elite, like it's just the Elon Musk and the billionaires. The billionaires are enabled and kept in power by the 10%ers, who are the lawyers, the economists, the bankers, who earn the six-figure salary. That's why the whole vote thing, that doesn't change anything, because it doesn't change what your 10%ers are doing. Oh my God, I've gone over 4 hours here. Okay, real quick. And I still have some stuff to go through. Whatever. Nobody watches my videos anyway. So I guess it doesn't matter. Nobody likes me. I've been canceled. You'll see. Oh my gosh, on this one, I got a like. I think this is one of the first likes I've ever gotten on any of my videos. Maybe things are looking up. Okay, real quick on Andy Biggs. But yeah, please watch this one. Hi, everybody. Oh, things are getting very dark. So, very dark. Yeah, I was watching Candace Owens' video. 17, she had been liberated from the sex trafficker, Ron Eppinger, before that, and she had gotten into that because she had been sexually abused as a child. And this is West Palm Beach, and nobody wanted to deal with it. They're still doing it. I mean, Patriotic Housewife, she's in West Palm Beach. This crap is still going on. I mean, until we clean up the courts and the judicial system, which includes law enforcement. I mean, this is my thing for all of the military people, all of you vets. This came up with the Mitch Snow. And I mean, particularly Nate from Valhalla, he should be ashamed of himself for attacking. And now he's saying, look at the poor disabled vets. I mean, Valhalla, you're a schizophrenic. One moment you're spitting on Mitch Snow, who has just been, the poor guy has been victimized right and left. He's been the victim. I mean, this is something that I go around and around and around with the domestic violence people. I mean, that's under the domain of the feminists. Okay, the men. Okay, so you get the point. Well, anyway, if this is, let's just go real quick. Here's his family. Like with the black urban poor in the United States. No, let's help bring in the drugs. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is really, okay. Let's just go real quick. This is Andy Biggs' son. Okay. In New York. This is the one that's concerning me. This is where I'm very, very concerned. So this is Cosette Biggs. This would be the second child, if I remember correctly, the daughter. Now, she just recently died, supposedly of cancer. She has 3 young daughters. Now, her husband was recently, about the time, just after she died, I believe it was, I forget, but just recently, appointed the Chancellor of Dracula in Europe. Okay, we got London Bridge over here. This gets into Starkey Farmstead, trafficking of children, possibility of what's going on in there. We've got something over here as well, suspicious. This gets into the Farnsworth family. People are saying that we need to investigate the Farnsworth family. I've started that. Still lots and lots of questions. This is Scott Michael Helen. This is of the Republican Party with my mom's connection. He was a vampire movie producer. So anyway, his father, Mike Helen, was a friend of my mom's, and that goes into the Republican, Party. The McCains, we saw Meghan McCain's photo with the farmer sister, the older sister, who's the artist. But this, again, this woman also, it's not exactly something that you want to write home about. And this opens the floodgates in the Pandora box of the art world and how that is all just a mafia, and how it's kind of a money laundering scheme, global money laundering scheme. This is particularly, we've gotten, I mean, it existed even in medieval times, I believe, but at least I'm like, oh God, go and some of these artists, the masters of the classics, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt. I remember one thing that we had visited, a exhibition of Rembrandt, and it was just sketches. It was fascinating in Bogota. So, this detail, I mean, I'm an artist, but I'm not very talented. So, that I can appreciate. But the whole modern art shit, this is just, and this goes back over 100 years. And Anne Sinclair and Picasso, and they're in there as well. It's all just a money laundering, and this whole, how can I say it? Very malsa, very malsa. And I remember one time we're at a field trip with the kids and go to see an art exhibition in Bogota, and one of the kids looked up, and I think it was Miro from Spanish Miro, that we're, oh, Johan Miro, and he looked up and he goes, I can do that. And I have to. I mean, really, you look at some of the modern art, and you're like, no, come on, come on, you guys. They're tomándote el pelo. They're like gaslighting you. This bullshit. They're gonna pay like $5,000 for that, for a yellow paint. Like, I mean, literally, that is just, it really is like to the point of being funny, but it's not so funny because it's wasting money and wasting resources and being used for des choses qui sont like really malsains, like really bad. So anyway, yeah, this is what's really concerning me there. Oh, I mean, and Andy Biggs, it was the Sasha Riley. There's the Sasha Riley tape, and I think I did this. Yeah, before I heard about, or did I guess it came out with the Sasha Riley. And how Andy Biggs and Donald Trump beat and raped this poor child. He was 12 years old, apparently, at the time. So this, not sure. See, I'm not positive he was 12. This is what's going to have to, the timeline. But beat and raped this poor child and almost killed him, and would have killed him because he apparently, in revenge for Trump, and I guess this also gets into the medical records of Trump. Let's find out timelines here. And if Trump was airlifted and done some sort of surgery on his rectum, because the boy apparently put a palo, a stick, and you know where, and kicked it in revenge. And that's when I think Andy Biggs came in and was going to, punish him and kill him. And that his his adopted father, who was the one who was trafficking him, and who apparently was a pilot. This would have been military, but then we're seeing this story. Wonder if Patriotic Housewife or her husband is the same story. How after they leave the military, they go and work in the private sector for the private airplanes. My younger sister, she caters for these people. So I even told her she should do that. She should focus on that, because that was a really lucrative. I even sent her, this is like Palm Beach or something, some document I'd come across all of the different private planes that come through there. I said, you should target these guys. I think she actually listened to me. She didn't she didn't say, oh, that's a good idea, but I think she has been doing that. But anyway, it does raise the question. These guys are seeing what's going on. It's just like the drivers, the bodyguards and stuff. They see everything that's going on. So anyway, yeah, Sasha Riley's father would not let Andy Biggs kill the kid because he said, no. There have been a lot of reports of, bruises and domestic violence and, documented, and questions. He's had to keep on moving states because when people start, why is this kid always bruised? Why does he have broken bones and everything? Well, he moves. And in fact, one time he tried to drown the kid. He took him out into the kid couldn't swim, and he took him out into the water, with these rip tides and stuff. And luckily, it was close enough. There were people nearby on a beach that saw the kid drowning, and his supposed father, the adopted father and mother, standing on the beach watching him. And they went out and saved him, called the cops. This guy goes out and saves the kid, runs into the water, saves the kid, brings him up to the father. I guess this is where the cops come in at this point, because obviously somebody's calling the cops. He's running into the water, saving the kid, saves him, brings him up to the beach, and I don't know if the policeman had to save the father from being beaten the shit out or something, but the guy who saved the kid was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And the police come and they're questioning, excuse me, and asking the boy, do you know how to swim? No, you don't know how to swim. What are you doing? You're trying to kill your kid? And I think it was that policeman who even said, if this kid ends up dead, I'm coming after you. So see, the adopted father was afraid. That's what saved this kid's life. Otherwise, he would have been dead. He would have been killed like so many other. Apparently, the 30,000, this goes back to the kids who were taken during Trump's first presidency, and all the kids that were taken at the border, and the missing children. Apparently, like it's 30,000 of them or something. As I say, this is real dark. real dark. It's real unpleasant. Anybody who doesn't want to deal with unpleasantness, just get out of the game. Just excuse yourselves. Because it's going to get real bad. You know, who knows? They talk about security. I got no security. The only security I got is my guardian angel, who seems to be watching over me, kept me. Oh God, I'll never forget when this whole damn thing started in 2007. It's like middle of the night, it's got to be 3 o'clock, something, middle of the night. I'm asleep. Our dog's still with me. She's barking, and I come downstairs and I look outside the window, and I mean, it was surreal. It was a wolf. As I told my sister at the time, my older sister, I was like, it was so surreal, so surreal. It's like, and I mean, it was a huge wolf. It had to be a wolf. No dog is this big. Huge, huge wolf sitting there on top of this. It's one of these pillars, and in front where you had the gate right in front of the house, and he's sitting up there, and I'm just, and it's sort of a full moon or something. There's enough light coming in that you can see, and I mean, just huge wolf. And I'm just sitting there going, my God, are you trying to tell me the wolf is at the door? I know. I mean, it was like the freakiest experience I ever had. Yeah, all of these dreams and stuff like that, just doesn't happen to me. I would say that's like one of the freakier things. Okay, so here we already played this. Oh my God, for almost 4.5 hours. Okay, but I did want to really get into, there are still things that I'm going to get into. As I say, nobody's listening to me, so what the hell. We'll do. This is the Erica.
I love submitting to Charlie because he's a phenomenal leader.
Don't worry about the school.
I mean, I love submitting to Charlie because he's a phenomenal leader. The dialogue, the rhetoric, submission. Well, like, if somebody knows what they're doing, and I see that, no, this person knows what they're doing, I'm going to get on that person's boat and follow that person. I'm not submitting to a person just by following their leadership. I'm following them because I think they're going down the right path. That doesn't mean from time to time I'm going to be like, excuse me, we have some issues over here. I'm going to totally submit. Or, excuse me, I don't know, maybe we want to head a little bit to the right instead of the left because it looks kind of bad down that road. As I say, just because you follow somebody, well, it's submission bullshit.
Don't worry about the job. I actually think that that's some form of feminism, to be so caught up in, I have to have this career and I have to have this and I have to that. It's a distraction.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have.
She was such, okay, she talked about God. And she hung out. Well, see, she didn't even really hang out with the Republicans because Philip Cabot, the pizza guy on his lip, we all know about that story. I'm sorry. We'll have to check into him now, what's going on with him right now. But that smells of Democratic territory to me. I mean, see, this is also, Trump was not a Republican. New York people are not Republican. Batia, she even says, no, we're all Republican in New York because otherwise we wouldn't be able to vote in the primaries, and that's where it's all decided, because we all know that the Democrats are going to win. So if you want to have any say in the democratic process, you're going to become a Democrat, and then you can vote in the primaries. You see how it's fucked up? And it's all bullshit. It's all gaslighting bullshit.
A career after children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth.
She's right. But they still keep on promoting it. What do you think she's doing now with her? Now she's the having it all career woman. She got rid of her husband. Now she's the having it all career woman. I told these kids just the other day, I'm like, wait a second, you guys. You got trad wives who are getting rid of their husbands. I think we need a new role model here.
Erica Francevay built her life on education, ambition, and personal autonomy as Miss Arizona 2012.
But see, this is not so different than Candace. This is it's the same Kool-Aid that's being passed out to these young girls.
With beauty and grace, she was determined to make it as Miss.
And excuse me, the beauty pageants are much bullshit as the debutante parties. I don't know. Here we got. This is just a side in, because this is from a film with Sandra Bullock. And I think I don't agree with Sandra Bullock on politics, but I do like her movies. I have to say, I do like her, and I do like her as an actress. And I like a lot of the movies she's been in. And I loved this movie. And she has to go and be the beauty queen. She's like some CIA or something professional. Really worth check out. I forget the name of the movie, but it's really good. They have that in there.
Miss United States.
It's really, yeah.
But when that didn't happen, she
has this laugh in the movie that's really fun.
Intent on becoming a reality TV star in New York City. Then she met and married Charlie Kirk, the CEO of a conservative organization pulling in $85 million a year tax-free. Almost overnight, Erica...
A religious organization pulling in $85 million a year tax-free. I mean, see, even the frickin' religious organizations in this country measure themselves by their assets.
Began telling women to do the opposite of what she did, give up their careers, submit to their husbands, and stay home with their children. But when her husband was killed, something interesting happened. Erica didn't step back or stay home with her children who had just lost their father. Instead, she stepped into her husband's role as CEO. Suddenly, the woman preaching sacrifice and submission was hosting lavish multi-million-dollar events, black-tie dinners with celebrities, and networking with billionaires, while her own children were being looked after by others. The grieving widow made sure to appear everywhere the cameras were, dabbing her eyes.
So I wanted to play this because, it's like, let's just say this is par for the course. This is what's going on. And Erica is no better or no worse than anybody else out there. Okay, she couldn't catch, the football or the sports guy, whatever they played, baseball, basketball, whatever. So that didn't work out. So then it's proposed, oh, we need you over here, marry Charlie Kirk. And you know what? We're eventually going to get rid of him. So just marry him for a while, have a couple of kids, make it look good and everything. And then we'll get rid of him and you'll end up with this company. And then you can fulfill your dreams of becoming a CEO of a big company. Think
With
about
a
it.
hand weighed down by gold rings, and she continued promoting biblical womanhood, not just as a belief system, but as a marketing strategy, a political tool, and a purity culture revival. Erica preaches to other women about the sweet life of domesticity that could be sweet if you live in a $5 million mansion like she does. But Erica isn't building a life of submission. She's building an empire while telling other women that their highest calling is obedience, self-denial, and domestic confinement. This is a story of a woman with relentless ambition that doesn't match the ideology she promotes. It's a story of what happens when teachings about female submission are promoted by women who hold significant power, wealth, and influence. After all, cruelty sells best when it wears lipstick and quotes scripture. This is the story of Erica Kirk. Erica Lane Francevy was born on November 20th of 1988. While she was born in Ohio, she was raised in Scottsdale, Arizona. Not long after her birth, her parents Kent and Lori Francevy divorced. Online sources claim Kent Francevy is a businessman and investor who founded an investment firm called CKF Group LLC, but I have not been able to independently confirm this through primary business filings. One thing is clear, unlike his daughter, Kent Francevy keeps a very low profile. Lori raised her daughter after the divorce and was an entrepreneur with professional success. She worked for nearly 20 years at General Electric before starting several businesses in network security. While information on Lori's exact business ventures is limited, Erica's own account describes her mother as a woman who emphasized service and independence. Erica's mother's background is central to understanding her upbringing. Lori raised Erica in a Catholic household. They regularly attended church and, according to Erica, engaged in service activities such as helping at soup kitchens and doing charity work, experiences she later cited as important to her faith and sense of purpose. These early experiences seem to have shaped Erica's faith and worldview, but the version of Christianity that Erica would go on to champion later in life would be nothing like the service-oriented faith she once described. Lori's financial stability afforded Erica a wide range of opportunities, things like private education, competitive sports, and pageantry. As a young person, Erica was active in sports and community work. In school, she played basketball and volleyball, defying the stereotype of a demure, sheltered upbringing one might associate her with today. She described herself in later interviews as somewhat of a tomboy, saying that she didn't wear heels until age 14 and was more comfortable with athletic pursuits than anything overtly labeled as feminine. From the beginning, Erica's life was shaped by privilege. She attended high school at the prestigious Notre Dame Prep School, where tuition currently costs $21,500 per year, with a $3,700 discount for prep.
When I saw this, oh, you people are talking about privilege at $21,000 a year? That's chump change. Foxcroft costs $70,000 a year for American students, $77,000 a year for international ones. So, yeah, privilege is all relative.
Practicing Catholic families. That means for Catholic families who choose to send their children there, they're paying over $71,000 for one child's high school education. Erica was not someone to sit on the sidelines. Even in her teen years, she was comfortable with leadership and public visibility. At age 18, she founded a nonprofit called Everyday Heroes Like You, which claims it's designed to bring...
And see, somebody who went to a $21,000 a year high school aspires to send their children to a $70,000 a year high school. This is one of the reasons why our schools are so goddamn expensive, because it's all this whole social climbing status thing that, oh, it doesn't matter if you're bankrupt in the family in the process and the kids come out completely indoctrinated and robots who don't know how to function in society. Oh, you paid $70,000 a year for your kid to go to school. It must be a real good school.
Visibility to under-recognized charitable efforts and community contributors. After high school, Erica attended Regis University in Colorado, where she played NCAA Division II basketball for at least one season before transferring back to Arizona. She completed her undergraduate...
Oh yeah, see, $20,000 a year gets you into Regis. It doesn't get you into Harvard or Yale or, Smith or Tufts or Georgetown, or on and on. I applied to Georgetown School of Foreign Service. And I didn't get in, of course. Somebody was like, "Are you kidding? Nobody applies to Georgetown for a School of Foreign Service. That's like the hardest thing to get into." And I wasn't a straight A student by any means. My mom was always like, "All your teachers say you could be if you just put in a little effort." And I was always like, "Well, if they make the classes interesting, I'll blow their socks off." But a bunch of boring shit. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, you would never come home with an F." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna fail at anything." It's like you would never fail. See, that's why she was so determined, and everybody in my family so determined to They say in French, mets les bâtons dans les roues, which means stick the wheels. Well, it's perfect here. We got a bicycle there. Stick take a stick and put it in your wheel. Can you imagine you do that to somebody on a bicycle? You stick it on the wheel and they go flying off, kill themselves. See, it's a mais un bâton dans la rue.
Studies at Arizona State University, earning a bachelor's degree in
This is the problem of having a society where maximum, like 10%, but I'm saying maximum 10% of your society, and I don't care what race it is or what gender it is, and it's 99.9% men and women. This whole like people with deformities, and that's a very, very small percent. The rest were either male or female. You got all sorts of flavoring in there between the male and female, but either you're born with a vagina or you're born with a penis. That's something that is determined at birth. Thank you very much. And when it comes up, that's why everybody says little boy or little girl. And there's no breast, there's nothing else there except what is between the legs to determine. And for thousands of years, that's what we've been working on. And this whole transgender stuff. It's with the whole cult stuff, we're seeing why it's being promoted. There is an agenda there. So yeah, as I say, the elitists, $20,000 a year, Regis. Oh, you don't know what elitism is, you people who are doing this video.
in political science and international relations. Later, she pursued a Juris Master in Legal Studies from Liberty University Online, a conservative Christian institution. As recently as 2025, she was studying for a doctorate in biblical studies. If Liberty University sounds familiar, it's because we did a documentary on the former...
Yeah, see, Christian University? I mean, when I think that I get disowned by my mother because I went to go and work for Democrat, and she was always afraid of God. If I got into politics, I'd really kick butt, because she used to tell me, you would argue with God. I would just say, if he was wrong, I would. And I would bite my tongue on the rest of my sentence, because that I could get away with, because she had some contentions with religious stuff. So that I could get away with. But if I continued and you think you're God and you're not, that would have gotten me slapped in the face. So I put my tongue on that one. Yeah, but oh Lord, ever tried to send me to a religious university? Yeah, like never in my life. But what's really strange, really like this, I never understood, and unfortunately my mother and my sister passed away. But it was my older sister who told me this. When we were looking at the schools in England, my first choice was Cobham Hall. Oh, Benedict's. This is where Lady Harvey is from. And my message for Lady Harvey is, excuse me, can we talk on the phone instead of your condescending elitism and stuff? Because Benedict's is where Princess Anne went. My mother was like, oh, Princess Anne went here. And I was just like, yeah, okay, I think already walking into this place, I'm not going to like it. And I didn't. I mean, you talk about, what's wrong with the elitist British boarding schools. Take a look at that. So anyway, and I mean, Cobham was started, she was an Indian woman. And she actually, when she came to lecture in the United States, the FBI, I don't know if the CIA was around then, but they were very worried about what she was coming to say, because this Indian feminist British woman, yeah, so anyway, my first choice was Cobham. Then it was a Catholic school. I don't know. The vibe, the feeling, the nuns. As I say, it's not just because you're Catholic doesn't mean I'm gonna hate you. Although I'm gonna get it. You got some prejudice. Get over there. but I'm necessarily going to hate you. So anyway, and my older sister told me later that, thank God I got into Cobham because mom had said that there was no way she was going to let me go to a Catholic school. Go figure. I mean, we went to public school in Tucson, Catalina Foothills. This is the type of education that I want to promote. Catalina Foothills at the time, very sparsely populated. We didn't even have a high school. In fact, Orange Grove, the junior high that's there, was just built when I went into junior high. And I remember I was like, oh, cool, I can ride my bike to school. It was, right near. Um, so that it was a very good basic education of just the things that children should be learning at those ages. And a lot of it is the socialization process. I'm very much against homeschooling, and I want to reform our schools and our educational system that gives a good basic, one of my pet peeves is cursive. These kids are not learning how to do cursive. Oh no, they don't need that. They're all on computers. Okay, let's not open that can of worms, and we'll go on and listen to this. But yeah, I could do hours and hours of education reform.
Liberty University president Jerry Falwell Jr. and his scandals with a pool boy. While she was busy in college, Erica made time to compete in beauty pageants. High-end pageants at the state and national levels usually consist of 3 portions for which contestants are judged: the interview, the swimsuit portion, and the evening gown presentation with an on-stage question. Sometimes competitors will have to do a talent portion as well. Not only do high-end pageants offer a platform
and this is our liberated women. Okay? Women's lib movement started several generations ago.
Prizes, but many provide scholarship opportunities. For example, the Miss America organization offers the winner
scholarship opportunities, $60,000.
$1,000 in scholarship money, and $10,000 to each runner-up. Pageant competition doesn't come cheap, however.
Yeah, listen to how much they have to spend to get there.
High-end pageants often
and you're not sure to win.
Require contestants to purchase their swimsuits, shoes, and more from specified retailers. Competitors can be disqualified if they don't. One pageant swimsuit can cost hundreds of dollars. An evening gown can cost into the thousands, and that doesn't include the interview and talent outfits, required headshot and promo photos, accessories, makeup and hair products, or travel and accommodation costs.
Yeah, believe me, this 60,000 scholarships bullshit, that's like so stupid.
A pageant entrance fee can cost anywhere from $50 to over $3,000. In interviews from that era, Erica described competing as a way to raise awareness for her charitable causes, saying, "When I learned that by competing I could touch more people and further my causes, I knew it was a chance to make a greater impact."
Oh, see, this is like, this goes back to Cornelia Guest, Deb of the Decade. Let's get the talking points on here. It's all an image. It's all a facade, all of it, up to the makeup. I'm sorry, if somebody put that much makeup on me, even I'd look like a model.
Packed. In 2010, she competed in Miss Arizona USA and was named first runner-up. She returned in November of 2011 to walk the stage once more, and this time she won the crown. She would officially be 2012's Miss Arizona.
If I could be great at one thing, I wish that I could sit in front of a mirror or a makeup mirror in general and spend more than just 20 minutes to a half hour looking at myself and actually take the time to put my makeup on and do my hair. Because after a while, after that 20-minute mark, I'm like, okay, tinted moisturizer, slab of mascara, lip gloss.
Oh God, I hate those earrings. I did jewelry and learned how to make jewelry basically in Colombia. I had started in Paris before the last time I lived in Paris. But and I really do like big big like clunky statement things. Like, I like the big earrings, and then you don't wear a necklace or anything, and that's your fashion statement. But these earrings just like cheap and tacky. Sorry, it's just not working.
Out the door. If I could have it that way, it'd be perfect. So I might need to work on that. I have respect for the individuals that are in
Everything about this girl is tacky and low class.
Photography industry, not because they're degrading women or anything like that, but because that's their field and they are professionals. So I give them credit for being able to have a job and make money and stimulate the economy that way. But I think that there needs to be a way to shield it from the overall public, such as the kids, keep it away from them. But in general, that's a tough one. I really have to say that we live in a free country. So if you want to watch it, turn on your pay-per-view. If not, then why don't you turn on something else that's a little bit more G-rated?
See how our ideologies and politics changed when it was convenient? But see, this is not Erica exclusively. Oh my God, she really looks bad in that view. Poor thing. But this is the formula. This is what's being sold. This is what these kids, and Candace is not really any different. I think she's more intelligent than Erica, so maybe she can wake up and smell the coffee, and I think she has some more values and morals than Erica, but the packaging is the same.
Just a thought. I do think it should be legalized, so just take this miniature journey with me for just a second, and instead of looking at the negative side, let's look at the positive side real quick. After watching several documentaries...
Yeah, okay, so let's not look at the negative side, let's look at the positive side real quick. I mean, see, she's counteracting so much propaganda about drugs, and also, like, since the 1950s, oh, pharmaceutical drugs, real good. You take as many of those as you want. He will give you all sorts of prescriptions. Yeah. Oh, illegal drugs, those are evil. Those are evil. Oh, marijuana. Oh, that's evil. Evil. I am so get everybody off of the goddamn tranquilizers and give them a joint.
I do think it should be legalized because
and for example, oh, this goes back decades. My solution to all of the hooligans in Europe, I mean, that was really dangerous. They were bringing down stadiums and like really dangerous to go. I was like, when my children get older, I'm not going to let them go to stadiums to football games. This is too dangerous. The football is the soccer, but it was more than the soccer. It was the rugby guys that got really violent, particularly the English and the Germans that would come to Europe. And I was like, you know what? You ban alcohol. Everybody who's every male between 15 and 25, you give him a joint and he has to smoke it there in front of you. Zen them out, calm them down. Although some of these guys get real paranoid when they smoke pot. So that's not a cure-all system. And then I was like, and then put this huge bonfire of pot in the middle of the stadium before you start it. And you get everybody, kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. You got a cult. You got to indoctrinate them into something. Do that instead of giving them all alcohol and tell them to kill each other. I mean, you may not like my solution, but I think it's more peaceful.
It not only has some remedies to some modern day medicines that we use, but it also can be taxed so we can get some extra stimulus money, just a thought. And on top of that, I think that as our country is evolving and...
The extra stimulus money, just a thought. See, get more money, get more money. Give them more tax money, and then they'll do anything that you want. This is moving women into the workplace is going to up our GDP by 30%. But we're not going to tell you that what it's actually, the work that's being done was actually done for free before by all the wives, and now it's going to be paid, so we're going to be able to charge them with income tax and get more money for our coffers. See how that's working? See how they get these dumb bimbo blondes to say whatever you want them to say at the drop of a hat, and their talking points.
Things are happening around the world, we really need to start taking into consideration just some alternatives to things. So I think we need to see both sides of this. So open dialogue, I'm all for it.
Becoming the title holder elevated her profile significantly and gave her access to media exposure and special events. It also gave her access to the national pageant circuit at Miss USA, where 50 U.S. states and the District of Columbia would compete for the coveted Miss USA title. The Miss Universe organization was purchased by Trump in 1996, which gave him ownership of not only Miss Universe, but also Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. After Trump's comments with Billy Bush leaked about how he liked to essay women, several former contestants, some who competed...
You got to check out Billy Bush talking about that whole interview and stuff like that. I do have it in, I did cover it in one of them. I mean, that is just, it was too funny. It was too funny. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I'm like, you guys, they all talk like that. And you're going to feign, like all of you feminists, all of a sudden you Me Too feminists, oh, and feign. Like, this is shocking. When you've been promoting this kind of behavior for generations and all of a sudden it's inappropriate.
did as far back as 1997, accused Trump of entering the pageant changing room where girls as young as 15 were naked or partially undressed. Trump never denied this, and it wasn't long before a 2005 Howard Stern interview began circulating online, in which Trump bragged to Stern about doing exactly what the victims described when he said, quote, "I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. You know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, there's..."
I mean, as Candace said, the blacks were like, yeah, we want to look at the Diddy trial. Excuse me, Kanye West, look at his wives and how he's living his life and the role model that he sets. Even Candace. You know, I mean, I'm sorry. Stop playing the race card. Everybody.
Standing there with no clothes, and you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that, end quote. Miss Universe is a diverse organization that hosts one of the world's largest pageants with beauty queens from over 120 countries competing together on one stage. In 2015, Trump made racist comments about Mexicans that sparked widespread backlash. Univision and NBC were set to broadcast the Miss USA pageant the following month, but they refused to air it and stated it was because Trump made insulting remarks about Mexican immigrants. Univision...
It doesn't matter what everybody's doing. Oh, listen what he said. The elitists. Look at the, you know, these are the only people who matter because these are the only people that the press are covering. And the people are getting pissed off.
Had planned to air the event in Spanish. Due to the financial fallout and widespread criticism, Trump was forced to sell the Miss Universe organization that same year. He, of course, threatened a lawsuit and blamed the Mexican government for the fallout. Erica Kirk couldn't have known when she walked the stage at Miss USA in 2012 that she would one day...
I mean, I don't know what she was thinking when she put on that hat. Man, I'm gonna be the Southern Belle. I mean, I've got the whole thing of Scarlett O'Hara. What is a modern woman? I got Annie Oakley there. Scarlett O'Hara dressed to the hilt in her red dress. I do have that there for a reason. Instead of her Southern Belle before the wall that destroyed the South. There's a reason I've got her in the red Jezebel dress. And then there's the Emily Post, Manners and Etiquette. Yeah. So yeah, I got the whole Southern Belle thing going on there, and I got the Wild West, and I've got the Manners and Etiquette of the civilized North, because that's, you know, any respectable family of the Wild West sent their daughters, particularly their daughters, but also their sons, back to study in the Eastern schools, because yeah, the Wild West was a lawless state. and the South just kept on falling.
They crossed paths with Trump again in a very big way. While Erica stated her pursuit of pageantry was a vehicle for philanthropy and to be of service to others, it's important to note the realities underneath that language. Beauty pageants are, fundamentally, a public performance. They place contestants in front of cameras, sponsors, judges, and audiences. Winning a title like Miss Arizona requires a degree of image management and presentation. Both are skills that would later translate directly into the political and media work Erica pursued. While she didn't win the USA title, Miss Arizona didn't let that keep her out of the spotlight. Erica was in her girl boss era. She was independent, ambitious, and ready to become famous. After graduating from Arizona State University in 2012, she was featured as the love interest.
Ambitious and wanting to become famous. They all want to become famous, rich and famous. That's all anybody wants to become. I even go into, in the introductory chapter for my book on the mommy wars, the the mommy wars between the socialized, the feminist, and the anti-feminist, excuse me. The first chapter, I go into relooking at Betty Mahmoudi, who back in the 80s, she was the first, she was an American who was married to, this was an Iranian, I believe. This Iraq or Iran really doesn't make any difference. But so, this was, I'm pretty sure it was Iran though. So she went there and he wouldn't let him leave. This is after the revolution, and she makes it out. She escapes and with her daughter and comes back to the States. But if you look at all of that, what she did was she got back to the United States, made sure that her husband, who was older than she was, he had a house, he had assets and property. She made sure he couldn't come to the States, and then she got his property. So see, that whole thing of her being this oppressed victim of violence of her husband in Iran, that was a whole bullshit thing. And it was just, but it was politically correct. And so everybody gave her a voice. Betty Mahmoudi, it was made into a movie, Never Without, Not Without My Daughter, Never Without My Daughter, with Sally Fields. She became, even her daughter was indoctrinated, hated the father, that she never really, apparently, and it really was very sad because apparently the father was just, doted on his, this was second marriage for him as well. This woman, she's 20 years younger, gold digger. She had some children by first marriage. Pretty sure he did as well. So this is a young, and he just doted on his daughter, and he died, and the daughter hates him. And she wrote a book, and she was alienated from him in the United States and become very, very anti-Muslim and anti-Middle Eastern. And that has been promoted. As I keep on saying, if I were a Middle Eastern woman, Muslim or Hindu, who had escaped from my abusive and violent husband and corrupt judicial system where I have no rights and then I would have been welcomed with open arms in the United States. But since I'm denouncing the Spanish system, which is the most utopian constitution in the world and legal structure, and I'm going to apply it, and I'm sticking it to them all, and going, fuck you, this whole bullshit, excuse me, in a country where women have more rights on paper than any place else that I found in the world, and this is in Spain, I'm talking about paper. And this gets into The Lawful Rights of Mankind, which is the book by Paul Seigert, the father of Marianne Seigert, feminist Marianne Seigert, an English journalist. But there was the book came out in 1985, and there was a book review written by Alex Joel, who later, this is a student, law student, and he later becomes a civil rights lawyer for the CIA. Go figure. Because what he said in his book review of Paul Seigert's book, The Lawful Rights of Mankind, was that the problem was that the legal community just wouldn't be able to understand international conventions and how to implement that within a judicial context, within the court system, and arguing cases and presenting cases. I'm like, yeah, they got the same goddamn problem with constitutions. Because basically, you look at the constitutions, you look at the international conventions, ideologically, fundamentally, you're looking at the same can of worms. And so this has been going on since the Enlightenment. Who was it who said, oh, yeah, let's look at the French? I guess it was George Farmer. Yeah, all of the Enlightenment and the French and how they just love to stir up the pot. Yeah. So, um, yes, this has been a double-edged sword. The Enlightenment uh, came out with all of these ideas, the social contract, all of these liberal ideas, democratic ideas, but they failed to implement them, and then they just got a whole bunch of social climbing bimbos and assholes who go to school and think that they're going to become the new Rousseau or Voltaire or whatever. And they're going to all be geniuses. If you saw with why everybody was attracted to Jeffrey Epstein, we had a whole bunch of interesting people around him. But quite frankly, these people are not as interesting as everybody wants, as they believe, and everybody wants everybody to believe. I've been rubbing shoulders with these people my entire life, and believe me, most of them have their head up their asses. They got PhDs, but they got their head up their asses and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they are just puppets and parrots for whoever will give them money. They are not interesting people. They're very, very boring people. And like Erica is the typical. Realize
In Emerson Drive's She's My Kind of Crazy to the present day audience.
You know, brainwashed to believe that she's going to be rich and famous and important and everything. But she doesn't have neither the brains nor the values and morals to do so.
The playful music video with its denim and cowboy boots feels far removed from the poised Christian influencer Erica had become. But at the time, this appearance was simply another step in her pursuit of public recognition. A 3-minute music video was great, but Erica wanted more. She dreamed of becoming a reality TV star. In 2014, Erica was featured in Arizona Foothills magazine. The article was titled An Ideal Day According to Erica Franzfi. Erica starts out by writing,
Arizona Foothills magazine. This is my sandbox. Catalina Foothills, this is my sandbox, and this is my territory. When I lived, I mean, when I see photos of my precious little desert, the foothills, oh, yeah, I guess I'm kind of like the Indians. This may not have been my property, but this is my land. Oh, what they have done to my beautiful desert. Oh, God. Breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. You don't understand. The saguaro cactuses, that takes hundreds of years to grow. And they chopped them so many down to build the houses. The ecosystem of that desert is so delicate. And they're destroying it. Oh, God. It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. I'll tell you, I want Arizona back. I want Louisiana back. I also have standing in clause in Louisiana. I was born there, and then all the story about my parents and our farm. Still have claims on that farm. I know my siblings, you know, whatever. Yeah. Let's clean up the Wild West. Bring back the South will rise again. But let's see what made the South strong. It was that the industrial North was the nouveau riche, the industrialist of England and Europe who were destroying it. And the South, for all its problems and, you know, slave labor, I get it. That's not good. But this whole thing of we've got to destroy everything that has to do with the Confederacy because they had slaves. Yeah, that's just a talking point, and that's just political bullshit. Because actually, the what George talked about, the manners, the etiquette, the just there's something about a Southern belle and something about Southern hospitality. And that's linked to our English heritage and English culture that is lost on the North. Oh, and don't talk about the Wild West.
I've truly come to realize if you want to make God laugh, tell him your future plans. A large percentage of the population would view my idea of a normal day as a bit insane, yet I would prefer the term organized chaos. Being a modern-day nomad and a Jane of all trades, my agenda ranges from scheduling events through my nonprofit, Everyday Heroes Like You, to hopping on a plane and riding the Southwest bus to Los Angeles for a photo shoot or a hosting gig. I think it's important to view every day as an ideal day. It's all about maintaining a positive mindset. Sure, my life is unpredictable, but I don't expect people to understand my grind. So here it is, starting from the morning alarm going off to the alarm being set and everything in between. She goes on to share a busy day of going to the gym, returning emails, a conference call with casting producers to hear the latest updates about contestant lineups for upcoming reality TV shows that she wants to be on, and making flight reservations to go to LA for a photo shoot. She also mentioned lunch with her mom and going to the shooting range for some target practice with her dad and to talk about his emergency preparedness bug-out bags. The last part of her day consisted of Erica meeting with her boyfriend.
Emergency preparedness bug-out bags? See, there's a lot of questions about Erica's father and mother that need answering.
JT Massey, also known as Tyler Massey, is a minor league baseball player. Erica wrote about him twice in her ideal day, saying they met up for happy hour and then spoke on the phone before bed where they said their nightly prayers together. She ended the article by writing, "So there it is, my own version of a 9 to 5, attacking each day with messy hair and a thirsty heart to make a difference in the lives of others and leave behind my own legacy. I feel so blessed to live in such an incredible..."
Touching the lives and hearts of others. It's all like, how are you going to do that by having your photo taken and going to a gala? This has all been promoted since the 1980s, Reaganomics, Dev of the Decade, the lifestyle of the rich and famous. See, Pierce Morgan has been as much responsible for promoting that as Cornelia Guest, as Catherine Oxenberg, as the Crown Princess of Greece in New York, whose father was this is the duty-free king. He made his fortune off of the, what is that called? When you go through the duty-free, it's the company that owns most of those duty-free things in the airports. That's how he made his fortune. And it's all, as I say, all of these fortunes have been made off of a Bernard Mandevillian socioeconomic model, which I keep on saying the problem with Bernard Mandeville. Yes, he said, okay, prostitutes, drug addicts, drug pushers, drug traders, drug producers, soldiers, people who make military, the uniforms for the military, all of those people generate economies. Little extra side point there. Okay, so Chanel, no, excuse me, it was Hugo Boss. I forget, Hugo Boss or Chanel. But they made the, or maybe it was both of them. I forget. So anyway, but they made the uniforms for the Nazis. And that's how they made their money from the beginning. And funny thing, so you go into Andy Biggs, the video that I did on Andy Biggs, and I showed the beginning of that, and his son that was in New York. First, he went to Parsons School of Design. I mean, the guy really looks, there's this kind of dark stuff going on there. But one of the companies that he worked for, because he did work for some Japanese, and this gets into a Japanese connection with Andy Biggs, and look at the Japanese connection with Charlie Kirk. Start connecting the dots, you guys. But anyway, one of the companies that he worked for, there's lots of money in uniforms for the military. More money in uniforms for the military than for civilian clothing. So that's what they're specializing in. Connect the dots. Everybody is related and interrelated. related. Where's this Gizmo Maxwell, connections to 9/11. This is Savvy Sabs. I recommend people going. Savvy Sabs, Trigger Smart. He's another one who has some voice of sanity. See, this has nothing to do. This has absolutely nothing to do with race. Savvy Sabs, her last name is like Italian. So, and she's obviously not just pure Italian. And she does have more of a African American, I would say, perspective. I don't know if her following is that, but she's not a stupid girl, and she definitely has some very how shall I say, good insight. You got Dana Bash over at CNN, who, I mean, like, that girl, when I see her, it just makes me cringe. I mean, Megyn Kelly makes me cringe as well, but Megyn Kelly has, compared to Dana Bash, Megyn Kelly has a brain. I mean, Dana Bash, oh God, when she would go up and I mean, I can't even watch CNN anymore, but she would be Pine when I was living in Mount Pleasant. This is before and during the shutdown. And at the house, they had the TV downstairs, and it would usually be on CNN. And so I would kind of catch up on the headlines there. I just don't even watch them anymore because it's like people are full of bullshit. The podcasters, you get the headlines from them. You don't have to look at any of that shit anymore. But the only sane person in that house was the black man, the African American gentleman, who he had been homeless. I know at one time. I'm almost positive he passed away because he had a stroke. I was very sad when he left the house because he had a stroke. And I mean, I'm the one who found him. I couldn't even believe it. The other woman, she's sitting there in the living room with him. I'm like, is he okay? She's like, yeah. She sat there and left. And then I come back. I'm like, well, no, he's not okay. And I call the paramedics. I'm like, look, something's going on with this guy. I mean, it was horrible. It's just like, but anyway, he was the only sane one there. The woman that I was talking about, oh good Lord, she was a travel agent. She used to be like, oh yeah, who cares, $50, pass for a quick lunch. Sleeping with these guys, I mean, it was disgusting. It was like, you're nothing but a whore. Oh yeah, and again, the whole interracial stuff. She got pregnant with this black football star when she's in high school. And I mean, from what I can tell, she did that to piss off her dad. And then she abandons her son. I think he was up for adoption. I don't know that and then she wants to get in touch with him later on. But I mean, you talk about using people and throwing them away, and then you're supposed to be this like modern liberal woman. God, it really broke my heart what she did to her son. Not only as a child, but later as an adult, putting on this whole thing of like, I want to get in contact with my son again. It was just to and our manipulations. Oh, and then the owner of the house, he was a lawyer, family court lawyer, court appointed. Put my hand on fire. That man was molesting his wards. Yeah, so real great. But as I say, the only one who had any brains was Richard Pons, the black man. And we were talking one time, and he was like, we were talking about Barry Goldwater of Arizona. And I was like, because my mom was big Barry Goldwater, fan. There's a photo of me with, very young, Goldwater 64 on my head. And I was like, oh God. But I was like, Goldwater's wasn't that off the mark and not bad. And he was like, no, I agree with you. It's like, Lord and Lord, do we have to take a relook at everything that's been going on here? Because it is all bullshit. So anyway, God, almost 5.5 hours. I'm really going for it for today. So yeah, I'll you can look at the rest, but it goes on and on. The same stuff with Erica. This is just hypocrisy, hypocrisy. These are having it all feminists who are just branding themselves. Oh, here I wanted to. Did we get to that point? Oh, I guess I didn't even put it in here, right? Yeah. So, it's all just smoke and mirrors. The Truman Show. It's all just a facade. All just a facade. Now, here is this. So this is Candace Owens, 2018. HuffPost, woman trailblazers, omit conservatives. Which one of you early bird patriots caught my Fox and Friends debut this morning? Follow me on Instagram for behind the scenes story. Da, da, da. So while she's promoting, this is 4 years after. See, this is after I had already been illegally fired from the IMF Family Association. After making out of Spain alive, I have to get a job. So a temp agency, the woman, she said she was a Latina. And she said, well, I'll have a hard time finding you a job because anybody interviewing you is going to be afraid that in 6 months you'll have their job. Now, Nate of Valhalla? He's like, oh yeah, I'm really glad my wife, she's involved in the business. She has all the skills. If anything happens to me, she can take care of herself and the kids. No, that's not true. She will be, not only will she not be let back into the game, but everything that Nate is doing now, she will pay the price and pay a very, very high price, as will Nate's children. So yeah, see, they're all drinking and passing out Kool-Aid. So I get back to the United States. Now, IMF Family Association and World Bank Family Network are expat wives clubs, just like Global Expat, which is modeled after the Federation of American Women's Clubs overseas. FACO, which was started in 1931 by an American in London, the wife of the publisher Curtis Brown, which has ignored me in trying to publish my book, which exposes all of what FACO is doing, and all of the feminists, the anti-feminists, the FACO, the expat wives clubs are on this whole conservative, bullshit. But see, then again, they're not even kosher in getting in bed with the Democrats or the Republicans. That switches. The only thing that they are the same on the agenda, they're all unified in oppressive governments and concentration of wealth and power within corporations and high wealth people, and elitism and unsustainable development and da, 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 da. Now, I can bring all of them down. I have lawsuits bringing them all down, but of course I need a lawyer for that. I can't just, unfortunately, I can't just walk into a courthouse with a gun and say, okay, I want to see everybody in court. Not going to work in my favor. And, I can technically go to the international courts, file by myself, all by myself, but that's going to be a waste of my time. Everybody's just going to ignore me. If I can't get some political backing and support, I can walk into any courthouse and start filing lawsuits on my own, but they're going to catch me on all of the, lawyers, yes, they know all of the proper procedural stuff. I don't know all of that. I know how to argue it, but I need some help. But no lawyer is going to help me because they want to maintain, just like Baron Coleman. Look at Baron Coleman. We'll do a deep dive on him as well. They want to maintain the elitism and the lack of due process, the witch hunts, and the corruption within the courts and within society. That's their agenda. It keeps them in power. Unfortunately, they get in bed with the devil, with very evil forces in order to do this, and therefore, when they're no longer of service, they get canceled and they get destroyed, along with everybody in their family. So see, 2014, I've got, and Huffington Post, this is Arianna Huffington. She is a perfect example of a gold-digging whore who married her meal ticket husband, who I want all of her assets and her and her children deported from the country, because the Huffington Post has just been used by, see, this is a back door. She was married to a Republican, but it's been used by the Democrats. And Huffington Post, France, that's Anne Sinclair. So after I got, Anne Sinclair was the honorary chair of the IMF Family Association when I was there and when I was fired. So she's legally liable for all that crap. And once again, an example of how these upper echelon women, if she had been paying any attention to what was going on within the IMF and when the IMF Family Association, none of these bitches would have dared to pull this crap. But she wasn't. She was playing prima donna and schmoozing and cruising and invites in Washington when her husband came here as the head of the IMF. And she's supposed to be this big wig journalist and stuff. So after her husband gets arrested in 2011 in New York courts, and I mean, when that happened, I was like, oh, you guys, this is such political bullshit, not even funny. If Candace Owens really wants to get to the root of what's going on in France, it's not just the Macrons, she's got to dig deeper. This is, again, she's just scratching the surface on all of this shit. So anyway, we got Anne Sinclair over there with the Huffington Post, Arianna Huffington, which, Greek Arianna Huffington, I can't even pronounce her maiden name. But she is just like Ivana Trump, played the same game. So this is, all of these women who have been coming into this country as honeypots and to marry their meal ticket billionaire husbands, seize their assets and throw them out along with their kids. I've had it. I'm done, you guys. I've been warning you for decades. The games that you are playing with me and with the American people, you're setting yourselves up for a real fall. You want to deny me my rights. You want to turn me and my children into stateless, rightsless people. You throw yourselves into the same box. And it's a dirty, 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 dirty game. You get burned. You can't complain because y'all have made, I said this at the very beginning. My neighbor, Nicole King, she's down in Marbella. Oh, we're all of us podcasters, all of us journalists, you're just one against millions. Yeah, you guys got a voice. I don't, but I have the law and I have right, not right hand, but right, what is right and correct and true in this world on my side. And that's worth more than all of the millions of people and all of the millions of dollars that you all have and the trillions of dollars you have nowadays. Doesn't mean anything. You guys have devaluated all of your money. You keep on, give me more money, more money, more money, but it's worthless. And you set yourself up that all of the assets that you have left, I'm going to come in and take it all from you. You're going to scream communism all over the freaking place. You dug your grave. Keep on telling me that I dug my hole. I made my bed. Now I can lie in it. Same can of worms. So anyway, yeah. Back in 2014, I've been back in the United States since 2009. This is 5 years. 5 years of reinsertion into the labor markets, while little girls like Candace Owens and Erica Kirk and all of these other bimbos and Charlie Kirks and everything are enjoying stellar careers. These kids know nothing. You gave them a diploma and all of a sudden they think that they're God's gift to the world. They know nothing and they're sitting there. We're the future leaders. Everybody should follow us. Yeah, follow you off a cliff. Okay, so they're opting back in, not as peachy as it seems for divorcees. Kind of say, all of these headlines, basically you want to explain yourself in the headline and people can read the headline and know what it's all about. Trailing spouse versus accompanying spouse. Semantics or principle. Because everybody was like, oh, this is so derogatory to call me a trailing spouse. Well, but then you take our rights away from us? And you're going to say it's the semantics that is derogatory or insulting to the women? It's not the semantics. It's the way you're treating them and how you're violating and denying them their rights within marriage and the dissolution. Now that could get into annulment, divorce, or whatever. And within the Spanish system, it is in the civil code. So fuck y'all. I got this. The Spanish Constitution integrates the international conventions. So y'all are fucked on that one. Then the responsibilities as well as the what is it called? The rights, the responsibilities and rights within marriage is in the Spanish Civil Code. So once again, y'all are fucked. When the State Department official, some State Department official, one time condescending like, oh, but you're dealing with Spain. They're just a backward country compared to us modern Americans. Oh, and I said, you know what? The Spanish Constitution is 200 years older than ours. Don't even try and take me out of this jurisdiction, you goddamn stupid asshole civil servant. Dumb fuck. This is a problem. We got a bunch of dumb fucks in our government agencies. Drain the swamp. That's what Trump won. That's what everybody wants. So then, this was precious, because the rite of passage and right to protest dead and buried in our nation's capital. This is 2015. This is the altercation with Ms. Adrienne Tapa that eventually got me fired. Now this is about April 2015 that this thing happened. I got ousted in November 2015. And all of the son of bitches, all of the goddamn economists and everything in Institute for Capacity Development, everybody, the 4 years that I worked there, everybody complained to me about the labor rights violations, the disorganization, the bullshit of first Kate Phillips, who's from New Zealand, then Adrienne Tapa, who's Indian. And that gets into Alan MacArthur and, up and down the chain of command. Ralph Shammy's in there, Mark Lewis is in there, Andy Berg, Dominique Desruel. You know, I am the minimum wage, bottom of the totem pole in that department, and everybody's coming to me, and everybody's expecting me to go up against these bitches, which I am. And Charmaine Curry at the top of it. Now, it was even Ralph Shammy who said, we'll send it through the suggestion box. That way I knew. Even Elizabeth Elliott, she wouldn't have access. It was an email, you know, Elizabeth Elliott would have had access to that. This went through the suggestion box. It was a hard copy. I kept a copy, of course. So she was the only one. And I remember I was shaking that box every single morning, seeing if she had taken that letter. And it took her several days before she picked up that letter. But I know she got it because she's the only one who had a key, and that suggestion box was put there for her and her alone. Now, she got that email, and it's out there. You can look at it, you know, workplace bullying. Oh, I should put a link there. But this is what started the whole damn thing. And I mean, I thought I'd posted this blog. Try not to name names. Try not, you know, not saying this is the IMF, my employer, whatever, making it very general. But I thought my message was very clear. But see, this is where you get into the whole British stuff that George Farmer and Candace were talking about, you know, the Americans being, let's tell it like it is, and stop with this British bullshit of trying to politely tell people that they are fucked. This is the thing, the British, they you know, it comes into their history. They just have a knack of being very, very polite in telling you that they are going to destroy you. You know, they're very polite and diplomatic with their enemies, whereas the Americans are pretty much straightforward and like, you fuck with me, I'll fuck with you. And I did tell everybody that back in 2007. I started on that story, and I was very clear. You fuck with me and I'll fuck with you. And you fuck with my kids and I'll really fuck with you. So I'm not going to kill myself, and I will stay around till the very end. And I don't care. You got rats. I got rats living all over the place. I'm living in squalor. I don't give a shit. You know, this is like World War I in the trenches with the rats and all of that shit. Well, yeah, it is what it is. This is war. I don't have my porcelain tea set with me. Yeah, I had to leave that one behind a long time ago, unfortunately. So, here, oh, this is Candace's first day at the Daily Wire. I've gone on for so long. Oh my God, it's going to be over 5.5 hours. I'll leave that. I mean, there is one part in there, and I'm like, you guys, they're talking about pizza and what you put on pizza and stuff. I'm like, this is not too good ops for you all. However, they are talking about general. Then they talk about what is a sandwich? Is a hamburger a sandwich? Is a hoagie a sandwich? Is a sub a sandwich? So they're talking about pizza, real pizza. It's not the other pizza. But what I did want to play to finish it off is what the Epstein file reveals about how elite worlds work. And we'll finish up with that, because that was worth listening to. Oops. Shit. I hit the wrong thing.
texts, FBI documents, and court records. It's just huge dump of information. Journalists, investigators, and the public are sifting through them as we speak. What's amazing, though, is how much we just still don't know, or at least don't know yet. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who before he joined the DOJ was Trump's personal lawyer, has said that
the department's collection effort resulted in more than 6 million pages being identified as potentially responsive.
But they released only about 3.5 million pages to the public. So what's in the 2.5 million pages we haven't seen?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason.
So we are still far from the end of the story. We're still far from knowing much of what we want to know inside the story. But what has come into clear view is the incredible breadth of Epstein's network, the huge range of people who relied on him, communicated with him, traded with him, and the role he played in this network, the role he played among the American elite, as a broker of information, connections, wealth, and ultimately human beings. This is what I think the files, along with a lot of amazing reporting and courageous testimony, have at least begun to answer. Where Epstein's mysterious power came from. Why so many famous and powerful people from so many walks of life orbited around him, even after he was convicted in 2008 of soliciting a minor for prostitution. What has come into clear view is the infrastructure of Epstein's power, and maybe through that, the infrastructure of modern power and elite networks more generally. Anand Giridharadas is a journalist who has written for The New York Times, The New Yorker, and many other outlets. He publishes the great newsletter The Ink, and is the author of, among other books, Winners Take All, The Elite Charade of Changing the World, which he published in 2018, and the forthcoming Man in the Mirror, Hope, Struggle, and Belonging in an American City. I often think of Anand's work as a kind of sociology of American elites and power, and that's been the perspective he's brought to his coverage of these files. And I think it is revelatory and worth hearing. As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. Anand Giridharadas, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So there have now been literally millions of pages of Epstein files released. There are possibly millions more that we have not seen, so we don't know everything. There are redactions that we don't yet understand. But when you try to step back from what we have seen, what is the picture that emerges?
You know, there's that proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. I think we've learned that it takes a very powerful network to abuse so many children. And so we're getting a glimpse of an absolutely barbaric pedophilia scandal at the heart of Jeffrey Epstein's life and intimate circles, but also around that, what I would think about is many concentric circles of networks, connections, friends, what Congressman Ro Khanna calls an Epstein class, one could say, that made that possible, that made what he did possible. And we're getting a glimpse, I would say, of how our world, how our country is run. And it isn't pretty.
The most striking thing about the files is the range of Jeffrey Epstein's elite network. I mean, you have someone here who is intimate with not just at different times Steve Bannon and Donald Trump, but Emirati businessmen, Elon Musk, Noam Chomsky, and Peter Thiel at the same time. It crosses ideologies, it crosses industries, it crosses professions. It is an extraordinary range of contacts of Republicans and Democrats, globalists and anti-globalists. How is this one guy at the center of so many other kinds of people?
This is a great mystery, you know, and I think because we live in such a partisan and tribal age, when these things started to come out, you had a lot of us doing what we normally do in this era, which is looking for revelations that would help our team and hurt the other team. And there were a lot of people looking for the Trump connection who don't like Trump. And there was people on the Republican and MAGA side trying to find which Democrats were implicated. But that's such a facile way of looking at what we ended up getting and what we've ended up getting, which is, as you say, a coast to coast, industry to industry, right to left, as far left as you can go, as far right as you can go, different professions, different ways of moving through the world, some famous, some obscure. And as I wrote in the New York Times piece that I wrote in November, this diversity masks a deeper solidarity. Because even if these people were on cable, you're sitting at home, you're watching cable at the end of the day, and you're seeing these two talking heads fight. But that's for you. That's the spectacle for you at home to keep you entertained. Yeah. What they're actually doing is revealed in these files, which is hanging out, breaking bread, colluding, sharing information, giving each other tips on deals, giving each other PR advice, making introductions to each other. You have these moments in the files where Jeffrey Epstein is asking Steve Bannon for help getting, I think it was Brad Karp, into the Augusta National Golf Club. And Steve Bannon, talks about basically how hard it is. He's going to help. He's going to maybe see if he can do some looking around, but he's kind of explaining to Epstein how hard it might be to get Brad Karp into this club.
Why would Steve Bannon have access to the Augusta National Golf Club that Brad Karp, I don't know if at this point the chairman of the Paul Weiss firm, but an absolute scion of the establishment. I mean, as the question just where power is.
Right.
In a lot of these emails, it doesn't lie where you'd expect.
Well, I think the Augusta National Club is not a normal part of the establishment. It's in the Deep South, and it is famously, didn't allow black members, didn't allow Jewish members, and so when you're dealing with like a club with kind of a white nationalist history, you go to Steve Bannon for a little help to get him. You got to know who to go to for what, and this is so striking, Ezra. Steve Bannon describes the people who run the Augusta Club to Jeffrey Epstein as crackers. He uses a racist term for white people. The specific kind of demo of white people that Steve Bannon used to get Donald Trump elected. And so in this moment, Steve Bannon, who deplores the quote unquote globalists and people of, high finance and this and that, is talking to financier Jeffrey Epstein, referring to white people in Georgia as crackers. None of these people in these networks mean what they say when you hear them in public. They mean what they say when you're not looking. And these emails in some are an extraordinary and rare chance to see what they really think about you, how they really move through the world, what their actual ends and projects are. Maya Angelou is right. When people show you who they are, believe them.
You used the word solidarity a moment ago for this network. But when you look at these communications, there are moments of solidarity, and you wrote, in some ways actually movingly, about, Epstein has a talent for friendship. He has a talent for being of use to people. He becomes an advisor to them. You can't be a great con man without understanding human beings at a very deep level. But there's also a just endless transactionalism, an endless trading of information, money, connections, favor, powers, ultimately women and girls. And that what feels oftentimes like it is attracting them to each other is not always what I would think of as solidarity, like a fellowship. But what can you do for me? And if you can be the one who finds it for them, that's real power.
And it's different needs, right? So the money people may not need money, although they always want more of it. They often want to seem and feel smart, right? If you have met people in those kinds of worlds, finance people, even if you make a lot of money in it, they're often very, very, very boring people. And I don't say this as slander. They know it. I've had so many conversations with people in this world where there's an insecurity about how boring they are. So they want something else. Then there's a bunch of academics. Academics, I think, really figure in the story in a way that feels surprising. Well, it's a tough era to be an independent thinker, and so the academics want money and access, and Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary, talks about how's life among the lucrative and the louche. He asked Epstein, so he wanted access to a kind of like a party scene that's not available to him. So everybody had something that they needed, but his gift, I think, if it can be called that, was understanding and mapping that so well.
So I want to go into some of the pieces of this, and another word for what you're talking about is he's a broker. And I think it's important to always remember Epstein, where he comes from, is finance. And what they do in finance is they make markets and they look for market irregularities or inconsistencies. They look for where one side needs to be matched up to another. And I think you have to see money fundamentally at the source of his power. It is how he pays for and pays off women and girls. It's how he impresses contacts, particularly early on. And one thing he understands really well is money as a signal. He's got the largest private house in Manhattan. He's got an island. He's got a jet. So if he's got all that, how can he not be a success? How can he not be brilliant? My colleagues on the news side, they did this amazing piece, I'll put it in show notes, about Epstein's relationship with JP Morgan Chase, which was his bank for a long time when he was coming up. And particularly with Just Staley, who was very high up at the bank. Tell me a bit about the Epstein-Staley relationship.
It's an extraordinary story of all of these kinds of brokering that he was engaged in occurring in one relationship of two people. So Staley and Epstein cultivate a mutually beneficial relationship between Epstein, the individual financier, and JP Morgan, now in its current form, the largest, I think, financial institution in the world, if I'm not mistaken. And again, for folks listening to this at home, it may seem a little strange, like, what does JP Morgan need in
this is why this piece is
random
so good.
finance man? But it turns out these things are complicated. So there's a moment where Jeffrey Epstein has a lot of money, and that money needs managing, and the managing of that money brings in millions of dollars of fees. So that's kind of the base layer. There's some point at which JP Morgan becomes interested, and Jess Staley specifically becomes interested in the idea that JP Morgan is not doing enough business with regard to hedge funds, and hedge funds were this kind of growing category, and Jeffrey Epstein seems to have proximity to this ascendant world of hedge funds where a lot more money is moving. And so Jeffrey Epstein can make introductions in that world that then become very valuable.
And he does. So Staley invests in a hedge fund that he's connected to through Epstein, not Staley personally, but through JP Morgan. And it becomes, and Staley says this later, the investment that fundamentally makes his career because it opens that world to JP Morgan and it's considered a brilliant move. Epstein introduces him to Sergey Brin, the founder of Google.
I think this is so interesting, but here's how I explain it. The more powerful you are and the more you rise in these hierarchies, right, the more of a bureaucracy around you there becomes, right? You, Ezra Klein, if I tried to reach out to you 20 years ago, I could have just probably emailed some Gmail address, right? But now you got a podcast, everything. I got to go through this person, I got to go through this person. So actually, the more important these stratospherically powerful people become, there's publicists, and the publicists have publicists, and there's this person, there's that person. And that's why actually a TED conference or these kinds of worlds are valuable, because Sergey Brin is actually in the bar at night, and some finance guy who wants to meet him, yeah, he's not without status. He could go through the channels, but it's work and it's cumbersome, and it's like,
You're overestimating Ted if you think Sergey Brin is at the bar.
I have been with Sergey Brin at the bar.
Really?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
See my strategy of after being ousted, from the IMF. Um, and I mean, it was almost comical when I was at the IMF Family Association. The spouses were afraid of me getting anywhere near their husbands. The members, the wives of the IMF Family Association, they were afraid of me getting anywhere near their husbands. Everybody's afraid that you're going to steal the husbands. I mean, this is, nobody wants to talk about this, but again, this gets into tripping the proms queen. And I mean, it was like, this is one thing that really pisses me off. Not only, okay, this was Clemencia, my neighbor Clemencia Yanis, Gregory Yanis. She was my neighbor in Madrid and my neighbor in Colombia. She saw it all. And then Nicole King, both of them. I mean, this is right before I'm leaving, and Victor Uriarte. He was I don't know, somebody on Aznar's cabinet or something. As I say, I'm just leaving Spain. I made it through the year. I'm still alive. My nerves are frazzled to the bone. I put on some weight. And anyway, I'm thinking, okay, I just need to get out of Spain and get to the US, and I'll find some help, and then I'll be back here in a year or two. Didn't know what was waiting for me, but anyway, so it's like, oh, like, you just got to find a new meal ticket husband. I mean, I even was really embarrassed because Victor, as I say, it's a couple of weeks before I'm leaving, fine, we went out on, I mean, it wasn't even dates, we're just hanging out in my neighborhood at my friend Clemencia. By that time, she has this restaurant bar. So we're hanging out. But so that's, before I get to the States, but it was the same thing with my mother. And it's the same thing that I get here. It's like, oh, you got to give a meal ticket husband. You opted out, so we're not going to let you back into the labor market, even though you have all of this experience and all, you speak 3 languages, you have all of this experience, and whatever, blow these kids away. So that's why we're not going to let you back into the labor market, because you cannot be, manipulated and like these kids. And so you got to find a new meal ticket husband, but then all of the women are afraid that I'm going to steal their husbands. I'm like, I don't want your freaking husband. Like, if I had wanted that, I would have never left this city in the 80s. So keep them. They're all a bunch of inflated ego assholes anyway. That's why I left. That's why I also hung out. Well, almost all of my friends back then were gay men. Women were bitches, and the straight men, all you thought about was getting in, revolving door of women. I mean, and quite frankly, I did meet a couple of decent guys. I think that, but I had become so jaded that I was like paranoid. Yeah, paranoid. So this is not a good situation for anybody. It's very, very dysfunctional. I left it, and unfortunately, as they say in the Narcissism Epidemic book, living in the age of entitlement, this thing has gone global, and I've seen it gone global, and this is another thing that I'm fighting for. I'm terrified for my sons. I want them to get married. I want them to have children. Thank God, from what I can see on the internet, not much. They won't talk to me or have anything to do with me because, I mean, it's not God knows what they've been told. I know exactly what they've been told. I in the letter from my friend from Bogota, it said what my ex-husband was saying about me. And of course, nobody's come to my defense, and everybody's trying to bury me and shut me up. I mean, of course, my sons could go in and read all of the thousands of pages, but I have not wanted to drag them into this from the beginning. This is a thing that has pissed me off. I mean, and I remember when this came up, one of the goddamn bitch lawyers that I had, she said, you're in a divorce. You got to buy your children. I'm like, oh, yeah, I see your game. You're blocking all the money, so I'm not going to have any money to buy my children. Yet you're telling me in this game I got to buy my children. What am I supposed to do? Go out and sleep with somebody and become a prostitute in order to buy my children? And then you get me on prostitution? I mean, you people are freaking crazy. Oh no, I'm white privilege, so all I have to do is pick up the phone and call my parents and say I need some money wired to an account. Well, that's not my situation. Go figure. Stop making these freaking assumptions. And also, this is my money. Why are you telling me, you know, I mean, the whole thing was ludicrous. I mean, from top to bottom, it's bullshit. So anyway, I digress, but I went off on a tangent. So we'll go back to how the elite work.
These worlds in. Absolutely. I mean, I was at the bar with him with my friend Esther Perel, you've always talked to. I've never seen, she had just given her talk. I have never seen so many rich people flock to one person for personal consultations. We were just having a drink and a thing. Everybody was on Esther. All these guys were on Esther. Help me with this situation. Help me. It was an incredible thing. Because what they really need, what they don't have, are people they can trust with personal problems.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting how like the swarm on.
And they probably have a lot of personal problems at that level. Correct. That was actually a really revealing moment to me. I mean, they can contact anyone they want. They can fill out whatever, they have people, but actually, I think this notion that it's lonely at the top, there's truth in it. And this is really worth understanding as a cultural figure that Epstein was. He exploited certain gaps in our culture now. He was not only grooming teenage girls, he was grooming all of these people. Right? This was all grooming. And it was a continuum of grooming from...
But it wasn't even Jeffrey Epstein grooming these people. That Jeffrey Epstein was as much a part of the Truman Show as everybody else. That's what people are not getting.
Light consensual grooming of bankers, all the way to the most depraved and criminal grooming of teenage girls. But the behaviors of pulling people in, understanding, even care and feeding. Virginia Giuffre writes about how he did that to her in her incredible book, Nobody's Girl. But he does it with very powerful people who tell him when he's landing. And he, unlike many people in American...
Okay, so this Nobody's Girl, whoever's reading that is not Virginia Giuffre. That's the ghostwriter. I am going to have to read that book, but that's more about what the ghostwriter is doing. You really want Virginia Giuffre, version, and to see what was going on in her head. You read her memoirs. This was like 2014 or something. It was never published. It was included in the documents against Ghislaine Maxwell, which is kind of I didn't understand, because this is proof that vindicates Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, this is what is absolutely crazy within the courts and stuff. You're finding all of these documents that the prosecution is introducing as evidence. But if any of these lawyers knew what the fuck that they were doing, they would realize that the evidence that they're introducing exonerates the defendant. It's absolutely crazy, because really what he explains in the Virginia Giuffre, you can go on the, I'll have to remember to try and put a link in there, but I do a book review on that. I have only done chapter 1, 2, is the first part, to the 3 and 4. Second part I haven't finished, and that just starts when she is meeting Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. See, she had been sexually abused as a child. Dates vary and stuff, but around 9 to 11 years old. It had been claimed it was a family friend. I don't know. There are some accusations of being the father, not sure, but she was sexually abused, so she becomes a problem child. She goes to live with an aunt in Colorado for a little while. That doesn't work out. She ends up child protection services. I'm not sure if she went through child protection services to get to the aunt, not clear. But so then she does not working out with the aunt. She's problematic there as well. You know, this whole thing that she's being a problem child. No, she's not the problem, but the problems, her behavioral problems are not being dealt with and not getting to the root of, and the perpetrator is still roaming around in her neighborhood. Um, so then she gets into child protection services. Then she becomes a runaway because, okay, open up Pandora's box of what's going on in CPS. That's a shit show, and they're being abused and they're being trafficked and all sorts of stuff. So she runs away, lots of them. I'm like, this is worse than I was getting at home. So runs away, then she ends up as a street prostitute. This is Ron Eppinger. This is Miami. So it's a friend of hers that takes an interest, one of her classmates, this guy that kind of becomes her boyfriend. It's very, very dysfunctional relationships that she's having. So she calls him, he calls, tells the family, the FBI gets involved, and so there is a raid. They arrest Ron Eppinger, and I think he tried to flee the country, but he is arrested and put in prison, and I think there's some other people involved. But then, and they did, you know, this was what, you know, real sex trafficking, and they were bringing in these Asian girls. But even the Asian girls that were with Virginia, I mean, I think Virginia was younger, and these girls were around 18, because I'm not sure if it was, you know, this is obviously sex trafficking, so was it also of minors? In the case of Ron Eppinger, I'm not positive, but definitely this is real. I mean, buying and selling of these people. The other stuff, the whole model stuff that Jeffrey Epstein and Luc Brunel and the modeling agencies and Hollywood are involved in, it is human trafficking and sex trafficking, but it's wrapped up. I mean, this, you know, fashion wear, you see with Erica Kirk. I mean, that whole scene of fashion wear, of modeling, of actresses, it's all this, and escort services. It is all of this very gray area. But as I say, in the case of Ron Eppinger, yeah, these girls had been told, yeah, you're going to come and model or something. But they were even like, no, it's okay. We give them a blowjob or whatever, and we're good. We get to go shopping. Yeah, don't, you know, it's no big deal. You're like, my God. You know, this is also an issue. Nobody wants to recognize that you do have some of these women. They're willing participants. And so when they're of age and adults, it's like with Stormy Daniels. Am I going to, you know, the whole porn industry? And I'm like, no, this is not good for anybody. I'm not going to condone it, but I'm certainly not going to go on some witch hunt against somebody, because I'm going to sit down and have a heart to heart with these people rather than try and like do something to them or against them or whatever. So, okay, so Virginia, she ends up with Ron Eppinger, and I mean, that is horrific. See, what she is describing later on, and this is precisely where the problem is and what the defense should have concentrated on. And with that document that was in the court, the filing, was what Virginia Giuffre was describing are those, and this is covered in chapter 3 and 4 mainly, the second part of my book review. What she's being made to do during her time with Ron Eppinger is what she's describing with Jeffrey Epstein. However, if you read, and I guess I do need to finish that, if you read the following chapters in her time with Jeffrey Epstein, and she even says that, like, she cared about him. I don't know if she said she loved him, but, and that she thought that he had been abused as a child. And I believe that that is the case, and that's the case with almost really everybody involved. Um, but it was not at all the same relationship that it was with Ron Eppinger. And what she is describing of the sexual assault is what happened during her time with Ron Eppinger, rather than the Epstein. I mean, because apparently it was mainly Jeffrey Epstein that she was with. She does say, but then again, she says that she was trafficked to, I mean, this is difficult because, like, even she said when she was with Ron Eppinger, and she's 14, 15 years old, she, like, felt that she was somehow special because, see, Ron didn't want to share her with any of the others. So in a way, she, even though Ron was, it was horrible, the assaults and things, but at the same time, she felt special because she was younger than the other girls, and he only wanted him for himself. And Tucker Carlson went into that, and it's this destruction of innocence that what really pulls these people. But see, again, Virginia Giuffre, her innocence had been destroyed long, long before she met Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein. So, anyway, they just
In culture today, we'll say
everything's been painted and put into these nice little boxes to advance different agendas without addressing any of the fundamental problems.
have you had food? I can get this made for you. Do you like that kind of food? What kind of food? Are you sure what time you got here? Right? A lot of people at that level are not worried about people on that kind of individual level. And so there's this strange thing where he's running this giant criminal ring, and he's exploiting and abusing people, and he's also attending to human beings at the kind of micro level that I think a lot of those powerful people weirdly are not being attended to. The connections are doing two things at once for Epstein. One is
the power elite. No, nobody cares. It's, my ex-husband, he said, nobody cares about you. He was like, nobody cares about you. You'll have to prostitute yourself in order to survive. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I know nobody cares about me. Oh my God. Everybody I know, everyone for themselves. That's why I thought marrying into this Spanish family. It's a working class family. He's the only, his brother went to college, but never really did anything. But, so he was the big success story and the one who went to college, and it's a working class family. And, as they say, both of his grandfathers were on the losing side of the Spanish Civil War. His grandmothers were really illiterate, even though, as I always say, his maternal grandmother, semi-illiterate, poor woman, but the greatest lady I ever met in Spain. And when this is all done, I'm going to be putting up a statue in Villaverde for Mimi Carmen, más señora de cualquiera de la Moraleja. That's what her plaque is going to read. More of a lady than any of the cualquieras, the pretentious ladies of the Moraleja. If anybody knows Madrid, they'll know what I'm talking about. But so anyway, yeah.
Able to use him transactionally. They make being in relationship with him profitable for other people, but they also cross-subsidize him in credibility. Yeah. Epstein is taking out cash at a rhythm and in amounts that should flag investigations. And so there ultimately are a series of internal fights at JP Morgan about whether or not to keep him.
JP Morgan flagged over $1 billion in suspicious transactions.
And then he is eventually convicted for paying for sex with a minor. And there are more fights about whether or not to keep him. And JP Morgan keeps working with him. And there's this amazing quote from Justin Nelson, Epstein's personal banker. He prepares a memo. I'm quoting here from the Times piece. He prepared a memo trumpeting Epstein's large volume of business with JP Morgan and noting that despite his status as a sex offender, he was, quote, still clearly well respected and trusted by some of the richest people in the world.
Yeah.
His network is the proof that he is worth dealing with and not beyond the pale. Because if he was, well, then how would he still have this network?
He is revealing how these elites make decisions about trust that I think are really different from the way folks at home go through the world and make decisions about this. I think you make decisions make character judgments about people, make judgments about kind of how honest they have been and therefore will be. These billionaires, these super elites, these super lawyers are working on a whole different kind of system. And their system has to do, as you say, with how kind of loaded with connections you are in this network, how high your stock is on a given day in this network. And what Epstein figured out was how to game this. He figured out the vulnerability of this entire network.
How high your stock is on that day. Did everybody feel Pan Bondi? This is like the moments on the Hall of Fame of 2026. Pam Bondi saying, but do you know the dollar amount of the Dow Jones? Oh Lord, oh God, that's like one of those like, God, are they stupid? That bitch, I mean, bimbo Bondi bitch.
Which is that these people are actually not that serious about character. In fact, character may be a liability for some of them, maybe kind of an unnecessary source of friction. These people are actually not that grounded in the evidence of how someone has lived. These people are making very thin slice judgments about how much you are how central you are in the same networks they are. And therefore, something as simple, and this is true, something as simple as dining at Michael's restaurant here in Midtown can do extraordinary wonders for people in the super elite. Now, most people listening to this will not have heard of the restaurant Michael's in Midtown, but Michael's is an example of a restaurant, perfectly nice restaurant, but is an example of a place where if you can arrange to have lunch there, you will create an impression among certain people in publishing in New York, among certain people who are in network television in New York, in certain people in finance in New York, that you are in a certain place. And on your way in and out, someone might introduce you to this person, and I've seen this kind of organism flourish, and then these people will just assume, like, you must be fine, right? And they'll...
See how it all works. See how it all works. And I have to tell you, this is one of the advantages, like I was saying, I was supposed to find a meal ticket husband, and I didn't find my meal ticket husband and whatever. I'm like, don't invite me to your parties. Don't invite me to anything. I'm good. I really, oh God. And those balls, the ballroom over near Chinatown that they built in the conference. I mean, come on. The Washington Hilton is more than large enough. I mean, I wouldn't even want to. And the ballroom at the White House, I'm sorry, they're building something more than that. I agree. No, there is something more than that going on. Yeah. We've got to, I mean, if taxpayers, if y'all knew how much money was being wasted and spent for these people to party, you would lose it. Absolutely lose it. And it's all such bullshit. Makes me want to cringe. I mean, the thought. Please keep me off the invite lists. Please, 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 please. Oh, sorry, but the thing is working as a cashier downstairs of the IMF, the World Bank, where the Fed is. I said in that area. I'll tell you, with my, it's like they thought they would demote me and stick me as the cashier rather than the hostess. Actually, where I am right now, it's, how shall I say it? I have much more autonomy. Let's just put it that way. Um, yeah, I get my elevator speeches in. I'm like, you guys, I don't care if it's your cocktail party, your gala ball, or sticking me as a cashier. Yeah, I got access. See, it's all about access. I'm not going to sleep with them to get access. I'll be their cashier or whatever, and to get access, I got no problem with that. I get my little elevator speech in there, and this is something that I go back to when I was living in Bogota, and I went to the American Embassy, and the presentation, the State Department's presentation on the Plan Colombia. So they do their whole spiel about how the spraying, that's not going to hurt anything except the cocoa plants. It's going to leave the wilds, this livestock alone, the people alone, and all the plants and everything like that. It's going to be fine. It's going to be good. I'm not buying it for a minute, but okay. So I'm going to be polite, and I stand up and I say, okay, this is all very well and good to get rid of the drug production here, but as long as the consumption is rising, production will just move elsewhere. So what is the American government doing to reduce drug consumption in the United States? I mean, like any intelligent person and lawyer, I don't ask a question that I don't already know the answer to. He said, well, what do you care, lady, as long as we get rid of it here? I mean, I bit my tongue again. I bit my tongue and saying, well, that's the stupidest jackass thing I've ever heard from a civil servant's mouth. And I've heard some pretty jackass things in my lifetime. So I did bite my tongue. However, see, my ex is Spanish and French. So like my involvement with the American community, I'm a free agent. And not only am I a free agent, I have a social standing in Bogota because, my ex, he's at the head of one of the biggest banks there. And he's the head of he ended up as the head of the director of the Treasury Department of Banco Ganadero. So there I have a certain social standing within the Colombian ruling elite and the Spanish expat community, but then he's also French, and we're very much involved where he feels more at home with the French than with the Spanish, and that also had to do with a lot of the BBV people. It wasn't just the French Spanish, because he grew up in Morocco and France, so it's, he was already a dual national, double. I mean, my kids, this whole third culture kid, I grew up with that. He grew up with that. My kids grew up with that. And that, I'm trying to promote that something as positive rather than what the FACO and IMF Family Association and World Bank Family Network and the entire international development community is trying to do, which is self-destructive and unsustainable. So anyway, as I say, I'm a free agent because if my husband had worked, even if he wasn't American, but if he worked for the an American corporation or within the American diplomatic corps, that would have made it rounds within the community, and it would have been detrimental for his career. However, as I say, he's a Spanish banker. We're with the Spanish people, the Spanish international community, the French international or French speaking, because this brings like Moroccan, that brings a lot, the Hispanophone and the Francophone, that brought in a lot. And then, of course, the Bogota ruling elite. And there, nobody has a problem with me denouncing Plan Colombia. So I'm good. And as I say, I'm a free agent. However, I also have a certain standing because I do have a, wealthy husband. So that gives me kind of a certain standing within the American community. just because of the apartment we have and, his income and his social status. But it's a funny situation because there I can say anything that I want. But see, this all gets into this whole dysfunctional game. Really is. Really is.
Maybe ask you to come in for a meeting to promote your, children's book or whatever it is. And he exploited the facile nature of many of these elites who have the mental skills to be serious people, who evaluate character, who look up people's history, who might, for example, find a conviction for, soliciting sex with a minor problematic, but who in fact, if you dined at Michael's, if you, were at that party, if you were at Davos, if you were at TED, must be all right.
There's this quote from Staley, the JP Morgan later.
This is why I wanted to finish with, because he hits it on the nail. See, this is what they don't like. This is what they don't like. I don't give a fuck if you're at a TED Talk. In fact, oh my God. Yeah, all of that is problematic. Michael's, I'm not familiar with Michael's in New York. I know all of these. And like Kalari that I worked for here on K Street, which I call Lobbyville. Farragut North, Kate Street. And then there's also the Boqueria. They also are headquartered in New York, and they only have one place here. Yeah. So I don't know Michael's, but I know a lot of the other ones, and yeah. I've seen those come and go in Washington since the 70s. As I say, seen them come and go, and I know them all.
Leads Barclays Bank. Epstein relied on his network for his legitimacy. And I, as running the largest investment bank in the world, was part of that network for him. And what is unsaid in that quote is he was part of that network for Staley. Because it's not just what they're doing for him, it's what he's doing for them. And so to cut Epstein out, when he has proven repeatedly so able to introduce you to people you would want to know, is also to cut yourself off from what he might be able to do for you in the future.
And we haven't said yet in this portion of the conversation, but Epstein was also helping to occasion sexual activities.
We're going to get to that, yeah.
For Staley. So all aspects of this brokering were at work. And, the kind of leverage that provides is obviously even more potentially for someone with so much to lose. Deals come and go, but Epstein had the power to destroy potentially a lot of people.
And here we're talking about him and other unfathomably rich people. But also the wealth itself was very impressive to people who offered him different kinds of credibility. So Peter Tia, the podcaster and doctor and longevity specialist, he has a bunch of these emails. And to Tia, in explaining why he was in such communication with Epstein in these years, he writes, "At that point in my career, I had little exposure to prominent people, and that level of access was novel to me. Everything about him seemed excessive and exclusive, including the fact that he lived in the largest home in all of Manhattan, owned a Boeing 727, and hosted parties with the most powerful and prominent leaders in business and politics." And there's just such currency, right? We've been talking about the wealthy, but for the academics, for a lot of the other kinds of people that Epstein cultivated, one thing that is distinctive about him is he cultivated very different kinds of people.
Oh yeah, the academics. I mean, see, nobody is looking at that. Noam Chomsky is one of them at the top of the list. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Noam Chomsky is in Catalina foothills in $1 million mansion, and I just recently found out, he had some financial problems, and Epstein, I'm sure that's financed by Epstein. Okay, he's living. This guy was a Marxist communist back in the 60s. This is all part of the hippie MK Ultra. This guy is an agent. And he's sitting there. He's this Marxist. He's sitting in $1 million home in Catalina foothills while I'm here in Washington, barely keep a roof over my head in a rat-infested, slum, and fighting on labor rights issues. I mean, is this world fucked or what?
The access to his wealth was very impressive. He has a very close relationship with Kathy Rumler, who's former White House counsel for President Barack Obama, is now at Goldman Sachs, and he's constantly buying her just fancy gifts. Fancy designer bags, and she calls him Uncle Jeffrey. And she's somebody who, having done a lot of work in government at that point, is in richer circles than she is rich. And so somebody who can, give you a lot of things is valuable. And so the connections are power to the wealthy, but the wealth is power to the connections.
First of all, the Peter Attia thing is so striking. I don't mean to sound old-fashioned, but there's a lot of longevity experts now. He's one of, everybody's so interested in longevity. What about living well and honorably in the existing time?
Yeah.
Whatever that is. Right? It's so interesting to me that this is someone whose mind was focused on elongating the period of time you get, who clearly had no judgment for the quality of the time. for the quality of your decisions, for the quality of your
See, I don't think that's fair, actually. Or I'll say it in a different way, because whatever ideas work. But to a T, it's like, you only get this one life, and here you've met somebody who has these parties with the most powerful and prominent leaders in business and politics. How could you pass that up? Right? That's his explanation for what he was doing.
A lot of people passed it up. I mean, there's this incredible meme about...
Yeah, this is exactly pass it up. I mean, like, to hang out with a bunch of boring people. Believe me, you people. I mean, to sit around, like, in reception lines and having to listen to the dribble of these boring people. No, it's not. One of my favorite Stephanie of Monaco. I'd forgotten about this, but, and this even was in a Letterman, this back in the 80s and stuff. He's interviewing her and he's like, what it's like to be a princess. And she's like, yeah, it's not so exciting. Like, you have to shake hand, like 520 something handshakes. He's like, you counted it? And she's like, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, you sit there and these, like, you have to stand there in line and just, I think after a while I would be like, okay, well, what am I gonna do? Let's count how many times. Otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and become a robot and, like, my mind's gonna go bonkers. God, this is why I'm just like, all of you people with all of your award ceremonies and your pomp and your circumstance, bullshit. It's enough for me. Turn you into a bimbo, brain dead bimbo.
All the people who didn't meet Epstein, right?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of people of color in these revelations. 3 million documents, right? For obvious reasons, there's not a lot of women, although there are some, like Kathy Rumler. A lot of people went into that house or met him at a party and were like, no thanks. We forget that. We forget it because they didn't end up in the files. But that guy was out and about. Yeah. A lot of people whose names you and I don't know had the judgment, saw photos of underage girls lining his walls, as Virginia Giuffre describes it, and we're like, this ain't right. Different levels of things were known to different people, but...
Well, I don't know how many people walked away, because Tucker Carlson, this came up with Tucker Carlson in the John Podesta stuff. And Tucker was like, because there's some, like, really horrid stuff with John Podesta, and this is also what they call art. This is where the money laundering is going on. You will pay $10,000 for this piece of shit, because it supplies money to this very sick artist who's doing all sorts of stuff. And Tucker Carlson was like, well, no, I never saw what was on his walls, because if I saw what it was on his walls, people were telling me it was inappropriate or whatever. But if I had gone in there, I would have been like, oh my God. But I would never have been invited. So see, to be invited into these places, you're already vetted before you get on an invite list. Right, this goes like, the debutante party that I did in Washington, the year I'm the reluctant debutante when Cornelia is becoming, relaunching the debutante stuff with Deb of the Year, Deb of the Decade. And I got the invite because I had gone to Foxcroft. I mean, my younger sister got an invite as well, but whatever. I mean, I was always like, at the time, why don't you, like, have her do it? She would love it. Like, don't put me in that. Oh God, this is one of the things I'm like, well, she wasted all of that money, my father's money. At least it makes me a cave dweller, and it makes me officially a socialite of Washington, D.C., because I came out in the cotillion. So it makes me a cave dweller. At least make that money worth something now in my branding. You're complaining about being called Goyim? The guy, cattle? Yeah, you turn around and all you talk about is how you're branding yourself. I'm like, you might want to stop branding yourself, and then they stop calling you cattle also. I mean,
None of it was a deal breaker to many of these people we're talking about.
Let me take that as a moment to ask something cautionary. Because, as you're saying, you look at these files, and there are a lot of people named in them. The number of people actually close to him who you can get a lot about them by reading the files, we're talking in the low dozens maybe, right? It's not, we're talking about the elite, the power networks, but actually most people didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. Most elites didn't have much to do with him. Plenty of people saw him for what he was. Tina Brown has this great line. She's invited to a dinner with Epstein, Prince Andrew, and Woody Allen, and she responded, "What the fuck is this, the pedo's ball?" Melinda Gates sees him perfectly clearly. And so is Epstein a way you see, quote unquote, the elite?
I don't know how much Melinda Gates saw him. Clearly, that's debatable. Melinda Gates, yeah, wow.
Or is this a subcategory, right? It's not telling us that much about power. It's telling us something about some set of powerful people, which, as in any other culture or network, they're going to be people of better and worse judgment, higher and lower character, more and less transactionalism. I mean, even in this JP Morgan Chase example I've been using, there are people in the bank who are fighting hard to cut ties with him. They lose until it becomes completely untenable for the bank to keep going, but they're there.
I think that's right, and it's an important point to dwell on for a second, right? Because I think, you could take a narrow view that only the people who are actively involved in crimes of pedophilia here are really this group of people we should focus on, and everything else is a distraction. You could take the opposite view that this is an indictment of every person with more than $10 million in the bank, right? I think both of those are incorrect. I believe in this notion, and I've seen it in so many forms in the course of my years of reporting, of what I think about as concentric circles of enablement, right? There is no doubt that there is a core group of people who were knowledgeable about, engaged in, and shared participation in crimes of pedophilia at the burning heart of this story. That is obviously its own circle of hell. We know from testimony of survivors that it was more people than just him, that he was trafficking them to other people. We have some of the names, we don't have all the names. But that was happening, and that's the burning heart of the story that can't be forgotten. And then there's what made that possible? Very practically, that means who were the other people who didn't do that, but who were aware of it, who facilitated it, for whom it was not a problem, who were not later discouraged by it when deciding whether to let him into something. Then what was the circle around that? That just, universities that maybe knew a Larry Summers was, pally with him or were accepting money and just didn't stop the thing, right? And then you can keep going out from there. And it's sometimes helpful to shift the metaphor, right? I think about when I was in India as a reporter for the Times, and you would have, a problem of so-called honor killings in rural villages in North India, right? A young woman dares to have a boyfriend or some kind of dalliance before marriage, and her own father might kill her, or men in her family might kill her, or people in her village might kill her. It happens a lot. If you take every instance where that happens, there's often one guy who committed murder. So, one guy. But I think it would be foolish, and I think anybody looking at it would say, it took a lot of other things going on to make it possible for that guy to commit the murder. You'd have to, and a lot of other people who didn't commit murder, who would never commit murder, who were not okay with murder, who maybe opposed the murder. But a lot of people and systems and institutions and values are conspiring to make that murder possible. And so if you shift back to this example, I think if you just had a pedophile in Jeffrey Epstein who wanted to procure 15-year-old girls and rape them, and that was all you had, I think it would have been very hard. I think it would have been very difficult for him. This is not an easy thing to pull off. And so it's not just a Kathy Rumler who presumably had nothing to do with that burning heart of the story. It's the fact that today, Kathy Rumler, as you and I speak, is still the chief lawyer at Goldman Sachs. It's the fact that association is not something that institutionally, Goldman Sachs, forget one individual, Goldman Sachs does not think today it's a problematic association. The fact that not just some professor at Harvard or some professor at MIT was involved, but that those institutions, two of the world's most august learning institutions, essentially had this guy able to swim through their networks and be central to them. I remember talking to women at the MIT Media Lab who were forced to give tours to Jeffrey Epstein at the Media Lab. It's these law firms that before they were capitulating to Donald Trump, were able again to be gamed by, again, not just individuals, but entire organizations that were, let's put it this way, not able to have a appropriate kind of histamine reaction to one of their lawyers being too close to such a depraved person, even when there was so many reasons to know he was a problem, even when Tina Brown had read enough press coverage to call him a pedophile.
Even when Donald Trump was giving quotes to New York Magazine saying Jeffrey Epstein likes him on the younger side.
It was, as you say, a quite small number of people who presumably were involved in the worst crimes. It was a larger number who maybe knew about them and looked the other way. It was a larger number still who maybe were just at parties where things happened. But eventually you're talking about all or many of the most prestigious institutions in this country, universities, corporations, law firms, conferences, down the line.
I want to get at something about this, though, because I do think as you talk about these concentric circles and all these different institutions, how much each one of them knew is different. The way they were all leveraged against each other into one mass network of legitimacy, though, is all connected. So Larry Summers has talked about the way he got to know Epstein, and they clearly developed a very intimate and friendly relationship. But he said, I was president of Harvard, and people told me, and I'm paraphrasing him here, if you don't talk to this guy, my job is fundraising. Like, if you don't talk to this guy, you're crazy. And this is why I do want to keep sight of, before we move on from it, the money at the heart of the story. But where is his money from initially? And here you get into pretty weird territory. So tell me a bit about Epstein and Les Wexner.
I mean, it's a remarkable.
Okay, here I'm going to stop it here because this, I mean, any of the Whitney Webb interviews, like Whitney Webb, I mean, this is again, I've emailed a couple times Whitney Webb since she came out with her book and never heard back, not even a courtesy of a response. Yet another one of these having all feminist. I'm sure I'm not going to share my limelight with you, lady. And this is, she's all part of academia, if you will. Yeah, she's exposed. She's done a very good job in exposing this, but, and so what? Yeah, and what? So it's like my sister, oh, they're raising awareness with all the documentaries. I'm like, well, yeah, your awareness raising campaigns, nobody gives a shit. You guys are spending so much on documentaries. It's getting to Ryan Matta, same can of worms. Patriotic Housewife, she interviews Ryan Matta in the documentary. I'm like, oh, great, Patriotic Housewife. Yeah, like, can you platform me? I mean, this Patriotic Housewife should be drooling of course. Now, she doesn't want to share her limelight, whatever. I mean, that little girl. She's found her niche market by people who don't like to look at Twitter, and she's going to cover that. Oh gosh, oh my God, it's going on for 6.5 hours now. So really wrap this up because I had wanted to wrap it up with that, but then I realized I hadn't even gotten into George Farmer's family. So anyway, this is the real quick. This is the stuff. The letter from Prager, this Prager guy from PragerU, Dennis Prager. I'm sorry, I'm on all of these religious groups. This is always the problem that I've had with them. Anyway, it's about Israel was founded by Frankists. I mean, all of these things are like, well, what's the big deal? I mean, can we sit down? There's a lot of stuff that I'm very interested in terms of historical reference, and let's go back, and there was the Franks. Yeah, I mean, we've had the Vikings, the Franks. I mean, then this gets into the whole cult, the Aryans, the Franks, the Jews, what are they called? There's the Slavic Jews, which are really the New York Jews and the Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and the Japs, Jewish American princesses and princes, and the Wolves of Wall Street, and all of the influence of the Jeffrey Epstein. And so that's, I mean, but that she's, and this is a university, and that so there she's getting fired because of stuff like this, because of points like this, rather than having a discussion. Israel was founded to be a haven for pedophiles. I mean, I don't know if she came out and said that directly at it. He manipulates everything. Why would you want a small nation that is the size of New Jersey, the pedophiles to flee there? I mean, the Frankish cult will, like, this comes into Marianne Seigart and her family tree because, see, her mother, it's her mother's side, I believe. I don't know, I'm trying to think. That would be a great grandfather. I have to go into the family tree, but one of them, the grandmother fled, this was the Nuremberg laws, from Germany, and they had to leave Germany. She went to England, and her husband, who they were divorced, and this would be Marianne Seigart's grandmother, I think, was the child who went with the mother to England, but then the father went to Israel. And this would have been newly established Israel. So this goes in to the very beginning, when the Jews were fleeing there, really before even the Holocaust. I mean, when the Holocaust was starting. So, you know, I'm like, okay, well, what's going on with him? Because there was definitely, you know, you get into Rudy Seigart, well, Singer Seigart, he was the Austrian banker who was blamed for the crash of 29 in Austria, which gets into World War I and the fall of Kaiser Wilhelm. Princess Antonia's great-great-great-grandfather. Princess Antonia is at Cobham, is a alumni of Cobham Hall, my alma mater. See, it's all connected. It's all connected. Everybody's connected, and they, you know, they maintain this power over structure, as Ryan Eisler, the social scientist, she's calling for an end to the power over structure and a power of partnership structure. I totally agree with her, but we need more than just a bunch of books and a nonprofit and an academician to be promoting that. So I don't even like Brianne Eisler. I don't know what her position is on Israel. Maybe that's why she hasn't been more, you know, her rhetoric has never translated into reality. Okay, Israel is not our ally. That Israel, this idea that Israel is our ally, I mean, this is, I never realized how much this Christian base and the Judeo-Christian, I mean, I had always heard about Judeo-Christian or whatever. I mean, I guess I just wasn't, I was so concentrated and looking at all of the secular stuff. And I have to be the first to admit that my knowledge of, it's not that I'm not interested. I'm very, very much interested in all of the religions and things, but I just, I have a more, how should I say, I'm more interested in studying them as social institutions, political institutions, and economic institutions, and because and their influence, it's just the you know, when you get into, how do I explain it, like putting my faith in God and just, I'm gonna go and pray and this whole stuff about God, and always talking about God and always talking about the Bible and everything's, it just, no, that just, because all of those people, it's just like the secular people. It's all of this bullshit rhetoric and not the way that they act or behave or treat people. And, you know, just concentrate on that and, you know, stop with all of this God rhetoric and concentrate on how you actually live your life and what you do. And this whole stuff, as you're going to be saved as long as you recognize that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and you'll go to heaven and everybody else is going to go to hell. See, this type of stuff, I'm just like, no, you guys, you lose me on that shit. You lose me there. We can have a lot of discussions on a lot of stuff, but you lose me on that type of shit. You know, another thing is, God is on my side. We're going to go to war and we're going to win because God is on my side. Yet we all only have one God. We don't believe in various gods anymore. Monotheism for 2,000 years. Okay, so we only have one God up there. All kind of agreeing on that stuff. But everybody, when they go to war, claims that this one God is on their side, and that's why they're going to win. Well, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. So where's the logic in that? That's like my son's coming and saying, Mom, you're gonna be on my side to win or this war. I'm like, no, we're not gonna have a war. Simple as that. Simple as that. There's not gonna be a war, so I'll have to decide whose side I'm gonna be on. Because we're going to settle this in a peaceful, civilized manner. This goes back to my sons. Okay, you explain to me what happened. And then you have, and then you have the other side trying to interject. Oh, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, so now the other side. Now, what happened here? Okay, it seems to me that you started it. This is like my father. He would always come in and he would say, okay, so who's the instigator here? Who's the instigator? Now, we usually know the answer to that before the conversation even began. But okay, so who's the instigator? That's all he wanted to know. Who was the instigator here? And we're done. And that's, I would do the same thing. Okay, it seems to me that you were the instigator here. Now, that's got to stop. You're not going to do that. Now, I want you to understand that he did that to piss you off and you lost your cool. And that's not good either. I remember one time my helper said, Mom, why did you bring him into this world to bug me? Because, the younger, I said, oh my Lord. I said, you are going to have people who are going to bug you so much worse than that in this life. He was born in order to prepare you for the real world. Now, I wouldn't let my younger one go off with a free pass. I would say, you better stop it because I got eyes in the back of my head and I am not a fool. So you better stop it because I see what's going on here. That was my mom. My mom, she was, y'all kill each other. See? And that's the difference. And, it doesn't matter how big the group of people with the discord. So anyway, I already talked about Marianne Seigart, her father, Paul Seigart, then Rudy Seigart. Here, this is Cobham Hall. You have the links to the blogs I did on that, or the video, whatever you call them, the vlogs. So this kind of repeats what I already went into with Michael Farmer, George Farmer's father. They do this Family Hub network, is also part of his public policy, not debates, but public policy ideas and programs that he's promoting. And this gets into child maintenance services, which I'm sure is kind of like the CPS. There's Child Protection Services. In the US, we would call it CPS. We gotta clean this shit up. These people are trafficking kids. These people are abusing children. They're not, beyond voices, breaking cycles of domestic abuse. These organizations are all in bed with the feminists, and they want domestic abuse. They want to break up families. They want welfare states. It keeps them in power. Without this power over and dominance and oppressive structure, they're not going to have jobs. It is a welfare state. This is always been my big beef with the Europeans and their promotion of socialism as the cure-all. No. And the US has gone down that path, and it's not a good path. So, there again, this is all so politically correct, and it sounds all good on paper, but if you really know what's going on in all of this shit, then you understand how it is completely counterproductive. They're providing this support, linking it to services to tackle debt, mental health. They want unhealthy people, so the psychiatrists have jobs, housing, and other problems often faced by separating families. Line. Look at the British royal family about separating families. They better, I keep on saying, you all are role models. They're just, they've lost all real political power. They need to step in and assume, and that's what that's why I'm convinced that Prince Andrew is not, that he hasn't done anything wrong because they went after him. And his connection with the UK investment and, with the whole finance and all of the investment, he had a position which could have been powerful. And that's why they wanted to take him out. They want to disempower him. See, them going after him right now makes me believe of his innocence without seeing, as I say, show me some proof. Because all you come up with two photos, one with supposedly, and I don't even know. I saw Lady Harvey's analysis of the photo, and she did a good job in debunking the whole thing and showing it's a fake. Now, the other one of him, on force over some woman, that could have been something totally innocent. I mean, I'm sorry, these people are people too. I don't know, this may have been some party or something like that. I mean, I don't think I've ever been in a situation like that, but I can imagine, I don't know, you're hanging out in some party on a yacht or something like that. I don't know what, like, okay, you got to lean over. I mean, everybody had their clothes on. This was not some orgy. I mean, there are many explanations for that photo that are completely innocent. I don't know, maybe it was the precursor to something else, but you're going to have to come up with another photo. Something more than that, as I say. And you're going after, in the current situation, you're going after him like that. It makes me, until I see otherwise, innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, so, and then the prison reform stuff, we already went over that. What I wanted to go into was, so this, I mean, again, this whole, the wedding video at Trump Winery, this was just like, Erica Kirk and her husband and Charlie Kirk, their marriage. It was this corporate sponsored, okay, yeah, they had a really good wedding that they probably wouldn't have been able to afford to have paid for if it had to come out of their pockets. If in this case, it usually would be, it's usually where the bride is from, and that would have been paid for by the bride's family. So yeah, I mean, Candace's family wouldn't have been able to pay probably for that. And, the other option would have, like, why wasn't this, I mean, Candace's family is kind of all over the place. The other option would have been to have and the most logical option then would have been to have the wedding in England. All of these destination weddings everybody has, and like the farmers, they have some farm or something. There would have been there's more than enough installations. And why wasn't this done in England? I mean, how well has Candace was accepted by George's mother particularly? There's nothing Nothing. I can't find anything about his mother. I'm like, what the frick is this? She's a baroness, and apparently she's involved in some charities, but you really, and I mean, that also, it's like, oh, she's involved in a lot of charity work. Oh God, she must be a real control freak, and I can't find anything about her in the social registers, and this is just very, very odd for a British upper crust, particularly. This is a first-time baron, so she would think she would be kind of out there. So then again, I'm not positive about George's siblings. I think is there 3 or 4 of them? I forget. I think it's only 3. So this is almost positive his sister. I'm 99% sure it's his sister, what I could find, and this definitely looks, here are the bridesmaids for Candace's wedding. That's again, I mean, it's all so strange that you don't, find out who are the bridesmaids, this gets into etiquette 101. It's just like, this is like mafia type of stuff. What are these people trying to hide? The mafia hide things, respectable. This is kind of also the whole thing about the respectable society is, and why their birth announcements, their marriage announcements, this whole elaborate social structure that has its roots, I mean, with the Europeans, but particularly the British, particularly. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why I found so much information about my own family. And going back to John Dickinson and the English roots. And I mean, I haven't found that much going back. Oh gosh, there's one fascinating. I'm going to have to do one, separate blog on that thing alone, and it's Quenby Hall in England. So anyway, there's Jennifer Rochefort. So she does like ceramics and stuff like that. I think she kind of just lives out at their farm. They have a farm. I forget exactly. I found where it was, but I forget. It's out there. So not too far away from London. Then I think this might be his other sister, because he's very, very frat boy, traditional conservative. She looks kind of like to be the liberal black sheep of the family, and a London-based. So this gets into the whole woke stuff, and just which I'm just like, my God, you talk about your parasites on society. So, she's the exact opposite, the feminist, everything that Candace is a backlash to. And I think, Jennifer is kind of, the shy, timid. She's just doing her thing with her ceramics out in the country. And I mean, I think actually we'd be quite good friends. I don't think I'd get along with Chloe so well. Because see, the thing is this gets into all of the work that I want to do with global expats and the artisans. See, she's promoting a very same type of thing that George was talking about with the economy, with the big game hunting in Africa and stuff. All of this is very predatory and exploitative, because I'm very interested in artisan products, and that's got me. I mean, I knew about it, a lot about it, from my time in Colombia and Bogota. I mean, I know the situation is pretty much the same everywhere. So, but the details I of course got living there. But so this is, I know this whole stuff, where, she lives in London and she went to the Royal College of Arts in London and then Paris and the use their practice to explore themes of mental well-being, social integration, and pride of placement with special communities. Um, Artistic philosophy, texture and textiles, and my thing was I saw how these artisans were being exploited, and what I want is a fair trade, promoting them and helping. One of the problems is if them getting good raw material, then the distribution system. See, she wants to go there and sit and be cool with the people and make arts and crafts with them. And that's just, that's imperialism. See, what she's what she's promoting really is just as much imperialism as her brother with his big game hunting, which I'm sure, she doesn't like. And she's like, oh, see, like I'm the cool one and you're the whole white is bad, and everything British is bad, etc. Now, I may be mistaken, and this might not. I'm almost positive that Jennifer is his sister. Chloe, I'm not sure about, but as I say, if it is, this is kind of what's going on there. If it isn't, I don't know who the other. Oh, and then like here, Candace with the, she's. See, this makes for an interesting, like, if these people were working together, as I say, Global Expats is modeled after FACO, Federation of American Women's Clubs Overseas, started in 1931 in London by an American in London who thought enlightened women around the world could do much to promote world peace. The key word there is enlightened women instead of a bunch of backstabbing bitches who all want to be queen for a day. So finishing up this, just I'm curious about, because Rochefort, you're finding Rochefort, which is see with the E in there, that's a French that's a French name. And so effectively the Rochefort family in England is an Anglo-Norman, comes from the Norman conquest in England, and that's where they came into England, is one of the, and so of course this gets into their participation in the Civil War. So you have, their family history there, which is interesting. I mean, I'm not sure, again, the family tree line. I couldn't find enough information about these people to know anything about that. Or maybe they just took on that name. I have no idea, because again, when I found, what was it about George's mother, it didn't add up. Where was it? Was this George's mother? No, that was, I forget. Where was that? I thought I had it in here, George's mother. Maybe not. Yeah, through George's mother, I'm like, you don't know who the father is or who the mother is. Can't find anything on them. I mean, this is like very, very strange. So yeah, here is again about Michael Farmer. Yeah, they have 3 kids. So there's George, and then, as I say, maybe the 2 sisters. Again, not positive. Pretty sure Jennifer is his sister. The other one, not positive. So anyway, here's some information Oh, did I not? I'll have to bring the link. I'll have to get the link to that one. But yeah, a little bit more about the metal trading. And, you know, again, that gets into anybody who's in the financial markets and stuff. Oh, it's all part of the Jeffrey Epstein network. Yeah, in the game, yeah, particularly his stellar career and comeback after his father's downfall in a very unsustainable boom and bust economies. Um, they're part of the problem. Yeah, so okay, my lord, this has gone on for 7 hours. I guess I'm gonna have to split this down. Anyway, I guess it didn't matter since nobody listens to my videos anyway. Here it is. Um, so have a nice day, and I'll see you in the next one.